Quickest that lap over Dan Dunn and Justin Ryder.
We'll be doing the ceremonial start for each one. I'll just try and get past all these cars, so we're further. I might go one here, mate. Down here with Savannah Mataram from Hectic.
There's a lot of Class 6s, a few Class 8s. Gentlemen, Joey Bulmer going for the pass right in front of us. That's why you buy a buggy and not a truck, ladies and gentlemen. Where is
and the 6168 as well.
Now, Josh, we're on. Oh, sorry, mate. Go for it.
I was just saying the shots.
Yeah, brilliant.
Always in awe. So this looks like Tony Falaba and the West Line.
Yeah, getting menaced
looks
by
like
the
a
West
Line. Oh, I don't know if it's
might be.
No, it looks like Mendham. It looks like the 170 Jimco.
Yeah, and the Geezer.
I reckon it's the Geezer, yeah, because
it'll be. And there's going to be 100 more stories to be told with another 3 laps, 150 kilometres still to come. Unless you.
Camilleri, another one to keep a really good eye on this weekend, I think. But that's what doesn't he just. The 796 is through and making his way. So that's the Brenthal, definitely.
Yep, so the Brenthal, the 2 tyres standing up.
Yes. Late investment, but again, I reckon that's not. I can hear him. So Drew Callender and Ash Cameron. Here's Talbot Cox in the 16.
That man is on a mission.
So he's passed a few. Pretty heated here in a second in the river. Thumbs up for the boys. They're very happy.
Hey, that this is only its 6th year.
Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely one of the premier Australian events.
Red Nut Racing, Kai Camilleri.
Shouldn't be too far away. It's like Matty Bray going through in a 6108.
Man, he is on a charge, isn't he?
How cool is this thing, Dan? Looks like.
And hopefully they can keep on that support for the event. It'll be good.
So what's the plan this half? Just a quick check over and good to go tomorrow?
Yeah, quick check over. I'd usually jump
out. Josh, and we are here again. Don River Dash 2024. It is Sunday. The weather is good for racing, not so good for spectating, but you're getting all the action here on the live stream. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing because we are only halfway through. We've got full morning of racing cars, automotive class, and then we've got the bikes coming out in the afternoon, and it's going to be a big day of racing here because, as we said, it's really open to anyone here at the moment because we've even heard, and we won't let anything out of the bag, but there's a few little carnage stories. There's people looking for parts, you know, how that all plays out and how cars line up on the start line. Is really anyone's guess. We're going to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and the other big crazy thing this weekend is this the first time we've raced in Don River in the rain? Bikes had a little bit of rain yesterday afternoon. Now, one of the interesting things is with the length of this racetrack, it can be like, let's say Bathurst, where it's raining on top of the hill, dry down the bottom. Yesterday in the bikes, we had rain about halfway down the course, and the second half was actually bright and sunny. So the weather playing a little bit today. This river sand, it's going to be interesting to see how it holds up. Gets a little bit of moisture. Is it going to start sticking to your visor? Is it going to start getting, say, stuck in cooling for the cars? You know, your trans cooler, stuff like that. It's another little wild card that we haven't quite seen at the Don River Dash before.
Yeah, and I suppose historically we have seen this sort of weather burn off in the morning as well, haven't we? So whether it sticks around all day or whether it's going to, as I said, burn off that overcastness during the morning. And, you know, we had some blue skies in the afternoon, didn't we, yesterday? So hopefully that comes about as well. It's going to be a very interesting day of racing. But again, it's only halfway through. You know, we've got Cummins leading the charge here. But what that means for him is he's actually on a reverse grid. So something with the automotive category here at the Don River Dash is the better you do, the later you start in the morning. So those guys are going to be starting out of position 1, which actually makes them dead last off the line. They've got to pass everyone on road. and that's going to be interesting. And then obviously it's corrective time, and we're going to crown some champions here at the Don, the River Kings.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's it's another one of those wild cards that gets thrown in here at the Don River Dash, that reverse grid. It's a cool concept. It's a good track that they're able to do something a little bit different in. But yeah, like we said, like we were just theorising last night, sitting in the hotel room, having a bit of a chat about if you were Nick, how would you play it? There's so many different options, isn't there? Like he could charge hard, get up onto the back of those cars in front of him and just sit there knowing that he's got a gap. But if he charges hard, he might make a small mistake. Or if you're not driving your own race, do you then make a little mistake as well? So, yeah, it's an interesting conundrum. There's lots of ways to skin the cat this morning, but I guess he's got that roughly a minute lead at the moment as well. So the ball's in his court. That's right. He's in prime position today to capitalise. But, mate, lots of good racing. Like we said, the track changed drastically in the 3 laps yesterday.
Yep.
It's now had the bikes over it. We were lucky enough to have Ivan Long up here yesterday during the bikes, and he was talking about even how much the track changes with the bikes as well.
Yep.
So the car guys coming out this morning is going to be a completely different racetrack for them as well.
Yeah, interesting talking to him, because he was even talking about the nuances with this race. They're actually allowed to run a sand-style tyre, so they run a super aggressive, it's not a paddle tyre, but it's essentially a scooped sand tyre, which they're not allowed to run it like Hatta and the other races. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that... So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out, as we've got this awesome footage now running down the track of all the cars starting. Josh, now, one thing I'll note, and that's the Davimac car. That's very, very cool. Ultra 4 car. Some of our sidewinders and side-by-sides. This is actually a side-by-side with a truck. As I'm looking, I'm trying to tell these guys, you need to set up your multiple options too. Get your iPad, get your big screen going, because Kent Battle's running a live feed in his car the whole time. We'll be jumping over to it. But if you've got multiple screens open, you can run that the whole time, which is well worth a look. But also down there, so we got, that looks like Baker. We've also got the UTV Surgery 623. So there's a whole gaggle of side-by-sides here this weekend, and they're having a good crack. I think they started with 30 cars, Josh, the side-by-sides. About 90 cars, I think it was 87 or something like that, took the actual starters flag yesterday. So a good run there for the Don crew, and about 280 motorbikes, which is absolutely amazing. Be interesting to see how many line up today to start the race. Often we have a few that dip out for various reasons. Sometimes it's mechanical, sometimes it's mechanical body.
The body not quite holding. Well, we were lucky enough to talk to some of our awesome female competitors, and that was generally the consensus, wasn't it? Bike's good, body's not so great,
Yes.
but that's the Don River Dash. It's 2 days. It's not just a one-day event. You got to get up in the morning and I guess, put that effort into recovery. We were talking to Grabo yesterday about they were going back for some ice baths, and they actually provide ice baths for all the people enjoying Grabo's VIP tour. And I think he was saying he was going to get plenty of enjoyment out of watching some of the boys get into the ice bath for the first time.
Yeah, I can only imagine the joy that he has when he gets to see people struggling for the years of competitive. He'd just be used to it, the racing that Grabo's done. But again, sorry guys, we're just chatting away here, but there's so much. Like that big porter there of Booth was there. That's one to watch out for. It's actually starting out of great position. He's had a little bit of a rough run. Ian Baker there as well in the 149. Wonder who's driving that. The Remus guys, they do a fantastic job for all our return servicemen. They actually, go racing, keep people, on track and moving and give them a sense of value. And that's a great thing that those guys at Remus do, based out of, I believe it's Ipswich or Toowoomba down in there, where Josh is looking at me silly, like, I don't really know. Somewhere in there. It's South East Queensland.
South East Queensland, yeah.
So very cool that those guys do that. Again, the Hectic crew have turned up, and man, they've bought plenty of cars. Hank the Tank,
but what a comparison there. Hank the Tank beside the Divimac Ultra 4 as well. But yeah, I tell you what, Hank having a great year. He's just one of those guys that just continually turns up to races, has a good time.
They serviced it on the trailer the other day, so
fantastic.
don't even pull it off the trailer. Do the wheel bearings, get it sorted, and get it headed straight to Bowen. Pretty awesome. And again, the 1122, great car to check out if you get the opportunity, because, again, four-wheel drive this, but with an independent front end. Quite unique in Australia. It's starting to become quite popular in America in the Ultra 4 racing, but this was one of the very early adapters of it. And again, this is the 1169, the one we were talking about before. That's actually a side-by-side with a body on it, which is super cool.
Yeah, it looks like a little mini trophy truck, doesn't it? It's a interesting concept. Like you said, they said it's actually a bit of a disadvantage. It adds a fair bit of weight to that side-by-side, but they love the way it looks and are out here having good fun times.
Yeah, well, I love the way it looks too, mate. It definitely has a lot of style, and it's nice and easy to call from the commentary box.
That's
we
the
can
important
definitely
part.
see that, definitely. So it's a nice way to stand out from the crowd, if that makes sense. As many of these are, look at them. They've got beautiful colour schemes, and yeah, I must admit, if you want to stand out from the crowd and go side-by-side racing, make sure you give her a bit of a...
Bright colour.
Yeah, nice bright colour.
Black's cool, don't get me wrong.
No.
But, you know, like...
Black with a number is very hard to stand out.
Well, unfortunately, they're not here this weekend, but the Evans Motorsport team with that very chrome blue side-by-side,
Very
always
cool.
easy to spot. So shout out to those guys.
Oh, look, and it makes sense, Josh. The slowest car on the grid right at the front's actually a Toyota Land Cruiser. Oh, it's not racing. Oh, God. Yeah, there you go. The Mitzi's faster. Have I just shot a real big bullet over the bow right there?
That's
just
the right
kidding,
bow
guys.
get
Just
played
kidding.
early on.
But it is awesome to see these side-by-sides and all the other cars racing out here. Bowen Engineering Services, great to see these guys obviously having a good run. Big smiles all around, as you would be dropping into the river. Again, some of these, unfortunately, and it's interesting because that's actually got an 11 on the roof, so it's running in the unlimited class. I'd say that it's got some sort of modifications that push it up, and it's actually an old XP1000 non-turbo, I reckon, looking at that car.
Mm.
Yeah, again, Hank Tank. That is a very nicely modified. Wow, it's got some decent suspension
Yeah, I
under
was
there,
just having
hasn't
a bit of a look at that.
Yeah, there's definitely some tubes under that. that ain't monotube.
That
That
ain't
one.
a stock 76.
No, very nice. So again, we were talking about that side-by-side, the hectic car. They've put a body on that, which really does make it stand out, but it is a side-by-side under there. So there are some nice-looking vehicles over there, marked up, ready for... I guess we're going to call it a ceremonial start, because... Sorry, plenty going on here in the commentary box. We got our bosses going on here, and there's all action aplenty. There is no question about that here at the Don River Dash. We're fighting the weather a little bit, but it's going to be a good day here because we are going to be racing. It's cool weather, because actually it's interesting. You were talking about before, blocked up radiators. That's all a possibility. But then I suppose the flip side of it is, rather than being 36, 37 degrees running through summer in the river, it's a
cool, dense
you can
air.
Almost put a little light jacket on. So
cool, dense air at sea level.
Yep. Turbo cars are going to be happy.
Turbos ain't.
Do you think Kent Battle's worried?
I don't think Kent Battle is worried at all.
Again, we mentioned that's he's going to have his live feed going, so make sure you go along and chase up the Nortrans guys. I'm sure it'll be on their Facebook and their YouTube. But again, Huddy mentioned to us that they are going live and they're going to keep it live there, so that's pretty awesome. So make sure you get your double screens going. You want your big screen TV. Triple. What's the third one? You threw me in there, so now I'm wondering what's...
Live timing?
Live timing, yep.
This feed, Kent's feed.
Very smart. Where do they find live timing, Joshua?
Speed Cafe.
No, racemonitor.com. Boy, you can see who's the brains of this operation. I thought you knew that. Race Monitor, and you can find it. But if you go Don River Dash 2024 live timing, you'll get on there with the old Googleator. Because, me and Josh are pretty technical for electricians, I can tell you that. So get on board with all of that action, and it'll be a good day because, there's going to be plenty of racing. It's going to be a long day. We'll also try to give you the updates. I'm sorry that we weren't right about it, but there is a live timing for the motorbikes as well. It is an app on your phone, so we'll chase that information up as well. We didn't have it yesterday, but we will sort it for this day because it's important all those times. And obviously we want to see where everyone sits because it was interesting. Brody Waters was actually, he came in on about 6th on road, but because he started second on track, it actually put him in... Second grid, sorry. He came in 3rd on corrected time, so that puts him in a great spot.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's actually Liam Walsh is leading at the moment. Sam Handley, which is absolutely awesome. We had him in the commentary box, just had a new baby, 5 weeks old, said he hasn't had as much sleep as he's had in Bowen for like 5 weeks, and now he's out here riding a bike, literally did a little Thursday pre-run, and he's running second at the Don River. That's an animal.
Yeah, that's a man that's on a mission. So, and then like you said, Brody Waters in 3rd as well. So after a couple of heartbreaking years with motor issues here, good to see that he's on top of that. Obviously, Honda getting on top of that program as well. So shout out to Honda getting involved in the off-road racing as well. But obviously getting on top of that program, because he clearly had that CRF wide open for most of that race to be able to work his way up into that position.
Not much left on that stop, I don't think, for pretty much start to finish. Might have turned her off just to do the U-turn and then straight back on the bop. So, yeah, it's going to be a good day here of racing. And, again, he's in a good position now, so he'll start on his corrected position, which gives him, he'll be able to see Liam Walsh. What can he do from there? But again, let's go back, and because Liam Walsh is just at the moment seems to be in a class of his own. He is just looking comfortable, everything's fresh. He's doing it easy. I'm sure he probably doesn't think that in his head while he's doing it, but from an outsider's perspective, he's got all the, he's got the cards shuffled the right way. He's got the right program.
Yep.
Everything is all happening for him, and it's making it look like a great ride out there for him. He was here before Hanley actually got into the pits. He was going out, so he already had that 16-second advantage there. So, yeah, very impressive what those guys are doing. And it's awesome because the other great thing about the Don is it is a hot pits. We've got a camera down in there. And, those guys are doing pit stops on their motorbikes down just behind us here, Josh, which is pretty darn awesome. And we've got the awesome VIP area. Bowen Rail has just put on a huge effort here. They have actually wanted to be sponsoring this for a few years, and they finally got to the top of the heat because, again, we've had some fantastic sponsors over the years with Comiskey, and they're still here and involved in their way. But, again, isn't it crazy that they've actually got people knocking down the door to sponsor this event?
Yeah, to become the naming rights sponsor of the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash. It's actually like, you almost got to be online, like waiting for the
nominations
to open up at 9 o'clock, and you got to get in time. Yep. So it's incredible the commitment that the local area has to this race as well, because the Bowen Rail Company, obviously a great local company.
Yes, absolutely. And then all the Shire Council and everything are behind. We've had members and mayors, and everyone's been involved in backing this event in Bowen. So, again, probably not a actually, it's clearing up a little bit here, mate. It's starting to lift, I reckon. So, it's really starting to look really nice. I'm getting the nod from Huddy. He agrees. He reckons it's getting really good. So, it's going to be a beautiful day here racing, I believe.
So, yeah, you can see from this beautiful overhead shot that... the weather's starting to clear a little bit. We might have to get the squeegee out and give our protection windows a little bit of a clean. But, yeah, I think we've had a little bit of a shower, so that'll be good. It'll put that little top layer of moisture onto the track for our cars and competitors. Hopefully it'll stay that way, not too dusty. We did see a little bit of dust yesterday. Be interesting to see how people react to the weather. Like you said, this will be one of those interesting things. Got to keep visors clean. Got to keep the sand and mud out of your, out of your...
Out of your shorts? Is that where you're going with that? I don't know where you're going.
Well, out of everything, Dan.
Yes,
you get down your race suit. It's quite abrasive. That's not a good day bouncing it. Well, we saw from the Nortrans in-car just how much the driver and navigator bounce around.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Dan, if you're a spectator down here, and as the cars and bikes come past doing a large jump, would you be clapping your hands and cheering?
Absolutely.
Now tell me, Dan, why can't dinosaurs clap their hands?
I don't know, Joshua.
Well, they're extinct, mate. Come on.
Oh, my goodness.
Clearly, I am the brains of this operation. How did you not know that dinosaurs are extinct?
Yes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you can expect this all day.
Unless Huddy cuts us off.
Maybe you could turn the volume down on your live feed. Keep it entertaining. But I tell you what, it's going to be a good day here. Beautiful shots up and down the river. I think this is one of the things that is really awesome about this live feed with the drones is that we get to see so much of the river. The crew are going down. They've got cameras 9 kilometres down at the turnaround. Drones down further as well. We've got some great footage coming out of that. The highlight reels yesterday getting around were also awesome. The motorbike section was brilliant. So I think it's one of those days that I'm really looking forward to getting off the line and getting racing here. Because I think the big thing is even the track changes for the cars, Josh. We talked about it. But, over here we had a little bit of carnage yesterday on the motorbikes right in front of the commentary tower.
Yep.
Which we actually never like to see. I know it's high action. I know we get excited when they save it, but we never like to see anyone injured or hurt. That's always a bad day. Lots of families racing together and all that. So, if you had a rough day yesterday, we're thinking of you. We're shouting you out. We never like to see any of that sort of action. However,
well, while we're throwing a shout out there too, we didn't quite catch the race number, but there was one of the fellow competitors that literally threw his bike on, saw that there was 2 down riders, threw his bike onto the ground, ran over and helped position himself to keep those 2 down riders safe. So that's something that we really need to celebrate in off-road racing, is people that make the tough decision to affect their own race for the safety of their fellow competitors. Often in off-road racing, fellow competitors and people that are competing against you are the people that are, they're the kind of people that are, the first on scene is usually a fellow competitor. And we weren't talking about slow riders yesterday. We were talking about people that were in the first 2 grids off the road. So these were guys that were gunning for top 10 positions, and that rider, he pulled up to, basically slow his own race down to look after a couple of fellow competitors, and that always needs to be shouted out. That always needs to be celebrated. It's a brave decision that he made, and it's it's the right one. So, mate, if you're listening, or if you're a family member and you know who that bloke was, if you could message in on the live stream or shoot us a message so we can actually give that man a shout out, because mate, he's a hero.
Yeah,
you know what
hero.
I mean? Yep.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree with what you're saying, Josh. It was awesome to see, because that, like you said, it basically put their own race in jeopardy for it. And but hey, we know that he'll get high fives around, and we'd buy him a beer. So perfect work there.
Well, I'm already copping shade too. You big brothers, you all stick together, eh?
Yes, we do.
I got Mickey Taylor messaging me here saying crocodiles are dinosaurs.
Ah, there you go.
So I'm getting done on a technical. My dad jokes are getting now called out on a technicality.
So that's interesting. Hey, listen, we got a bit of action happening on the live feed, which we love. Get on over to Facebook, give us a shout out, and we'll talk on the comments. Jesse Ryan stopped. Well, we thought that, but then we were told that it wasn't. So that's interesting. So if it was Jesse, big shout out to Jesse. But that was the statement that we were told. But again, we are only in the commentary box. We don't really know what's going on unless people tell us exactly what's happening. But yeah, if it was you, Jesse, big shout out.
Legend.
Absolute legend.
Yep.
And all those guys that did that, because, yes, we totally agree. Helping the fellow riders is what it's all about, because that was a big one. But guys stopping cars, they do all sorts of things. It's fantastic, and, they often get their time back. Hey, look at this, Josh. Fantastic shots all the way down the grid here. We're still waiting for the official start. That will be at 8:30, which, man, it is not long now. 3 minutes as my clock just ticked over on old Telstra time, so I think we've got to get pretty close here. And then we're going to do the ceremonial start. So if you're just joining us today and you weren't watching yesterday, so what happens here at the start line, this is out the front of the showgrounds, literally out the front of the showgrounds where we had Friday night. Everyone's set up there. Their caravans are set up. Their race transporters. It's a awesome place to be. So if you're going to come up to Don, highly consider bringing up your own caravan or tent or swag. Hang out with your mates over there, because you can stroll around in the afternoons. It is a great thing. But they ceremonial start down here until they get to a timing marker, which is pretty much right before they drop into the river. So this isn't actually timed, ladies and gentlemen. Just remember that when you see them take off. They're not actually being timed. It is once they pass under the timing marker, and then we are under race proper. And that does mean that their first lap is going to, of today and yesterday, is going to be their fastest lap, because it's actually the short lap. They don't do the full lap all the way, back and around and past the pit area. They only go from dropping into the river to just a little bit down past the commentary box to the west, that is, isn't it, Josh? Down that way. So they're actually on their second lap by the time they come past the VIP area. So that's awesome. But these guys are going to run, and we saw about a 21, Josh, about a 21-minute lap for a first lap. Then a 24 was pretty fast. I think the fastest we saw was Kent Battle with a 24.00. And lots of the fast guys were running 24.09s, 24.20. Somewhere in that vicinity is a fast lap.
A very fast lap. Like you said, from the in-car that we got to see yesterday, it is no mean feat getting around this track. It looks like it's smooth. It looks like it's not that rough from where we're sitting, but the second we jumped to that Nortrans in-cab, it was rough, it was ready. And you can even see it by, that road crossing in front of us, or even just the way the cars react coming along this straight. Even the way right in front of the commentary tower here, this slight sweeping left after the 2 finish line jumps is starting to get chopped out, whooped out.
17,000 views too yesterday, Josh, and I'm sure that'll go up as people continue to watch as they become available. And Mick Taylor was a bit of an example of that. He said that he watched it in the afternoon after for the cars. So, you know, when time becomes available, obviously some people working Saturdays and whatnot.
But yeah, it was great yesterday as well. We had the live in car.
Well, your mate Jackson Evans on the stream here,
Yeah.
gapping about Polaris. Clearly, Polaris is doing the fastest laps in position 1.
No, the Pajero.
Pajero.
Pajero. Yeah, so we're looking forward to this. We're getting ready for the start. The 762, the Remus Rover boys here in the Pajero. I think they had a little issue yesterday. Might have had some either front drive shaft or front diff issues, as they did end up bogged in 2-wheel drive.
Yeah, there you go. Something that does happen, obviously. And again,
Especially the Pajero.
the ceremonial start down there of the 762. So a great run there. And those guys are going to be watching their mirrors as, again, this is a reverse grid. So the 1118 off the line now. That's obviously a flatter racing car, I would imagine.
Ooh, Hank the Tank.
Hank the
Oh,
Tank's
is
ready.
that a bit of low tyre pressure in the back there?
I think he's ready for the sand,
Ready
mate.
for the sand.
This isn't his first time in the bow wow. He knows what's
He's
up
up Super Bowl second stage.
every day.
Bit of soot. Getting
I don't know where this
loose
is going, but
in the soot.
got the big
There
slop.
she is.
Yeah, the VDJ getting it done.
Bit of rain on the road, so it'll spin a wheel.
Yeah. Now, the Davimac car, again, I believe that was probably a vehicle that did have an issue as well. We saw it come in on the first lap. It actually came in real early, didn't it, John?
Yes.
Did a pit stop and then went again. So I imagine that because they looked quick at the end there, I think that there was probably some sort of issue early on for them, which is always heartbreaking when it's that early.
Now
Again,
we've got the Hectic Racing team, Pablo. Now, I'd probably expect him more to be racing a boat pretty fast up and down the river.
maybe a helicopter, light aeroplane. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Hectic Racing, they are having a good run. And out of Townsville, that crew turned up last year with like 6 cars.
Well, I think they turned up this year with about 8.
Impressive. Absolutely amazing that those guys are getting that. Gee, you can see the water sitting on that road, can't you? Like, it's really quite a wet road conditions down there. Again, that glistening morning, but it is getting nice. It's the sun's actually cracking through here, Josh.
Yeah,
I think it's going to warm up in a minute. I can see blue skies below us.
One above us.
Below, no, behind us actually, man. You're right.
Clouds are in the sky, mate.
Yeah, thank you,
You're
Joshua.
welcome. You're welcome.
Yes, so yeah, it is absolutely awesome. What would I do without Josh Curran? I'm telling you, life would be good. I mean, bad. 666 off the line. The Blitz Racing crew. They are out and about. So again, the 666 off the line. Again, Ian Baker about to get off the line. Annie Young in the passenger seat. I believe that's a really early Razorback, Josh, which is crazy. Old beam car, which is very cool.
Yeah, great Aussie built car there, those Razorbacks.
Well, now being built out of sunny Queensland with the Chapman crew. I was talking to them. They were actually saying that Rob's done a heap of development. And they're actually now getting all their tubes laser cut, like CAD cut.
Yes.
And getting all welded together on the coast there. They've got a big shed that they're building them up. And, yeah, very cool to see. So the 668 now, Joshua. Brett Glazebrook. Ryan Southern in the Can-Am X3. Nicely turned out vehicle there. Bright colours. Got that low rear cage on it.
Yep.
Got quite a bit of modification. Have a look at this.
He's getting a bit loose there. I like it. So that tower that he just went under there, that's actually the official start of the lap. So now he drops into the creek. You can see it whooped out. Hank the Tank.
And from our position, Josh, we can now see them in the river. Wow, great footage there from the drone as you see just how rough it is as Hank is letting that big VDJ eat. Woo, woo. Have a look. He's coming up hard. The side by side.
What?
He's coming up on the... I don't know. Joshua, and what I'm saying is the Pajero and the side by side. So we're already seeing a pass with the Polaris right in front of us in the river. He made it stick. And Big Hank is on the way as well.
Now,
Have a look at
interesting
that.
to see this road crossing here. We saw that it started to get quite scalloped out, cut out yesterday. See how some of the cars react to it. You see getting a little bit loose there.
Yeah,
but that
absolutely.
suspension in that Polaris obviously quite well set up. As we see the 6.65 on the start line. And Hank, the tank, still hunting down. I tell you what a legend. I know we wax lyrical about him, but he's always a great competitor at every race we seem to turn up to.
Absolutely.
And now the Divi Mac car in front of us as we see another one of our Polarises. How good are these drone shots? It gives you a bit of an idea of the ceremonial start, and then it is just, you come through that tower and it is just straight into whooped out sand track.
That's the crazy bit. I was going to say, ladies and gentlemen, if you're sitting at home and you're watching, the crazy bit is that the corners are whooped. The flats are whooped. I don't know. There's just whoops everywhere in this track. It is amazing. Again, I think that'd be the side-by-side of Hectic.
And the 303 of Pablo. So Hectic,
yes.
bit of hectic action.
Yes, absolutely. That is Hectic.
It is a cool-looking little Can-Am.
It is.
Yeah,
It absolutely looks like a Raptor. We're just enjoying the action here. And again, obviously, we've got that side-by-side of Brett Glazebrook right behind them as well, having a good crack through here. And this is great, too, because I feel that it shows you the differences in the different classes as well. Some of the side-by-sides, the limiteds, all of those vehicles working. Again, the little class 3s and 2s. So the numbers on the roof actually all mean something, which I know is extremely logical. But again, the 11 is the unlimited class, which is a bit unfortunate for this 11 here right in front of the commentary booth, the Ute Polaris or the Can-Am, because, again, it probably doesn't really deserve to be in the unlimited class. It's only a body. If anything, as Josh was saying, it's a disadvantage to have the body on it. But unfortunately, it doesn't then fit into the class rules. But again, the guy's loving that body, so they decided to go with a little Yamaha there. And here's Ian Baker running down the river at pace in that Razorback. Again, the Class 1. Gee, they've really got it buttoned up and going there. That's great footage there. That is right down in front of the spectator area.
So that's my second favourite Huddy, operating that camera that we just saw the shots from.
Who's your first favourite?
You can guess. Who's the third? The other two can work that out.
The 655 about to get off the line now as well. That is Alex Hanley and Jaden Wintle. Josh, a few cars are off the line as we were sitting there trying to pick which. Is that the little bat car or
Mendham? Mendham had some issues yesterday.
Yes, absolutely.
No, it's a 10 car. It's white and black. I know that's really good effort there.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. But there's plenty of good 10 cars out there too. Rob Stiver, Chris Sollett, Darren Wright, Daniel McDonald's out there as well. So really cool to see all those. We'll get to see them when they come past. Again, for a 10 car, I think that's out of position. But it's funny because it probably makes Sunday in the river really cool.
Yes.
He's going to have a flying run.
Who's going to have a flying run?
Right.
We see the big Jimco trophy truck in the background.
Brett Taylor.
There.
Yep, that's going to be very, very fast to watch out for. Booth.
As well as the porter. Yeah, so once again, he's just passed under the timing tower there. So that it looks like a little bitty set of power lines, but we're not. Maybe some people from Gundy might be having some nervous feelings, but let's see. You see Booth get out really wide, get a nice clear line, and then just slingshot that big porter out of there. You can see the advantage of the horsepower. Even though they're only two-wheel drive, the advantage of the horsepower and the big tyres in this section.
Yeah, it's going to be really hauling the mail by the time it comes down here. You know, some of these V8s now running, 500 is a minimum. Like, we're starting to get towards 700 and 800 horsepower. Can see that one. Hey, that shot right there, just pretty much out of suspension travel on the little Polaris. But it does show a good bit of the difference. Well, that might be a Can-Am, actually, now that I look at that. But have a look at Booth, Joshua. No trouble getting through that rough stuff. Both of us just went a little quiet as we watched him hit the big gear. And, he made that look easy. So we're going to see all our top competitors go there absolutely on the gas. They will not be off the throttle at all. So going to be very cool to watch a couple of these cars again. Off the line there was the other booth car, the S&S Race Frames mid-engine little trophy truck, little black truck. Very cool looking Tundra. Love that car. So plenty going on here. And again, it's almost getting bright out here, Josh.
I had to put the sunnies on.
Had to slip the sunnies on. We've got the blue skies starting to pop through. Again, that breeze has burnt it off. It is fantastic.
Yeah, we could have excellent... Well, what do you mean could have? Is there a year we've come to the Don River Dash and we haven't had excellent racing conditions?
No, you're dead right.
Yeah.
You are dead right. Oh, listen, there's been some years where it's been stinking hot, I can tell you that.
Early September here up in the Whitsundays.
It is a good time of year. There is no question about that. They've nailed the timing on this one. It's just enough to get the river to a condition where it's raceable. Sometimes it's given us a couple of frights every now and then, hasn't it, Josh? But it's always turned it on. And then it's not as crazy. Like, you do not want to be in the river in January on a motorbike, I don't think.
Well, unless you train it, I guess.
Yes.
One of the statements yesterday made by one of our great female competitors was, if you want to race the Don River Dash on a motorbike, get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. Again, these shots for us are right in front of the VIP area, brought to us by the Bowen Rail Company.
Yeah, there's Brent Taylor, that big Jimco trophy truck. I reckon we're going to hear some noise as it drops in. So under the tower, geez, and the 434, another Alice Springs like 435, sorry, of Taylor right there as well. But look at that suspension travel.
Yeah, that big Jimco truck does good work. Now, we're told it does have a small block Chev in it, built by Carrison. There's a man that knows how to build a healthy V8.
Oof.
Old Caro. And again, that Taylor vehicle right behind... sorry, not Taylor. Booth. We're just looking through our numbers and checking things out. But again, that's that S&S frame. Mark Booth and Donna Wright in that mid-engine. It's actually two Toyota Tundras out there.
Beautiful. Now listen to this. Just straight across that road crossing. Sucks it up like nothing. Didn't even get off the gas. Didn't even hear it really rev. Didn't unload the suspension. Just holding it wide open and then...
Hey, Josh, you can sort of see the difference too. He hasn't got off the gas the entire corner either. And that's the stuff that makes a big difference when you see the guys that are really trying to get after it. That's the move, isn't it? Whereas, a few of our other guys obviously, settling the car down during those corners, getting off the gas, which I totally understand. Sometimes you've got to settle the car down. But when you are on the hunt to the front of the pack, that's what you're looking to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, we might have put the mockers on him yesterday saying great to see him having a good run, but looks like he is, whatever issues they had yesterday, he's not too worried about right now because he is right foot down as hard as he can go.
Josh, also off the line, I'm sorry, I know that was a little bit back, but 807, Jack Henderson and Mitch Henderson are off the line. Belinda Ferris in that passenger seat of the 73 too. So if you're keeping an eye on the big winch truck there, they are off the line and having a run as well. Cooper Weston down in the river as well, so they actually came back on a trailer yesterday, which is never a good thing, but they're out and racing now, so hopefully they have a good run. Weston's tied to the rush truck for Nom.
Yes.
Because I tell you what, man, there is some rush trucks here, which is a absolute credit to them. Brilliant to see those trucks out here and performing so well.
How good is it just getting to sit back, enjoy the sights and sounds of the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash for 2024. Geez, I tell you what, the 99 of Calendar.
Yeah, Calendar having a good crack there. That Razorback, another great Australian-built car. They've been having a real run at this lately. The 99. Ashley Cameron in the passenger seat.
Now, interesting to note a little bit further back there, we see some of the different lines. We did see that Taylor just in that big Jimco truck attacking that drop-off head-on, I guess you'd say, whereas some of our other cars getting a little bit across to the left, having to take a bit of a corner, but it is a much smoother drop-off. So, you know, that's that interesting to attack it straight on and take the fast line with the big drop, or do you lose a little bit of pace?
Damn, that side-by-side is moving, Josh. They are having a crack there. But yes, Josh, that's what is so amazing about this track, I guess, is the fact that there is so many options.
Yes.
It's so wide to race down. Great aerial shots there. As we see, I think we're going to see a side-by-side go around bigger right now. With that getting out to the left.
Carrying that momentum. Oh, as he's had to do a little bit of a move there. Now over another road crossing. You see our spectators lining the area there as well as we head down towards the Bowen River Bridge. Should pop into view in the not too different. So there you go. That is part of the highway right there.
That's the Bruce Highway.
We race underneath it.
The rail bridge and then the Bruce Highway. You can see all the trucks and cars running over there.
Some would probably argue that the riverbed's smoother than
the Bruce
Highway.
The 409 off the line now. Claus McGee with Jason Munchenberg in the trophy truck. And again, the BJ73 now past the spectator area. The 6175 with a great run as well there, Josh. They're having a cracking run in that position. Tony Patterson, Bridget Sleeman in the RZR. And Henderson in the Ever Willing entry, the Class 4 truck. Jamie Henderson, Erin Henderson in the Pro 2 truck. So something to keep in mind is that is a Pro 2 truck being modified to suit. So it was actually a short course truck in America, now racing in Australia as a long course truck. And they've done quite a bit of racing now. Richard Tasson having a good crack there in his Can-Am as well. 699, Kevin Waters off the line as well. Lachlan Water is at the wheel. Can-Am X3. Again, you can see these long travel suspensions soaking up all that roughness down there. That's Mick Marson, the single-seater. I heard the angry little bee there. The Racer Engineering chassis, again, single-seater. And great to see Mick. He said that he's never missed one. He wasn't going to miss one. So while the big Unlimited cars out of action, he decided to run his 10. He had a great result there at Gundawindi, Josh.
Yeah, well and truly inside the top 10.
The 44 also of Kelvin Kruger. Tom Kruger in the passenger suit, the Super Boot. On screen is also Chris Colburn as the hectic rush truck runs through in front of us, Josh. Still plenty of trucks and unlimited cars left to come through here. The 170, so there's the Mendham entry. David Mendham at the wheel. That Polaris Pro definitely sounds very unique coming through in our headphones, doesn't it, Josh?
Yeah. It is a, very easy to select the new Polaris Pro R, the way it sounds. We got the Bat car coming through as well as we cut to Kent Battle in the live stream.
Yeah, that's so good. All the inboard, we get to see all the action. These guys, they actually do have a GPS up today, Joshua, and but we do see all their in-car stuff. Great to be able to see the different options in there. Sequential gearbox, obviously, and it's got a cutting brake or a turning brake. Got that healthy Brink 6-litre in that thing. So we will have plenty of in-car today. And again, make sure you grab both put a couple of screens up is what I was saying, is get the live feed going have a chat to us on Facebook. And also, make sure you got Kent's live feed up and the timing. So you want to have your iPad and your iPhone and your laptop and the big screen. Make it all happen because Don River is cranking today.
It's cranking every day down the Don River.
Matthew Lawless on the line with Clayton Calland as well, about to get off for the ceremony, or off for the ceremonial start.
He's 22.
So good. Brad Belcher. We missed him yesterday. Unfortunately, the car, for whatever reason, it was in the showgrounds. Never made it out of the showgrounds, so they had an issue yesterday. But a very fast driver out of Townsville. So the 22 Jimco is lined up and going to get off the line, which we're excited about. Richard Hackoon is also off the line here. Down in the river now, I want to say, in the old Jimco 2000. This old girl has a soft spot for us. It is a very cool car. The 1136 of Joey Bulmer off the line as well. Joey in that racer. One to keep an eye on.
I believe Simon Knight might be sitting in the passenger seat.
Oh, well, there's a good combination right there.
A couple of good Gundy boys.
The Gundy boys.
Yep, Simon Knight.
There you go. Absolutely. So keep a good eye on them. Joey knows how to stand on the gas. Seems to come good second half of the race, always.
And Simon also last year finished third overall here in his Aussie 7.
That's not a good start right there, Joshua. One of our vehicles.
Not stopped. It was just a freeze frame in the
old
live
freeze
stream.
That will get you. Ivan Robinson, stand on the gas. The Mickelfab truck, beautifully turned out. Is that Sant? 1144.
Yes.
Yep, the Carbon Racer. So a few of these cars, if they've got an 11 on the roof, most of the time if you're looking at what is essentially a pro buggy, it'll be they've pushed up the class because of the 7-litre rule.
Same with the trucks.
Same with the trucks, that's exactly right. So a lot of these new trucks running Australian, like Hendry, what did the Westline boys said they got war speed motors in their car? So quite cool that they're all running Australian-built motors. And the war speed guys are off the line now.
You see the 104, the Honey Badger, make its way through the spectator viewing area, that initial road crossing as they head off, and now McCosker as well off the start line there. That's Hughes. He's done a great job there, Daniel Hughes. He's a long way up. You know, when you got Kent Battle breathing down your neck here at the Don River Dash, you've put yourself up in a position to be able to have a good race. That's for sure. Yeah,
so cool to see these guys right up the front. There's a lot of North Queensland paces. We jump on board with the Nortrans entry. See, he's got his hand on his turning brake there. So now sequential gearbox going up through the gears. Again, this is only a ceremonial start, so you'll see that he's just warming up all the oils, making sure everything's good. Navigators waving to the crowd, rockstar.
He did spend a lot of time waving to the crowd yesterday. So if you want, like Dan said, if you're wondering why they're just cruising along here, ceremonial start, you hear that Brinks Performance V8 just idling along. Now that'll be Andrew Cummins dropping into the riverbed.
Yeah, mate, would make sense in the Geyser Brothers truck.
Oh, no,
that's
Kildy.
Killer. Yep. Absolutely. But it didn't have that body style like a geezer.
Yep. So you see, this is great, these shots overhead. Gives you a bit of an idea of the speed difference there between some of our more limited classes getting off the start line. Now, that's due to the fact that they are limited classes. They're limited in their motor, their horsepower, their suspension travel, their modifications, where these bad boys are basically unlimited.
Look at the size of the suspension travel. We're talking about some of these trucks have 30 inches of rear suspension travel, which is absolutely insane. See Kent making his way down towards the river now, still on that
long road section.
Long road section. Wow. Now that truck is out in the Digleys. He was carrying the speed. Is that Ivan Robinson?
Yes.
Very cool. Obviously showing the way that he's going to attack.
Sant right behind him. As we see Tony Falaba in front of us at the moment in the crowd.
There's just action everywhere, isn't there, Josh? Everywhere we look. Yeah, again, Ivan Robinson just attacking that big drop. Didn't get off the gas at all.
Well, he said he was going to stand on it. I tell you, it would have been a great enjoyment for him as well to get to take a legend of off-road racing on motorbikes like Longy, Ivan Long, for a ride yesterday, just to get some of their perspective as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Longy, absolute killer. And yes, very cool. Hopefully, we will have him back in the commentary box for the motorbikes, which is brilliant. Now have a look at this. He's going to pass while he's under the timing markers. Oh no, there it is there. So he's just gone under the timing markers on our live stream. Drops down into the river. And we are on board with Kent Battle in the 31 Nortrans element. Straight into it, Josh, too. It is rough and ready right from the start. Drone can't even keep up with the element. Picking gears. How good is that? The 40 in front of us too, Josh, having a cracking run there. Those boys should be very happy. Daniel Hughes and Mitch Upton in the Southern Cross Mark V. Have a listen to that Brent's car.
Isn't it insane that it looks smooth, and then we cut to the in-cab and you see just how much work those boys are putting in? Yeah, we're just going to go quiet and ride along with Kent for a little bit here.
Josh in front of the spectator area. Royden Bailey and Kai Camilleri have come past in front of us. And now we're dropping in with none other than the Cummins entry. The fastest man on track yesterday. Now, interestingly...
That does mean we haven't seen Talbot Cox.
Correct. We heard a rumour that he wasn't going to start today, so that is not very good at all. So, unfortunately, the 16 not starting today. But, interestingly, what it does mean, Josh, is that Nick Cummins has left himself a gap. I think that's very strategic, and he's now going to try to run as hard as he can to get on the back of Kai Camilleri.
Yeah, he knows that he's in the box position here. Yeah, left himself a bit of a gap. Now, am I going to say now we can draw a bit of a conclusion here? We haven't seen Talbot Cox, but we do have a chopper flying around?
Yes, yes. Yeah, listen, Joshy's definitely looking at me strange. I'm agreeing. There's something unusual with that Cummins entry. Might not be bad. Did you notice there was a little bit of moisture coming out of the back breather on that chassis rail as well? Those trucks do run a breather through the tubes, and it looked like it was breathing a little bit heavy, but surely not. Might just be warming up in the morning, just stretching the ring gap out a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. We won't go too far too early, but it just, it didn't quite sound as crisp as what it did yesterday. But I tell you what, talking about sound and crisp, 6 litres of Brinks Performance
Fury.
Pure magic as we ride on board here, the Nortrans Racing on board. Kent seeing what Huddy's doing. He got on the phone, he rung up, he said, what have I got to do to make one of these cameras appear in my car? How good is this?
Yeah, we got the siren going, so they're on the horn already. Going to get past, but it shows just how hard it is to pass when the paces are quite similar. Kent's obviously made up this time. So that'll be the super boot, won't it, on 40?
Geez, I tell you what, Hughes got some motor as well. But Kent just committing to that line there.
Yeah, that's awesome footage, ladies and gentlemen. Again, how good is it that just a couple of years ago we did not have this, and now we are riding on board at the 6th Don River Dash, the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash. One of Australia's premier off-road races. Absolutely enjoyable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it looks like down here on Telegraph Road. Is that the name of the road? But anyway, we are on the banks of the Don. The guys put in a huge effort here to make this spectator area. We've got food and drink available and all sorts of actions. And it's all thanks to our amazing sponsors that we have here at the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash 2024, the Whitsunday Regional Council, RGM Maintenance, Abbott Point Operations, Bravis and Adani, Pat McDonald Earthmoving. Again, Pat McDonald Earthmoving put in a huge effort and make sure that the area is ready, the racetrack's ready. RFC, Whitsunday Ag Services, Bowen Industrial Hire, Burdekin Motorcycles, Comiskey Mining. Again, they wanted to be the naming rights sponsor and have been previously, but they're also happy to work with everyone. And again, Comiskey they always put in a huge effort there. And Kai Camilleri is part of that crew of the Comiskey Mining Services. Dean Brossi, GPS Leveling, DJ Brazil Proprietary Limited, Dynamic Wheels, Grandview Hotel Bowen, Lindsay Projects, Mercedes-Benz Trucks, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Neil Stone Concrete, Nortrans. Wow, and Booth is already on their way through. But yeah, you might have heard Josh say there was a little bit of smoke coming out of the breather. The Davimac car right there as well. Great run there from that, what is essentially an Ultra 4 car. Again, Neilstone Concrete, Nortrans, North Queensland Hard Facing, RT Refrigeration. We've got Tropic Fuels, Horizon, Australian Operator Training, BQC Quarries, Broick Heavy Diesel, Dialed In Mechanical, Goodyear Automotive, On-Site Rentals, Repco, CoreSafe, Hog's Breath Cafe, Land Accountants, Paul Stubbs Electrical and Air Conditioning, JAP, Jap Suspension, Racer Imports, Salty Sunflower, Summer Garden Cinema, and Tourism Bowen. And guys, we want to keep shouting them out because without them, the race does not happen. If you jump on board and you're going to go and buy something, make sure you tell them that you bought because of the Bowen race, because of the Don River Dash. We'd really appreciate it. Again, we're on board with Kent Battle at the moment on the live stream. So there's plenty going on the feed. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're down on the river, make sure you grab your iPad out or something along those lines. Get the kids off the games and get the live feed happening as well. We're about to see a pass here. Gee, again, you think it's a big, wide river, but that's starting to look pretty closed in that dust, isn't it? What happened to the rain settling the dust? About 100 race cars. About 100 race cars.
50, 60 race cars.
Again, on the siren here, Ken. Trying to make a move. And again, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out with our live times and all the action that is happening.
Yeah, you see Kent working the racetrack pretty hard, inside, outside lines. Trying to get himself out of the dust. As we cut to Booth on their way back on their second lap. So they've already started their second lap. They're going to bang out some good times, unfortunately for them. Not having much luck yesterday, having a little bit of an engine issue. Also seems like they're having a little bit of an issue now, but mad credit to them. They came into the pits on their first lap, fixed whatever they needed to fix, and got back out there and continued on. So they're still racing for an overall position. As coming up here, we have Taylor in that big Jimco trophy truck.
Making the pass right in front of the spectators too, Josh. Making it stick there beside the little 10 car of right.
But isn't that amazing? Like, we just had a pass there, and the 10 car really didn't have to get off the gas, didn't have to lose time to be able to let that big Jimco past.
Brett Taylor with a 23.53, Josh. I've got the timing up on race-monitor.com. Jacob Booth still the fastest at the moment with a 23.15. But I imagine we're going to see some guys through here very hard on the push very shortly. Good run from Shannon McNabb too, which is the Ultra 4 car. Darren Wright running through with a 27.27 as well. And Greg Campbell in there as well in his little Class 11. Oh, sorry, his Class 6. 6.51. Ran a 25.44. Just to give you an idea of some of these guys' times at the moment and how they're running. That looks like the Remus Rover entry, doesn't it? Ian Baker.
Yep, the little pro light.
Yep. So nice run there from Ian Baker. Not coming into the pits, so no dramas at all. Sounded like she was singing along nicely. Joshua? Wow, have a look. We just turned our head. There's side-by-sides everywhere at a pro car. That's calendar, isn't it?
Yes.
The 99 is on a charge.
Now, I did receive some news. Yeah, the 99 on a good run there as well.
Yeah, one of our side-by-sides coming in. I think we noted this yesterday, Josh. We think that maybe they don't have enough fuel, so they come in every lap and fuel up.
Yeah, if you're running the standard tank in these Polarises, it's probably a fairly, thirsty job. Hold one of these things flat all the way around in that big heavy sand. But yeah, Calendar definitely on a charge there in that 99 machine.
Well, Josh, he just set the fastest lap so far. So 23 with an 01. Ooh. Quite quick indeed. So again, remembering that the first lap is going to be a bit quicker.
Yes.
Because it is a shorter lap than our full laps, but Ryder going around. The rival Inc car. 6.47 past now. That's Booth in the 4.35.
And the 6.15 as well.
And the 6.15 running through as well. So again, Justin Ryder was the first of our Class 6 through there with a 6.27.
Geez, the hectic boys in the 4.69 there in that older pro truck.
Yeah.
Geez, they're on a bit of a mission as we see Taylor rip back the other way. He's got a bit of the bit between his teeth. I wonder if he's trying to chase down a bit of another Northern Territory feed there of Booth, as we see the Anthony.
Yeah, the Westline Geyser.
With the flat rear tyre. Oh,
yes.
Now, unfortunately, it looks like the Divi Mac car slowly coming back in front of us as well.
Yeah, we never like to see that. That's no good. It was going very well there. There's the right car going back down the river, though. So hopefully nothing too major. But again, that's why they were out of position. Obviously a very fast car, this Ultra 4. The guy's just getting on top of all the... I suppose that's the problem, is there is some moving parts in an Ultra 4, isn't there? It's got a transfer case. This car can actually climb over rocks, which is pretty wild.
You can probably hear through our mic, sounding relatively healthy still. So So no major
we're not
clunks or
we're not
bumps
looking
coming
at
out of
something obvious, no.
it. Yep.
Oh, that smells very oily.
Oh, yeah.
So if you've got smell-o-vision and just smelt what we did, they've obviously got some sort of oiling issue. Hopefully nothing too terminal. Calendar
getting a
little loose, definitely.
Now, I did hear some information. They've obviously done a lot of work for that car. That's the ex-Ryan Taylor Razorback.
Is it really? There
but
you
it's
go.
rear-engined now.
There you
when
go.
Ryan owned it, it was mid-mounted.
Very cool. Well, it's good to see that. That's a car with a lot of history. Have a look at Kent. Kent is moving on that in-cab. The 6195 now off and headed for a second lap. Again, the 6195. We're keeping our eyes peeled down towards the west there, down towards the train bridge. Spectator area is packed. Hope you're having a great day. Again, if you're just joining us on the live feed, welcome. We hope you're enjoying. We had a lot of people from all over. We actually had some comments. We had Papua New Guinea and California. We had mates tuning in. So, again, join us on the Facebook page and let us know where you're from. Love to give you a shout out. The 610, 610. Got Liz Havey on the feed as well. So the Havey's fantastic competitor's been up here a few years. We can't wait to have you guys back and running again. The 682. Now, Josh, Sun City Power Sport. Am I on the right track that they're also people that are doing very well on a motorbike?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that Cummins on our live stream? Just slowly plodding along there.
It does look like it.
Brenthal, 2 wheels up. Yeah, unfortunately looks like not the pace we would expect.
No, not good at all. Not what we'd expect.
Now, I did also just get some information from our roving reporter, Billy Geddes. He sent through a photo. Looks like the western entry has stopped. All out of the car and okay. Now, if that's... Once again, doesn't sound very healthy in that motor, does it? If that's the noise we're hearing on the... and making the choice to park it up offline.
Not sure. I think that sounds like a generator through our headsets. Surely that's not through the drone. I don't know, Josh. I'm listening. I'm listening intently. I know what you're saying.
Well, I'm really like,
surely
I'm frothing on technology this weekend with the in-car cameras and everything like that. I'm like, there's no way that wouldn't be sound.
Now, hey, Josh, here's the hectic rush truck. The 1111. Those guys
was a racehorse.
Wow, 1111. And they're making a good move there. I think Hank the Tank Parker has passed us as well. But John Matteram and Jerome Johansson, oh, the little Yammy doing a big leap there out in front of the start-finish.
As well as Solid in one of our Class 10 cars as well. The all Solid built. 6168. So it isn't one of the great things here about the Don River Dash, especially with the reverse grid. You just never know who you're going to see next, who's going to pop up.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, big shout out to all the crew down there. Got some conversation again going on Facebook. Rowan Williams having a listen out. Fear of missing out? Yep, I hear you, bud. We all want to be inside one of these cars having a good race here. Hopefully you can make your way back up here soon. And Talbot Cox in the 16 unfortunately did not start today. We heard a rumour that was happening, and it appears that it's true. So they said that they weren't starting day 2. So not real good. Not sure about the reason for that. Wasn't a crash, wasn't anything like that. It was must have been mechanical, something they physically came in at the end of day one. And Chris from the VIP area, shout out, mate. Thank you very much for being one of our awesome sponsors. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the action, because I tell you what, it is good out here. Whoa, the 807, they're sliding into the pit area. So again, Jack Henderson. I was about to say, it sounds a bit choppy, that motor as well, but that's a helicopter. No, that's what that is.
That's Talbot.
So good.
Got to be Talbot. Can only be Talbot.
Hey, now, a little story. This 3RZ, these boys were looking for a water pump or something along those lines last night on the internet. The shout-outs were going. Well, they're racing, so that's absolutely brilliant. They are racing here today. So the 3RZ is going again and running. So exciting times that they're racing. Oh, the big Pro 2 truck. The 477 having a dead set crack out there. But Mick Marson, is that the updated Grasshopper? Is that what we're calling that thing? The little racer? He's cranking along there, though. He's had some great results. Trucks going both ways. Side-by-sides everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are having a good time here. Hanley coming in, the 665. Hopefully that's just gas and go for them. There's Brad Belcher having a good crack here. Unfortunately not in for day one. Oh, and the little super boot as well of 44. Right up on the back. Darren Angel through as well. Bigger through. Richard Hakoon. Holy moly, boys, it is all happening here right now.
It's all happening, Dan. I see Drew Callender, the quickest so far this morning with a 23.01. That's pretty cool. We had a few big water pump issues yesterday.
Absolutely.
Saw young Trent did an engine in the Southern Cross Class 1, the calendar entry, so he didn't make the start. It was a bit of a shame about, I know you've alluded to, Talbot Cox not being here this morning, two-time champion. Engine drama yesterday.
Yeah, never any good when you drive them in a great position like that, and you've got to make the tough decision.
I think we've just seen a rollover just straight over that car there down to the left end, the recovery over the left of the recovery vehicle. So one about side by side, just had a bit of a tumble. Hopefully they're all okay. Just caught it on the, as I saw Hank the Tank go through, and then behind him was a little roll.
Yeah, no good. There is a big drop off over there, Toby, and that's a tough position to be in. The 1052 comes past in front of us. There's all sorts of stuff happening. The 71 of Lawless. This is the time where it gets crazy busy. Nortrans is in the house.
Have
Holy
a look at Kent
moly.
Battle.
.440 is past us as well. It's a crazy one, boys. Like, Kent Battle's name, it does get joggled around a fair bit. We have a bit of a good time with it, but, you know, often he's not mentioned in these outright contenders, but he has been an outright contender at every Don he has turned up to. And he's been having his, really, if everything goes well at Fink, he's been pushing along there as well. So, the 1144 as well.
James Sant coming through, the racer.
Great run.
Kent Battle, 22 flat.
There you go on a first lap. That's super impressive.
A minute quicker than Drew Callender in the Razorback.
Yep. Look at all the cars he's passed too, boys. Like, Kent Battle was like third off the lot, like, you know, third last. So he's passed all of these cars on track.
And cars that are showing some serious pace, like Ivan Robinson's no slouch.
No, the Cummins Geyser Brothers car, you know, like
past them all.
Yep, it is crazy. Oh. Do you hear that through the headphones? Yeah. Something sounds like it is missing badly.
There's Royden.
Wonder if that was the 44. Because I can still hear something breaking down out there, the Super Boot.
Marson.
I was going to say, no issues for Mick Marson.
Brad Belcher about to make a move.
And then Kai Camilleri, the Red Nut Racing boys, there through as well. So if you are following along at home, obviously the Don River Dash Facebook page, the YouTube stream is going. Nortrans Racing on Facebook if you want to follow along with the Nortrans in-cab as well. Also, the live timing, Dan, where's that available?
Definitely not at Speed Cafe. No. At race-monitor.com is the place to be. And yep, Kemp Battle sitting on top right there. Royden Bailey in second. Don't get confused about that Talbot Cox time. That is not a time from today. So Kai Camilleri right there, Drew Callender. And unfortunately, I don't know if you saw Toby, but we saw the Brenthal parked up on the side of the road near the tractor. So It looks like the Cummins entry is out at the moment, which is no good.
Which means very exciting. Without Talbot Cox, it sort of adds it up. And you look at Kai Camilleri and Royden Bailey. And Camp Battle, sort of the three main players now in the
absolutely
for the title.
Yeah, you are right.
There's only 2 seconds between Kai and Royden. It looks like Royden got 4 seconds on him in that first lead. So now, seriously, it looks like Royden Bailey could be leading the Don River Dash with 2 laps to go.
Geez, but I will say with the vigour that Kent Battle is driving with today, he has every chance of making up that minute and a half that he needs to. He's got the bit between his teeth. If it comes off for him, there's also a fair chance he may break.
He's pushing hard.
But he is pushing extremely hard at the moment.
So as you talked about, he was 43 seconds quicker than any other car on that first lap. So 43 seconds.
In one lap there, he's already chewed out a large portion of the time he needs to make up. And with that aggressive driving there too, he's gotten around some of the faster cars a lot quicker than what Kai and Royden have as well.
Yeah. And the more cars he passes now early on, as you can see, the traffic. The Dan Dunn entry, there's so much going on, these side-by-sides. I reckon we shouldn't be too far away from seeing a couple of our front runners come past us. Sorry, we would have been gone through because there's Ivan Robinson.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're still, I believe Royden and Kai weren't too far behind Ivan.
Yeah, well, here's the Westline Geyser. The McCosker car, the contracting car.
Hughes. Now, Royden here, he's hit some of these slower cars at not a great time.
So this is really opening up for Kent Battle.
It has.
Given him a great chance. So he started 59 seconds behind Kai Camilleri this morning. So obviously with the top 2 outright contenders not circulating, Kent Battle, as you said, is right back in the Don River. There goes Kai. It's great to see him up there, Dan. I mean, it's only his 3rd outing in the gym car. It's a big step up from a Can-Am.
Especially when they've done a lot of work. I believe they've done a lot of work with the Down South boys. Yeah. So a lot of suspension time on that car, and great to see it paying off. Those guys, they've got good people around them. I mean, they're all tied up with obviously Comiskey and Billy Geddes and all those teams. And I think that they knew that they were on the wrong track initially, and they've sorted it out.
Isn't it crazy? You see so many cars come through and then there's like those 30, 40-second lulls where there's no action. It's crazy. John Cry going through in the back cart. So Kent Battle, the quickest this morning. As you said, that Talbot Cox time is not correct. So I honestly reckon, Dan, there could be about 20 seconds between our top 3 outright contenders with 2 laps remaining of the Don River.
Isn't that amazing?
24.
And you got to remember, Kent Battle stopped on lap 1 yesterday, fixed his car and got going again. That's crazy. Impressive.
Yeah.
He is having a real crack here this year. Which I suppose is a funny statement because he's having a crack every year, Toby.
I've never seen him not have a crack.
Not having a crack.
No. As we talk about, but he's had that sort of reputation of always being, he's never really been a front runner, has he? Like he's always around that, I think, around that sort of 7th to 12th position, and has a big Sunday finding himself around that top 5, which is, I'm sure he's seeking that first podium, the iconic Think Desert race. But
absolutely.
First of all, he wants to get his first big major win here at the Don River.
Well, especially when he's a Townsville boy, so, this is the home track, isn't it? Like, this is the local, so I think it's something he's been working on his way towards since the very first one.
Now, I suppose it's like you hear the Chapmans and all those guys that want to win the Gundy 500. This is the race for the North Queensland competitors. Like, these guys, Kent's been around for a long time, started in Class 8.
Yep, very competitive Class 8 racer. Has won his class at Fink there. cutting to Kent's in-cab there. Did look like he got off the gas for a second, but doesn't seem to be too much concern going on. Oh, there's a bit of resetting going on there, Josh. Is that like danger to manifold? Slam the laptop shut? Is that what's going on in there?
Yep, some bolts are going to fall out.
We saw that a bit yesterday early on too, didn't we?
We did.
Towards that middle part of the second lap.
Definitely. And it's funny talking about the fix thing, so that's the sort of stuff that goes on.
Yeah.
It's crazy. He had a real horror run on the way down there this year and then put himself in a position. He was right up there, he's in that top 5, 6th position sort of thing on the way home. And it always leads you to, what could have been.
Yeah.
The car's obviously well developed now, and again, he's been doing a lot of work with the Havies. We were talking about those element cars yesterday, but if you wanted to buy a package, what a way to do it. And again, these great shots, how good is it?
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, you get to see all the different passing lines and lanes, and absolutely amazing.
As I drove in there again, Dan, the amount of people that are on this fence already, as we just go towards 9:30 local time here in Bowen, it's quite remarkable the support they get from their local community, and it's only going to build for the years to come.
Yeah, I just love these overhead shots we get. The in-cab and all the drone action, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's slowed down too much there.
He's back in the dust and making passes, isn't he? So
We do see that. But the Navi's had his hand there. Obviously, that I think that red button that's just beside the keypad there is also the siren. So I think the siren's in that top right-hand side there. So the hand does sit there a little bit as well. So.
Hey, Corey, just got a question on the internet, and it says, what speeds are these guys doing? Most of these guys are in this sand. The numbers that I've heard is like the trophy trucks will max out about 180, 185, and then these pro cars, I think Kent Battle was telling us he just clipped 200 the other year, didn't he, Josh? Some of the big turbo cars could probably do a little bit faster, but I won't lie, we actually haven't seen. Well, it'd be interesting to talk to Aaron Havey about that, actually. Maybe Liz Havey can chime in on the Facebook chat and tell us what sort of speeds they expect to see. But again, the numbers I seem to hear is about 200 k's an hour is pretty flat because of the sand. Whereas at like a Gundy, you can see some of these cars get up to more like the 230, 240 sort of mark along fence lines on the hard pack, particularly the turbo cars.
See Cooper Weston come through, Dan. Stephen Kildy. A couple of our...
No, Kildy. I was going to say, when you... So Billy Geddes texted in and said that Cooper Weston was stopped out of the car. No worries, but had stopped. And but yeah, you're right. Haven't seen Kildy through at all, which is a bit of a shame.
That'll be our first car through for lap 2. Jacob Booth. He had some issues yesterday, but our first car is commencing their final lap of the Don River.
Yep. 25.49. So that's a nice quick run, although... I suppose it's still about a minute and a half slower than our fastest times yesterday, wasn't it? So the guys were running in that low 24.09, 24 flat, that sort of thing. So
it's heating up though. The battle, Bailey and Camilleri. Those three are going to really battle it out here. Hopefully they can all bring it home. Adds to the intrigue of this great race.
Yeah, absolutely. What a race.
Royden Bailey in a similar situation the last year as well, Louise. He sort of found himself not at the top of the pack after day one. I think he was third outright the same position last year. So obviously starting out a fourth today.
Yeah, good position for him really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It seems to work for him. And again, he does have the horsepower on tap to wick it up if he needs it for the last lap. Pretty cool with the air-shifted Hollinger in that car. Something a little bit different from the normal sequential Albans.
As we just cut to that little bit of in-cab there of Kent, you can hear motor sounding strong, so maybe you did see him push a couple of buttons on the dash a little while ago, so maybe whatever issue there has cleared itself.
Ran out of nitrous. Had to change the tune real quick.
Was probably putting more boost into his
boost,
turbos.
Yes. But again, it will be very interesting to see. And again, the other factor of that is, Toby, like now Kent's starting to get into those slower cars. We were actually talking about to Talbot last night about this, and there's no question, coming up on the limited classes are easier than passing a car that is essentially the same speed as you.
Yeah.
So, now, like you can see, he's got in that dust and essentially out of that dust.
Yeah. Whereas the cars Kai and Royd have sort of got to do that ahead of them. So
That's right. And they're trying to chase through Kent stuff as well. So that's the rush truck. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I was saying that's the rush truck there. Did that just pull over right in front of us?
It might have, yeah, just behind those shrubs.
Yeah, it's behind the shrub trees. That's always the commentator's cursing, and you start talking about it. I was going to say, they were going so good when they came past us, like that rush truck with a 7-litre. What a great combination now.
Yeah.
You know, all Australian built. You can basically drop it off to Luke Hendry, can't you? And he finishes the frame and everything for you. So, build you a killer motor combination.
Kent sounds pretty sweet there, boys. I know you know him better than me, but that element is sounding very nice. You shouldn't be too far away from seeing those sort of front-running cars head back towards us here at the start-finish. See Jacob Booth, he's going to be a clear front-runner here, starting well down the pack today.
Yeah, he'd be having an enjoyable day out front, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Like, really, he's just enjoying everything that the Don has. He hasn't seen too much dust at all. I was going to say Brad Belcher also was on our screen there just before we've gone back to Kent. But cool to see that. Again, another guy that probably is a bit out of position. Brad Belcher, very fast in that Jimco Aussie spec.
See the roosters these guys, Adam and Ken, are getting in the front of that element. It's like these are the Jamie Henderson, the Pro 2 truck they've just overtaken. Just shows you the speed. Like these competitors they're passing, Dan, and no slouches. And Kent's making it look pretty easy out there at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. That car works so well. Brent Taylor's in the house too. Have a listen to that small block Chev.
Sounds a treat, doesn't it? The 431. So a couple of Alice Springs competitors, 1 and 2 on the track. He had an overheating drama yesterday. Sorted all that overnight.
Well, there you go. In case you're interested in that conversation before, Liz Havey did chime in, so thanks very much to the Haveys. 1 for listening and enjoying, 1 for the support of the race, but 203. It's their top speed last year, 203.
Hang on, Danny Curran.
Listen, not my first rodeo team.
As the 99 of Calendar makes their way in as well. Like you said, these guys had a few little dramas yesterday, the Booth, Taylor and Calendar, so a little bit out of position for where they should be, but what an enjoyable Sunday. Like, you've finished your laps, you're down a little bit, but then you get the joy of getting basically the Don River Dash yourself. But as we look, you'll be able to see, he can see Taylor's dust in front of him, so he'll want to do his best to try and chase that down. I reckon he's got one more lap to make sure those truck dorks understand who the cool kids are. Us buggy boys.
Drew Calendar, Dan, he's had a good year this year, but Adam Mackay, second at Vertican and a 4th at the Gundawindi 500. So he would have high hopes heading into this weekend. I know a few guys selected him as a bit of a dark horse to win this Don River Dash edition.
Yeah, they're always pretty quick, hey? They've come through very big performance crew. A couple of cars there.
Another one that had an issue yesterday. Not exactly sure, but Greg Campbell 2 laps down.
Greg Campbell at the wheel of that one today, Toby, and his daughter in the passenger seat.
Yeah, Tori's in the navigator seat.
Yes.
Usually it's Lachlan, his son, but I think he's...
Well, Lachlan's been doing a bit of steering lately too, hasn't he? Which is always great.
Second in Class 6 for the Australian ARB Championship and down to Millicent in a couple of weeks. He's a good little peddler.
Good heritage right there.
Yeah, definitely.
Or pedigree, that's what I was going to say. Pedigree. If you're looking at to buying a horse, you know, wouldn't be too far off.
The GRC Motorsport,
yes.
Isn't it?
Have a look at that footage. They are sorting, boys.
You just never know. Kent Battle could be on his way here. A bit towards his concluding stages of lap 2. Josh, I don't think he'll be that far away. What sort of goes through Kent Battle's mind here? Is it just full steam ahead?
Not much Kent Battle's head. No, he's a very smart, calculated man. He'll be looking after himself, making sure that he is driving that car very well.
What's going on, legend?
So I am Kent Battles navigator. Was yesterday, and Seaton Battles in the car. So
Seaton's got the whip out.
Yeah, very good. So tell us a bit about yesterday. Come on over here. And for yesterday, how was it riding with that Hellman? He's a bit of a wild man, isn't he?
yeah, it was wild. I mean, we had a bit of a mishap, done a lead down the other end just before the turnaround. So
that was on lap 1?
That was lap 1, yeah.
Yep.
So we just had a lead, touch the exhaust, and started arcing out. And,
yes.
Just threw a lead on it, and he obviously got him going a bit. So
awesome. Now,
good.
The move here is Seaton Battle in the fastest seat. 1, plenty of motorbike skills there, but 2, getting prepped because the new car's on its way.
New car is on its way. It's slowly getting bits and pieces done, but hopefully next year we'll see him drive.
Awesome, mate. And that'll be Nortrans with a 2-car team.
Yeah,
so first big race next year would be looking to be Fink, wouldn't it?
Not too sure yet. We're still motor and boxes in, still a lot of plumbing, all electrical, so we'll just see how it all goes.
Awesome, mate. Now, listen, as an insider, you've been out on that track. Can you give us any little tips and tricks down there? Is it wild this year, or is it a bit smoother this year? The motorbike boys tended to say that it wasn't too bad. It was still rough. It's obviously the Don, but as far as that goes, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it's good. It was rough. I mean, we went for look lap Friday. It definitely seemed to be already choppy. I'd say a few bike boys were out here during the week, but yeah, definitely started choppy. So yesterday, lap 1 was a fair bit of chop out there. So it was definitely rougher than I think previous years, but it's been good.
I reckon the other crazy thing we talked about, and Josh was actually talking about, it's funny because we watch you guys go down through in front of the spectator area, and honestly, the car's working awesome, and then you flip to the in-cab, and you guys are getting shaken around and hands flapping. I mean, it's violent inside the car at that pace, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you don't really feel like you're moving around a lot until you do watch the live stream. I went back and re-watched it yesterday, and I thought, I better try and sturdy us up a bit, but the car handles amazing.
That's a really cool car. It's working well now, and it's great to see Kent's definitely come to grips with it well. And I think he's moving here today, so it's going to be a good day of racing, and now hopefully, we see the car nice and easy in.
Yeah, hopefully I think the boys put a good
One last
lap.
question. Did you happen to notice, what were they trying to clear on the screen there?
I don't know. I just said to Huddy before, I see there's a red banner on the dash, but I don't know what it is. But I got the gloves out just in case.
Just
in
case.
Know.
Awesome. So in case they skid in, you guys are ready to go.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, we'll let you go then. It's absolutely awesome
mate.
to have you in the commentary box.
Appreciate it.
We'll see you guys at the finish line.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, there you go. That is a great insight there from Adam. His normal navvy, and so good that Seaton in the car as well. So that's a brother combination running there at the moment. Kent, the older brother, Seaton, an absolute hellman on a motorbike, has raced the Don on a motorbike a couple of times. Some good finishes as well, and does the off-road tours up to Cape York. So if you're ever in line for a tour up to Cape York there, jump on. You never know, you might get to ride with an off-road legend like Seaton Battle. As the 1059, the right car comes through there. That Class 10 Battle still alive.
So I reckon any moment now, boys, we should see one of our leading cars are going to be Kent Battle. Hopefully, looks like he's still moving very nicely. Great to get an insight there with Adam Franklin. What a ride it would have been for him yesterday. Great to see, as you said, the brothers doing their thing out here nicely.
Now, there's a man that would be able to read the terrain, Seaton Battle.
You reckon he's told Kent to slow down yet, or he said stand on the gas a bit harder?
He said, if we fall off, what's the worst that's going to happen? The cage is good.
Very cool to see, though. Like you said, these two actually together, very cool, calm, collected sort of boys, these ones.
Bits of polar opposites.
Definitely.
Going to be the first time maybe they've been in the car together, or back in the day they might have.
No, I think it'd be the first time.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't seen them race together before, so. And again, I think it would be all about getting Seaton some seat time to sit in the car.
Just had some news for you, boys. Ivan Robinson is out with a snap timing chain on lap 2, so it's a 471, the Mickelfab Raptor.
No way, that's a shame.
Shame, he would have been right up in that sort of 5th, 6th position too after that first lap.
Yep, and probably leading class too.
Yeah, definitely, yep. And now Stephen Kildy's out of Class 4, so that really opens up the Class 4 battle here this morning.
Yeah, remembering that the Cummins cars, in case you're questioning that, all the Cummins cars were up in Class 11, running in that ultimate class. So the Class 4s will be 6 litres, so very, very cool. Have a look, Hank the Tank on his way down the river as well. It's the only car that you get to see a bit of black soot out the pipe. Everything else looks white. Nope, not Hank, he's on her.
And the black soot is a good sign for him.
Yes, that's a win.
Hank done a locker in the rear diff yesterday too on that last lap, so fortunately dropped a lap out of contention, but still looking for the Class 7 honours. Looks like Ian Baker and young Jai Callan, they're going through in the 699.
Good race there. Shows how competitive they are between those side-by-sides and the Pro Lights, Class 1s. There you go. Good to see that rush truck still going. That was the one that I thought had stopped on the side of the road there for a second.
It's that John Madaram entry.
Madaram, yep.
They're out of Cairns. Great to see those, the hectic racing guys. I think that started with 6 cars at the start of the event. That's pretty cool. Very unique in Australian off-road to have a 6-car crew.
And Toby, the 682 just went through Brett's Story. And the cool bit about that is he's doing well in his class and he's actually going really well overall on the bike. That's pretty crazy for those guys.
He's another one of the sort of locals, isn't he, based out of Townsville?
Townsville, yeah. Sun City. I'm sure it's Sun City.
Yep, Townsville.
Justin Ryder. I think he had a bell issue as well yesterday, 6:27. He saw him come through here yesterday morning pretty quickly. Always beautifully turned out Can-Ham, isn't it?
And it's fast. He is always very, very quick. Here's Booth too, Mark Booth.
Doesn't look like he's going at full race speed, Dan. He might took a bit easy over that final jump.
Now, boys, out of interest, that's got all the lights turned off on that, almost like they're trying to conserve power or something along that. Maybe they've done an alternator.
Yep, here's Belcher.
That thing moves nicely, hey. Now, I'm throwing Josh or Toby, if you know, you let us know, but is that the ex-Hendrix motor? Like, you know, Hendrix, is it... They had it used to have PWR on the side of it.
Yes.
I think...
you could be on the money there,
yeah. And like OBR had it at one stage. Oh, got a little loose over that jump there.
Not exactly sure. Is this our Kent? It looks like Kent Battle.
Definitely Kent Battle.
James Mockford and then Battle. Have a look at Kent. This could be a big moment in the career of Kent Battle. 1 lap remaining. And he's just going to leave it all out there, isn't he? He knows he's 50 kilometres away.
Yeah, absolutely.
He would have saw the Commons truck, I presume, on the side of the track. And
well, that's good news for Adam there as well. Like he said, he was prepped, gloves in the hand, ready to go in case they had to do a lead or something like that, ASAP on the car. But Kent just streaming right past there. And like you said, didn't hear any sounds or anything unusual come out of that Briggs Performance or Albin's gearbox on that Element car.
24.45 for the boys on that lap, so pretty happy with that.
So we just got to wait and see for the time of Camilleri and, of course, Royden Bailey. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to come down to the final seconds. It's like the other one of our hectic Class 4 truck by the look. Callum Dobson's the driver.
Yeah, he's coming in. I was going to say, they came past very fast on the first lap, Coach. And, obviously coming in for the pits now, so maybe something wrong there.
What are your thoughts on the green? Don't mind it?
Yeah, looks good. Stands out,
doesn't it? Yeah.
Yep, definitely pops, makes it obvious who it is. I always like that.
It's like the South Australian crew, the Ben Nixon entry. John Madaram over the other side there. Dan having a nice run in the 1111, the rush truck. I think it's literally done a bit of testing on Friday morning. That was all they've done. And
looks like Kent dropping back into the river there.
Yep.
Getting around the Booth truck.
So where are our next lot of front-running cars?
Yeah, it does seem like a long time. We were expecting obviously the likes of Clyde Camilleri.
Is this the battle between Bailey and Camilleri? It's hard to gauge from here, isn't it? But
it does.
Two very quick ultimate cars by a look.
Mendham might be in there as well.
Yep.
Well, Mendham and then
Oh, no,
Sand.
that's sand.
Sorry, it's a sand entry.
Yep.
And the geezer.
Yep. From a distance, the racer at James Sant doesn't really look like a
No.
racer, does it? There's
Roy
Roy Bailey.
So where is Kai Camilleri?
Now you say, now Royden's got a little bit of drama because he's catching those cars that are still really quick, and Kent's just running his own race.
Yes.
So it is really, really advantage Kent Battle here with a lap remaining. But Kai Camilleri,
Particularly where Royden's going to catch
Yes.
them when it drops into that sort of single
Yep.
lane where they do the turnaround up there.
and look at Kent, he's literally
Got clean.
in a league of his own at the
Yep.
moment.
Yep.
And it is.
Oh, he's pushing hard,
artwork, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going across the back of the track there for the final time.
Yeah.
But the big news is, where's Kai Camilleri?
He's definitely got that front end pop set up, old Kent Battle. Lawless
Laws.
now through.
These boys, Kent Battle has put another, what's that, 50 sort of minute on Royden Bailey on that lap, a minute. So Kent Battle is,
So he's probably
definitely leading.
chewed into that lead, and now
I reckon he's got that sort of 40, 50 second lead over Royden with a lap remaining.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Kent Battle passed Jamie Henderson, about good 15 minutes ago. You can see the difference in the speed.
And he's already going that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. No, crazy. And Henderson is not mucking around.
No, he's
See
having
the
a good
front,
weekend.
The
yeah.
front bar of that Henderson vehicle looks like it's been used a little bit.
Jamie Henderson doesn't mind getting a bit rough and ready out there on the circuit.
Yes. Again, another one of our
And here's
fantastic
Camilleri.
runs.
Here's
Yep.
Kai, yeah. So I'm only going to say he's had a drama, maybe
Yep.
a little drama. Obviously
Yep.
hard to speculate, but he's dropped way back from Royden Bailey.
Yep, stop to look at something quickly. And
Maybe also just hit some slow cars at a really bad time.
So there you go, a 27.14 for Camilleri, which is, that's just under sort of 3 minutes off the pace of Kent Battle's second lap.
Yep.
So here we stand. Kent Battle is literally leading the Don River Dash provisionally with around sort of 35, 40 kilometres remaining.
680 past us now.
Isn't it incredible, this Class 6 class, Dan? They've just come, I think it was 31 entries here this weekend. It's quite remarkable. And when they first come into the sport, nothing against them, but they didn't have that speed and sort of durability and stability. But now they just endurance. They just get out there and they're very, I know they have a few belt issues still with the X3s, but they're doing great things in off-road racing, Class 6, and very popular.
No, you're absolutely right, mate. You know, they come from the factory now that their arms and CVs and bits and pieces are strong enough to take it.
Yep.
Like you said, they're a bit of rolling roadblocks to start off with, but now we see them being competitive and mixing it up with the 10 cars and even some of our 1 cars, which is pretty impressive. Well, the likes of James Cook has won a race outright in a side-by-side, so that shows just how crazy they are. But to be fair, James Cook is a loose unit.
I see James Cook put on one of your posts there on Facebook last night that he's already got the Don River Dash on his schedule, which would be pretty cool.
Good to see that Get car up here. I think it's a car, particularly with a 7-litre, that would excel in this racing. And Cookie, the captain. Captain Cook in the Whit Sundays. It's a match.
It is a
made
match.
in heaven.
Doing big things, James Cook.
So here's Bulmer.
Joey's having a good weekend.
Yeah,
He's
good
got
weekend.
He's got Simon Knight in the Navigator seat, who finished third outright here last year. So a bit of a advantage there for Joey Bulmer.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
A
now
good combination.
Presidente Dan going through Michael Marson.
Yeah, just out
He's
there
just
doing laps.
his thing.
And again, you can see the difference, and not knocking it in any way, shape, or form, but the difference in pace between, say, Lawless and the Nortrans entry, like when they're on the go. Tony Falaba through now as well, which is fantastic to see. No spare on the back of that car, Josh. I wonder if they had to do a quick change.
I did notice that, yeah. Maybe Falaba's had a flatty. Yeah, that was a 28 sort of 40 for Falaba, Dan. So definitely a lot slower than his previous laps and those yesterday.
Yes. And it's surprising how long it takes to get in and out of one of these race cars with the head and neck restraints and the harnesses and the 5 points. Like, it is not a 30-second ordeal to change a tyre unless you are ultimately professional.
So Kai going back the other way.
And I've got to be honest, boys, Kai doesn't look like he's attacking like I would expect.
Yeah.
Wonder if he's just made the decision, well, this is our position, we got to look after this motor.
We're in spot for a podium here.
Risk is not worth the reward for destroying the motor. As you were saying, Toby, look, a couple of 30 seconds or 40 seconds ago, no one on track, and all of a sudden there's 30 cars on track in front of us.
Got quite wet up at the start-finish complex. I don't know what it was like down here when you saw.
It was definitely raining.
Yeah,
We had some rain.
Got pretty damp.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, it was. It's interesting, and now it's blue skies. Like, it is crazy, this race.
He's one of the Class 6 veterans, Richie Tassin, having a nice run.
Always super competitive.
Yeah, he's always up there.
Very quick.
Loves it.
He's been racing a lot too, back in the side-by-side championship days.
Yep. And he's got young Zachy Marsh, the madman Zach Marsh, in the navigator seat. It's always interesting when you put two drivers in the same. I find that a interesting part of a crew when you've got two renowned drivers in the one cab.
Absolutely.
That's the Ryland third entry going through. The super boot of Kruger. Chrissy Colborn still doing nicely. He's always very consistent here on his home event.
And the old 3RZ's gone off the pace a little bit there too. Not as aggressive as it was. Still going good. Again, maybe another vehicle that's like he's in a position that if he looks after it, Class 8's all his.
The Bigger's still going well. So many rush trucks out here, and I know Chris Weston's watching on, and fortunately Cooper didn't have his best of weekends, but he'd be proud to see many of his rush truck builds out on the Don River.
See, there's obviously something wrong with Falava's car, because wasn't Mick right behind him?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that little one car is normally extremely fast, like right up the front.
Yeah.
So that's no disrespect to Mick Marson in the 10 car, but heck, if I was carrying Mick Marson around on my back, I wouldn't be going real fast either.
Well, we did have the conversation too, like the size of that foot. If Mick Marson was on your throat, you'd go as fast as you could to try and get out from underneath there.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what that little Class 10 car.
Yeah, she's upper.
He think the little Class 10 cars thinking the quicker I get these 3 laps in, the quicker I get
a break.
The nicest guy on off-road.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't come and beat us up. Hey, this is a bit of farming community, isn't it, Dan? What do you call a sheep that can sing and dance?
Oh, please tell me, Josh.
Lady Barbar.
Don't laugh, Toby. Don't laugh. Don't encourage. Do not encourage this.
It's hard
nonsense.
because they are funny, Dan. They are funny jokes.
The only thing that's funny is the guy in the commentary box, mate.
On our right.
Correct. Ah, very good.
They've got the Pro R's going this weekend. The Jason Satan, Tony Patterson entry.
That unique sound too, Toby.
Yeah,
they definitely sound very racy, quite sporty.
Like I said, talking to people that have driven the new Pro R's, they say they like the way that they make the power quite torquey with that naturally aspirated 2-litre.
A couple of our back cars going cool. That's pretty cool. Clayton Bestman and John Cry going through. An Ultimate and a Class 11.
That's Pablo. The 303, the hectic racing machine.
That's a pretty cool name, eh? Pablo
Yeah.
We're at the Baja 1000.
Even got the tyre mounted on the roof.
I believe they're Colombian. Not exactly. I think
that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
I believe they are Colombian.
Yeah.
I was talking to the guys on Friday evening. I'm not sure if they're just over here for the event or they're actually...
No, he was racing last year.
Yep.
So I was going to say, I think they're probably local Townsvillians.
Yep.
Part of that
Maybe
crew.
they come and go from Colombia a little bit.
They like boats.
Shipping. Logistics.
Stop it. Stop it. Yes,
You're right,
good.
because if he was, he wouldn't be racing a Class 3.
Yeah, that's the Henderson.
The
entry.
807?
Yeah, unfortunately on tow there. Is that on tow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He came into the pits, I
He
believe,
did.
after that
So-
first lap.
Yeah, but-
Just Press It Racing.
yeah, very cool vehicle, that one. Again, very much in that Ultra 4 Winch Challenge vein. The fact that they can climb massive cliffs and rocks and then go fast in the Don River.
That's
I think it
cool,
makes
eh?
it a very versatile vehicle. Like we're talking about the Davy Mac car, Toby.
Yep.
It's pretty darn cool that they can run, pretty much up the front.
Yep.
And then, and also climb over some crazy boulders that you shouldn't walk over. On board again with Kent Battle, which is awesome. Still going very well. Wow, still a
Little
fair
bit
bit
of-
of
yes.
water down that river.
And that's incredible because they said on Friday there was barely any water in it. So obviously, as it's got chopped out and come
Yep.
to the surface,
Yep, dived into it and created holes.
if anyone's going to find it, it's Kent Battle because he's on a mission.
Absolutely.
It's hard to stand here and not put the commentator's curse on, but Kent Battle's working his way here towards probably his biggest moment in off-road, you can nearly say, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he gets it done.
Yep.
Hey, I just got a message from Dan McKenzie from Comiskey Mining Races. He's just saying, how good is it that 3 buggies are up the front? It's pro buggy world out here, unlimited cars. Really, I don't know. Where are the trucks? I don't even know
The
where
buggies,
they
what they do is they just sit on the trucks and press them.
push them until they break.
They break.
Heard that before, Joshua.
But great to see Kent with Seaton in the car as well. I know Kent has been an avid, what's the right word I'm looking for here? Supporter or avid presser of getting Seaton into a car. He believes Seaton, with his talent on a motorbike, has the ability to drive one of these race cars at the pace to be up the pointy end. So great to see Seaton getting in the car and getting experience. We're excited to see Seaton there as well. So great to see the two brothers out having a good run here at what would be considered their home race, their local race.
Yeah.
Here at the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash. The Nortrans Racing on board as well as he hits that turnaround.
He's on his way home, ladies and gentlemen.
25 kilometres remaining for Kent Battle. As you
The
talk
brothers just hold hands. That's sweet. How come you won't do it with me there?
Me, mate.
Oh.
Don't touch me. What a weirdo. No, it's very cool to see the Nortrans entry going so well again. It's a long, still 15 minutes or so. There's still a lot that's going on. But he's done a lot of laps here.
Be interested to hear Seaton's perspective
Very
on
interesting.
having to sit in the passenger seat, not be in control.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah. And even the differences between the motorbike race and the car race. Seaton has had some awesome stuff go on. Have a look at that suspension working, Josh, on our live feed. That is nuts. Boys, how good are those Element cars?
incredible.
Yeah, I said he's raced his car plenty of times now, and even he said it still constantly surprises him what it's capable of doing. Now, an interesting fact to note as well, getting pretty rough and chopped up here, Kent also still running on 35s.
Here's our first car to finish, Josh.
Oh,
Drew Callender. He's
Callender,
in the
yeah.
house.
Yeah, that's so awesome. That's good after a tough day
Just sort
yesterday.
of shows you where he could have been if he did one of those weekends of what could have been maybe for Drew Callender.
So interesting to know, did he round up Booth?
Or has Booth had a drama?
And as Booth had dramas, and we're also missing Taylor as well. So Booth, we've lost Booth and we've lost Taylor, but our first on road. So for those playing along at home with the reverse grid, this isn't unfortunately like a Fink or something like that where it's first across the post. The reverse grid, we will have to wait a little bit on corrected time for absolute overall positions, but G Callender, yeah, a great drive. Like you said, he's got to be feeling confident. Good.
Good
He's
looking
had a
car
good couple
too.
of results.
On those race line wheels there, boys.
Yes.
Got the shinies on. I do like that. Hey, great shot of the West Lime geyser. So it's great that truck is still running fast and clean. He'll be looking pretty solid overall in Class 11 too, Josh, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there was 28 seconds between Bailey and Kent to start Sunday, boys, and I reckon Kent's definitely extended that to sort of around that minute and a half. So Kent Battle, he's just got to bring home the element. It'll be a special occasion for the two brothers.
Yeah, that is cool, isn't it? Anyway, I hate talking about
It's
these
hard,
things.
isn't it?
It is, but it'll be an amazing thing for these guys. That looks like the sand entry with that light up high, that racer. I think it's the 1144.
Yep.
Sand, yeah, all black. Joey's got the green on his, which is how you can sort of tell it apart a little bit.
Like you said, though, different bar on it that does give it that Jimco-esque look. It's a bit hard to see initially.
I think it's James sort of Sants local race as well, based up at Port Douglas, I believe, so a few hours north.
Toby, it's interesting with Mick Marson and Talbot, like they were the bit of the OG races around here. Obviously, there's always been a good North Queensland Super Series, but you know those guys stepped up and got into the pro buggy game or the ultimate game, unlimited game, and then now it's really grown, hasn't it?
Like you got like Brad Belcher, Ken Battle, like North Queensland. It's
all the hectic crew, you know, Ian Sant. Yeah, exactly like you're saying. These guys from North Queensland, there's some. Now
you've got Kai Camilleri, young Braden Misford in the Class 10. There's some serious talent up here, and sure Mick Marson and Talbot Cox are very proud to sort of, people have followed them over the years, and they've done great things in Aussie off-road.
They have run right up the front. I think the other thing that they've done is they've really stepped up the game with building pro-class level tracks, even if it wasn't a pro race, if that makes sense. Like Burdekin is a brilliant race. Josh and I back into the hills. If you ever want a good race to go and race a pro car at, the Burdekin 300 is brilliant. It is got some serious whoops in it.
Yeah.
Got some big jumps, got some big gully crossings. You got to man up and huck the fence line. Like, there's some good stuff in there.
Looks like next of our vehicles, I reckon, for a finish.
Yeah, the Lex P1000 having a good
They
run.
might have a lap to go.
One to go, yeah.
Well, maybe. We did have some people get extra excited Actually, Callender was one of them, wasn't it?
I think so.
They banged out...
Dave Mendham as well.
And
Yes,
Hughes
Mendham.
as well. We had a couple of people that banged out an extra
Half
a
a
lap.
Yeah.
An extra 5-10 kilometres. Why wouldn't you want to, though?
Yes.
Don River Dash, Saturday afternoon.
Don't let it end.
Dave Mendham's son Alex rang him up yesterday and said, "Oh, you didn't have a bad run, Dad?" And Dave said, "Yeah, no one passed me on the last lap. He was the only one on the track. He's done the extra lap."
So good.
You idiot, he said. Give Dad some numeracy skills, please. I went over and checked the dash this morning. He had 3 little bits of tape.
Crosses,
Usually do that on a short course event with 7 or 8 laps, not 3.
Yep, fantastic. Hey, look at that. Kent Battle with the thumb up as he passes the crowd.
Kent Battle.
He's got some crew down there.
Oh, he's singing along, isn't he?
Yeah. Looks very comfortable, which is absolutely fantastic for him. Got the side-by-sides rolling in now through. So, again, this is down our
This might be Greg
start
Campbell,
finish.
is it?
Yes.
Reckon it'll be our second car home.
Yes.
Yep.
It's obviously an issue, as you said, Josh, with the Booth and Brett Taylor, a couple of our
Yeah,
Springs
they've definitely,
contenders.
definitely dropped out.
Greg,
The Booth car looked a little bit oily on lap 1. We commented on it, but I wasn't sure. He went round fast on lap 2, so it didn't seem to be an issue, but maybe it was. Hey, Hank the Tank going down the river for his final lap as well. Oh, here's Taylor here, boys.
Here comes Taylor. Always looking a picture. The ex-fellows trophy truck.
That's a great effort. Big round of applause to Brett Taylor for doing the 6 laps.
They love the Don River. Absolutely love being here in beautiful Bowen. Thumbs up. Looks like Peter Trees is doing a bit of a live stream from the navigator's seat.
So good. They've had a good crack there.
Bit of race fuel in the nostrils on a Sunday morning.
Yeah,
Nothing better.
Better than napalm.
Yeah, I think it would be.
Apocalypse Now, mate. It's a movie far out.
Oh, I gotcha.
Jeez, mate, it's hard work. You don't laugh at my jokes
Oh.
that are hilarious. And that must be hard for you trying to keep that in,
Yes.
not laughing.
Andrew Davis was just commenting, fastest lap today so far, 22.00 from Kent Battle. I actually think, mate, that was his second lap yesterday. Not 100% sure, wouldn't bet money on it, but that best lap time that you're seeing there, that was actually his second lap yesterday. He had an absolute stonker. How he did a 22 flat, I'm not sure. But might have cut the course. We might not need to check the... No, we've got all his camera footage. You know he's not cheating. It's all live and good for the world to see. But that is a stonking time. Again, he ran a 24.45 as his second lap. yesterday. Second lap today. Apologise.
22 flat start.
Have a listen to the noise.
There's the other Booth entry as well. So I think that's Jacob's father, Mark Booth, in the 435. Get towed in by the tractor by the look. But I reckon, boys, we're not too far away from seeing our...
Got to be super close.
And I nearly feel it, the element. Which ones are going to be Kent Battle or Royden Bailey?
Again, what another year for the Havies. They've got to be happy with that.
The elements.
Oh, there you go. Andrew Davis reckons he's right. He's the timing marker, so I won't argue with that guy. If you're timing, you're right.
Shut
I'm
your mouth,
wrong.
Daddy.
I'm an idiot. But he ran a 22 today, so he is on the go. That is very, very quick. So that actually means that, as far as I'm aware, he's done the fastest lap yesterday and today.
Yeah, definitely.
So if he had no issues, no stop, you heard about that stop down the far end. So that's pretty darn impressive. How good's this tractor? You do not get bogged in the river with that thing.
No. And if you do, you're waiting for high tide to get you out.
Yeah, there's not a lot getting you. Now this is the sand entry, isn't it? On the that was running down the river before.
Yeah.
Is that Ian Baker? Oh, that might even be the Burdekin car, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Little Burdekin 10 car.
With the Benning, the McDonald entry.
Nice little car. Probably done a few trips up and down the Mexico Peninsula.
Kent Battle. His fingers up in the air. He's still very busy. And for a track like this, Dan, where it is literally flat out for 150 kilometres, it's still really busy, isn't it, on the wheel?
Yeah, it is. Well, he's under the bridges now, ladies and gentlemen.
So he's very close.
He's about to be in the house.
Here we
go. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Our provisional champion.
How good is this? The man, the myth, the legend, with brother Seaton in the passenger seat. Again, very much provisional, but at the moment, that looks like he is killing the game. Kent Battle. The 31, the element. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, no one on the internet is safe tonight. I'm telling you, if you've got a turbo truck,
if you've got a turbo car on kicks, you are just going to get absolutely blasted. All we're going to hear about is white rhino oil.
Hey, and we joke a lot, but no, there's a lot of people that'll be very happy to see this. Kent Battle, the local. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
It is a V8 buggy car. That's super cool as well. So, there's a lot going on here. He is such a nice guy, Kent Battle, and the whole Nortrans team. They will be unbelievably happy with this result.
Absolutely.
And to have brother Seaton in the passenger seat too.
I tell you what, you saw on some of that in-cab, like you said, we had some of the screen going as well, being able to watch him live, and we could see that he was, Seaton picking lines for him when they were coming up on slower cars. He was doing a real good job. But here we go. We got the family getting over there as we see the 22 come in as well.
Brad Belcher, now remember this will be out of position here. So Brad Belcher, unfortunately not starting yesterday, but had a great run today. Again, shows whiffs of what could have been. Yes. Another Townsville local, which is super cool to have him across the line. They will be very happy with that. So absolutely amazing. What great shots we have down there. Again, all the Townsville locals. These guys basically work out of the same shed, so they're high-fiving.
Danny, with Kent Battle, mate, you are the provisional champion of the 2024 Don River Dash. How does it feel?
Really good. The track got really rough today, which suits this car. Mate, those Habey boys, Australian-built chap. Loving life, mate. Yeah, love it. Got my brother in the car today. awesome.
I was going to say, it must be a special feeling, mate, to have your brother in the car and what it means to your family. I know your wife's here, Shawnee Harris. You've got a great team behind you, Adam, obviously in the car yesterday. It's a great feeling.
No, Adam did an awesome job setting us up for a good run today. We had some issues yesterday. He stayed calm. Yeah, life's good, mate. Love it.
And we talked about in the commentary hut, obviously a couple of your good friends up there, Dan and Josh Curran. This must be your best moment in off-road racing.
Yeah, look, love it. We've never been able to tie it all together here, and I'm hoping it all comes together. We'll see what happens, but we've always had a little issue on one day or another, and showed some really good results. But yeah, hopefully we've tied it together today.
And just quickly, people you'd like to thank, mate. It's been another great weekend, but a lot behind you.
Look, my family, Element, obviously, like I'll keep going on about this car till the day I die. Brings Performance, this 6-litre, I can't say enough about it. Extreme Motorsport, he does the tuning. 12-volt Performance does the data. Cam Ritchie, anyone who's helped, Adam and the crew, Shawnee for flying up every time, and yeah, it's awesome.
Well done, Kent. You are the provisional champion of the Bowen River Don River Dash for 2024.
Thank you.
There we go. Kent Battle, what a performance. Looks like our second car's come through.
Yeah, what a ride. That stuck in dust, and that was fast. That was enjoyable, yeah.
And if you're going to run second, you may as well run second behind another Element. These cars are just incredible, aren't they?
Hey, how good's that? 2 Elements last year, 2 Elements today. Well, we'll see how we go. I think I'm still in second. Hopefully stay there. Yeah. But no, fantastic for the brand, fantastic for the car.
And your run today, you seem like you're on pretty good pace. Obviously, like every year, the dust and the overtaking with the cars on the rivers can be challenging, but your run?
Yeah, really dusty today. We got stuck behind the Westline truck for that whole lap then, and yeah, they just create a massive amount of dust. And anyway, we still had good pace, so pretty happy with that.
And people, you'd like to thank you. You've had a couple of big weeks in North Queensland, heading home with another second at the Don River. It's pretty special.
Yeah, isn't that awesome, hey? Yeah, look, the whole team's been amazing. We wrecked the car last weekend. We fixed it during the week. We got it out here, and I'm pretty happy.
Well done, mate. Proud of you, and doing South Australia proud.
Thanks, mate.
There we go. Royden Bailey, our provisional runner-up for the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash for 2024. Looks like it'll be first and second. Still waiting for third position. I know the Commons truck is in the house, so they'll be very close.
Can't wait to watch Kent drink champagne.
No, we got through. No, we overshot it. They were pointing you in. You just had to do a lift then, didn't you? Yeah. No, it was the other one. It wasn't me. It was the other one. I just got in.
We're just down here with our provisional third place getter for the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash for 2024, Andrew Commons. Well done, mate.
Mate, good on you. Thanks very much. Yeah, I'm a bit shocked actually. I don't know what happened to my brother. I didn't see him, but I'm shocked to be third. Anyway, with the truck went like an absolute bloody rocket. I didn't have to nurse it today. Yesterday we got a bit hot, but the boys that have worked on it for us have just done an exceptional job. Scotty Agars with the shocks, War Speed with the motor. I don't know. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. It was awesome race. A young fella here did a brilliant job navigating, and yeah, I don't know. I'm lost for words.
It's quite an extraordinary result, really. The Elements 1-2, then you guys third. Your brother dropped out. Talbot didn't start this morning. Kai Camilleri, I believe, has had a drama out there as well. A few others have. I mean, as you said, it must have been an incredible feeling to come up here. You're pretty still new to the sport, only your second, third year race. I know your brother was around a little bit before you used to do a bit of navigating for a special weekend for you and the team.
Oh, it is, mate. It is. It's an awesome event. We'll be back as a brilliant place to come and race. We just had a ball. It was rough. It was fun. I'm disappointed for my brother and Rhino. They went really well yesterday and had a fairly good plan, and the boys did a lot of work on the truck, so that's disappointing. But yeah, look, we're stoked just to get on the podium. We haven't long been in it. I've had a couple of last couple of races have been pretty rough, but we kept the panels on it this time, and yeah, happy days.
And how'd Dad drive, mate?
Oh, yeah, didn't really have any stuff up, so yeah, pretty good.
His first race navigating.
First race, and you're on the podium.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Anyone you'd like to thank for third outright, mate?
Oh, mate, the old boy, he helps us all the time. The boys, like our own boys, have put all this together. Will, Lockie, Adam, Tone, Jono, a lot of boys have put a lot of hours in. We do it all ourselves, and you know, it's taken a while to learn, and you're having a lot of stuff ups along the way. But yeah, this is thank you to them. Like I said before, Troy from War Speed, Scotty Agars. Great weekend.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Provisionally third outright of the 2024 Don River Dash. Very, very cool finish for Andrew Commons. Might get a word with James Sant. Like a word, James. Down here with James and Liz Sant. How did we go? You had a great run today. I think you were around that fourth, fifth outright.
Yeah, we had a really good run. It was rough, really rough. That last lap was brutal.
And the racer held up well.
Yeah, love it. Probably firming up a bit. I went and said a lot harder than I did before. It was good.
You've had a pretty good season so far. You had a good finish at Hillston, and this is one of your local events, obviously based at Port Douglas. You must just love the Don River.
We do. We've been there every year. Yeah, we love it.
And how did you drive today?
Awesome. We were just hitting them things and wheel standing. It was awesome.
You just want to keep going?
Oh, yeah, another lap would have been great.
Anyway, well done this weekend, and I'm sure we'll see you back in 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
No worries. There's James Sant. Provisional, I believe, ran fourth outright here for 2024. Down here with one of the veterans, one of the older drivers in the field this weekend, Dave Mendham, mate. You brought her home and you completed the 3 laps well today.
The practice lap yesterday extra was worth it, I tell you, it was worth it. But congratulations to the Westline boys. They've just worked so hard to get a result, so yeah. But back to us, I had my younger son with me and he revved me right from the go. I don't know if he actually swore at me or just how it was, but yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with it.
And you're obviously based in Dubbo, great supporter of not only New South Wales, you just love competing wherever you are. First time at Don River, what are your thoughts?
Definitely coming back, and I'm going to try and bring more because it's unique, really easy going. The best part about it, we're all in that area in the showground, so we can all have our bullshit sessions together. That's what it's about.
And I think you're the quickest Class 1 today. I think Tony Falava maybe had a flat tyre on that second lap. Not exactly sure, but it looks like you finished in the top 10 on today's time. Not exactly sure outright, but you must be very happy where you sit.
I'm just happy to finish. Like, it's my age. Winning is, it's a bonus, but I just like to complete a race and just do my own maintenance, everything myself, so I'm happy with that.
In the Jimco, your first drive in your son's Jimco, so how'd you go?
Actually, it's awesome. Like, it's not like my car. It's got a bit more horsepower than that, so I'm only class 10, but no, it's surprised the living daylights out of me. They're really good. Harder you hit it, the better it bounces.
Great to see you at the finish, and we'll see you back in 2025.
Done.
There we go, Dave Mendham, our quickest Class 1 on Sunday at the Don River.
So again, we're just enjoying these beautiful shots of now what has become the finishers at the Don River Dash 2024. We're only halfway through the day too. Still plenty of races in the vehicle on the auto category, and then we're going motorbike racing this afternoon. 12:30, it'll be
down
cracking
here with
off.
Ian Baker from Amos Rover. Well done. You brought it home. You had a little drama yesterday, but how was that?
That was exciting. Dropped first just after the start line. Lost third as soon as we got in the river and did the rest of it, and second and fourth.
So quite the challenging Sunday by the sound of it.
Yeah, geez, it chopped up down the bottom down there. Once the water got into it, as soon as you come around the corners, it had sort of got around about half a metre deep in nearly every lap this time. So the guys coming in the back of this, they're going to really pay for it.
How's Warren going to go in the Pajero? Should be tough going out there.
He needs to get a bigger shovel, that lad, I tell you. He bogs it that many times, but he's doing the bring it home because we're going for the state championship and he's leading in points, so he just needs to bring it home.
And what a great event for North Queensland, isn't it? The Don River Dash.
Oh, it's magnificent.
They put on a great show.
Oh, they've been awesome. And, the Burdekin Club runs something like this, and it's just getting more and more popular. And it's the more people come out here, the better the event is. I mean, the whole town turned up. You were there on Friday night. It was just packed out. And it's awesome. And from my point of view, it really brings in the veterans up here to get into a health program and show what they can do. And we've got one out there right now who's never seen an off-road race car until yesterday.
And just quickly for those watching at home, I know it's all over social media and you've been around for a long time. Just give us a quick summary of what this called the Amos Rover means.
It's a program that we use, off-road racing here. It draws in veterans who normally wouldn't engage in society. Those who think they're too broken to do things. I've got 9 smashed vertebrae, so it's a bit of an indication of what you can do. And then we link them in with health providers. We give them counselling. We give peer-to-peer counselling, and also give them activity that engages them and gets them out of the home and on the path to welfare.
Mate, well done. Great to see you at the finish, and we'll see you here next year. Here we go, Ian Baker, the 146. Trying to work out our Class 6 champion. It's a bit hard because it doesn't look like many of our front runners are actually home. I haven't seen the Patterson Polaris. Can't see the 699. Lachlan Waters entry, the 699 at Can-Am. So we're just a bit up in the air of our Class 6 champion.
We go like this. Going. Righto, so amazing shots there. Down in, it's not really Park May in the official. Sorry. How can we be taken seriously up here?
Not when the boss man. Not when the boss man's up here, gobbling steaks.
Bigger is here as well, back in the for the final. So having a good run out here. Again, plenty of vehicles. Excellent. Listen, we're going to throw down to none other than the friendly giant Mick Marson there with Toby Cooper.
Brutal.
That's an off-road track now.
So we couldn't walk past the club president, Michael Marson. Mate, well done. Tell us a bit about your Sunday.
That was brutal. I had severe shock fade in the last probably lap and a half, and every time I'd hit a big G out, she'd just stand on its nose. So I just had to sort of come back a little bit and just get her home, to be honest with you. I was probably lucky to get here a couple of times. But good fun. Yeah, no, good fun. And, mate, another good heap of finishes on that rough track. That was pretty good.
And I can confirm one of your good friends, North Queensland, at Kemp Battle, has won the 2024 edition.
Oh, God, we're never going to hear the end of that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, well. Nah, good on him, mate. He's worked really hard and he's supported this race really well too, so it's good to see. And second and third, I haven't really had a look yet.
Yeah, Royden second and Andrew Commons in the guys that end up finishing third, so
yes,
pretty cool.
I saw the Brenthal broken just back on the way back out here, so tough luck for them. They had a good run, but mate, well done to them three. It's brutal there today. That was as rough as you'd get anywhere because it's just so, like Fink is very consistent. This was just all over the shop. You could be hitting a hole over here and then the next thing your wheel's over there in a hole and your car's sort of like trying to talk to you to tell you to slow down.
So the bike competitor's going to have some fun this half?
Yeah, actually some real blunt edge stuff there. So, they'll be right. They, the front runners are good riders and just hope they're safe. That's the main thing.
Anyway, mate, well done once again. Thanks for everything you've done for this event, you and the guys at Burdekin Off-Roaders and the whole township. And, congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Good on you.
There we go. Michael Marson, one of our leading Class 10s. Not exactly sure where he's standing in the outright standings, but great to see the 10:32. We'll just try and get one more word with our Class 6 champion if we can get him, and we'll cross back up to Dan and Josh in the commentary hut. Dan.
Come back and get lunch because you got till 1:30. Now you need to be up there at like 12:30, reset up now before they get there. So you can just come back and relax. 12:30. Right, mate, see you. No, it's Phil. That was the guru. Car guru. I think so, no.
Just down here quickly with our Class 6 provisional champion of the 2024 Don River Dash, Dan Dunn. Well done, mate. I know you wanted this title and you've got it.
Yeah, I tried last year, but just happy with the fuel, and I was back on the mission this year, and hopefully pull it off.
You had a couple minutes lead after the opening day yesterday. You said you had a little drama out there today?
Yeah, we had a good lead yesterday, but lost four-wheel drive for the last lap, half of the last lap, and the two cars behind us got away from us, but we kept them in pace check to make sure that they didn't get that 2-minute gap on us and cross the line. So here we go.
And the track, a couple of our leading cars, Ken Battle actually won the event. He was saying it got really rough out there. How do you find it in a Can-Am?
No, it got rough. Bad G-outs and just front end mainly. He flew past us. It was mob of traffic all together, and the navigator's like, buggy left. Next minute, Nortrans is just over the top of us nearly. And but no, it's good racing out there, yeah.
And this event, I mean, it's going from strength to strength. You must be very proud to be a class champion. It's a very hotly contested Class 6, and people you'd like to thank for the weekend.
Yeah, just like to thank my sponsors, Charter Sales Concrete and Aussie Power Sports, all my crew, family, everyone that made it happen. So.
Well done, mate. Our provisional Class 6 champion for the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash for 2024, Dan Dunn. Well done, mate.
How good is that, boys? It is absolutely awesome that we've got all those competitors and all those.
Oi, well, isn't that funny? Mick Marson, he's been around for a long time, and you don't often see him rattled. But did you see that reaction when he found out that Kent Battle had won the race? He was distraught almost as he knew the reckoning that was going to happen on social media.
Tonight's going to be a long night for everyone. He's so good because he's so well liked as well, and so well, there's a lot of ribbing.
Well, something tells me, I reckon, Dan, there'll probably be a lot going on his meme page.
Yes, correct.
Kent Battle runs a meme page. If you follow along with it, I reckon. So if you're
what's it called, Joshua?
The memes of off-road racing.
And Kent Battle runs that.
I'm pretty sure Kent Battle is the main admin of that as well. So it
makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense that you wouldn't see that reaction if, say, we'd won the race or like Luke Ayres or BT had won the race. But it's didn't see that reaction when Huddy won Fink.
No.
Has that actually ever been mentioned in this live stream that Huddy won Fink?
Ah. So you're telling me the guy
that
runs
the live stream also runs the game at Fink.
Runs the game. I like it with OBR. Fantastic. Hey, Solid's also cruising back in. Probably not cruising. Is cranking back in. He's having a good run. 3 laps there for the little Julia Creek rig. So they'll be very happy with that. All built themselves. That is an awesome little race car. Been racing the North Queensland stuff for a long time.
Now, one of the things that was just getting mentioned, we were talking about Kent Battle giving the thumbs up, but it wasn't actually the thumbs up, it was actually the index finger, and it kind of looked like he was giving the number 1. But I just heard through a reliable source that it wasn't the number 1. He was actually pointing at a little message that you couldn't quite see that's under the underneath the visor of that element. It's a little hashtag that he likes to run. It says turbos ain't. Yeah. And he was pointing to it while he was the top of 5th gear doing about 8,000 RPM.
And that's all the things that make Kent Battle. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoy the ribbon, it's because he gives as good as he ever got.
Absolutely.
Righto, so listen, we're going to throw down and do some more finish line interviews with some of our awesome competitors and Toby Cooper down there.
We're just down here with Clayton Bestman and Simon from 96. How'd you go? First time the Don?
Awesome, just so glad to be finished and got there. That last lap was probably the hardest out of them all. Man, she was getting pretty cut up on the track, yeah.
I know you've only had a second run back. You used to be based in Alice Springs, moved down into Queensland for a second run after St George. It must be cool to be back.
Yeah, no, awesome to be back in the car and everything. We missed a few there, but no, glad to be back and just so glad to be finished.
And Simon, I believe you have a history in Speedway, in the off-road world now. What are your thoughts?
Oh, look, she's definitely a different ball game in the off-road world. 15 years of Speedway going left, and now we're going right and left, up and down. But definitely a good eye-opener. It was unreal to have an opportunity to jump in with the BRT team as a navigator, first-time navigator, but it was, good eye-opener, but had an absolute blast. I'd love to come back and do it again.
And your thoughts of the event first? I mean, it's quite unique, unbelievable. The community and the club and the council, it's, got everything here.
Shout out to the organisers. It's an unreal event, and they've done really well how they, organised it and how the whole thing's gone so smooth.
Even the local shop people and that, like we were running around on town a couple of days before the event getting things, and they're all into it and they're all wanting to support it, and it was so good to see.
Yeah, what do you need? What can we do for you? Whatever. So it was awesome.
And congratulations, you completed the Don River Dash 2024. Anyone you'd like to thank for getting here?
Yeah, just the whole BRT team. Thanks so much. And for this fellow, he did such a good job.
Well done. see us back in 2025, I'm sure.
Hopefully.
If he has me back.
There you go. Clayton and Simon will throw back to Dan and Josh in the commentary box.
Now, boys, we know we've already had a little chat with this legend, but it's great to have you join us up here. That's a smile that is a mile wide, brother. How does that feel to... I don't know if it's the monkey off the back, but, you know, you've been in this position a couple of times, unfortunately, just little things. Heck, even it started off, lap 1 almost felt like a repeat of that pain, didn't it? Oh, surely you're going, how is this my real life? Because you've shown absolute blistering speed. I mean, I'll talk you up, mate. At Fink on the way home, like if you hadn't had issues on the way down, your position would have been really solid on the way back. So you always seem to have a few little things, you know, that just happen because that's off-road racing. Everyone has things like we've got, you know, and now that Nortrans element car sitting on the top step. How does it feel?
Oh, good, finally. Look, yeah, like you said, we never really have a clean run. It's always little issues, especially at this race, and a good speed on one day or the other. But yesterday we prepped, we did everything to the car, and plug lead, I was not happy.
I was going to say, because that's the point. It's never anything like, it's never got a rod hanging out the side. It's never had a broken...
year one.
Year one?
Yeah.
They did, oh, well, there you go. I meant often, but it's always these little things like on the way to Fink, it did a coil pack, and you know, just did a coil pack. And that doesn't normally happen, but every now and then it happens. So, mate, again, to have this run. Now, I will ask, before we get into the celebratory victories and champagne, because I tell you what, it's going to be a bit of a celebration tonight, or what? Or just a quiet night in bed by 8 o'clock tonight?
7:30.
Yeah, 7:30. Very good. Very good. But what I'm saying is, you know, what were you doing on the dash? We could see on the live cam you were doing some resets. What's going on there?
It wouldn't reset. So on lap 1, it's just come up with a PDM fault, which once again I was like, oh, here we go again. But it didn't hinder the car at all. It's just come up and it wouldn't reset for some reason. Every now and then on a really big G out, it'll set an alarm and it resets straight away. But this time was PDM fault, and we just said, hey, we're here, we'll run it and see what happens, and it didn't sort of worry it.
Awesome. And, mate, the other thing that I wanted to touch on is it's crazy. We were talking to Adam before in the commentary box, which was awesome. But, you look at the outside, like when you're going across here, it looks relatively smooth. Your car is obviously working amazingly, which is pretty fascinating considering it's on Foxy's. Just kidding, mate. Just no.
Got the white rhino
It's very well.
Only Queens ride kings, eh?
Well, it's very sorted and very. But then you jump to the in-cab, mate, and man, it looks violent in there. That's a rough track, isn't it?
It's brutal. It's just square edge rough. It's not. It doesn't feel bad in the car. I watched the in-cab bit of it last night, and I was like, wow, that's not what it feels like. Today it was just the square edge stuff. It hit you. But we just threw absolutely everything. We had nothing left today, and the car loved it. Those Havey brothers, holy, they make a car.
They make a real car. They've had some good wins here now, haven't they?
So was that the plan today? Like from your, I guess what we'd say is what we noticed from the opening lap was you were super aggressive. Your passes, the way you'd come up on a car, and if you had to switch to an alternative line and take it and just bang through it aggressively, that's what you were doing to get yourself up into that. Was that the plan today? It was, we know we've got a minute and a bit to make up. We're just going to balls to the wall and send it?
Well, we were actually sitting at the start line, and my little brother was in the car for the first time ever today, and I said, we've got 30 seconds and we can catch Royden, and he said, you know, bugger that, we're catching everyone. And I was like, all right, here we are. Yep. Let's go, you know, so...
And was seeking to help, like, obviously, being you said he's a champion here on the motorbike, obviously being able to pick those lines, his vision forward, so when the A line wasn't available, he was able to guide you through?
He definitely changed the lines that we traditionally take, but just cool as a cucumber. Obviously, it's a lot calmer than a bike because nothing I was a little bit worried, like this, you know, he's been thrown in to that lap on his first time in the car, and it didn't sort of stress him at all. He got a little hyped up at times, which was awesome, and it picked some really good lines for us.
And you're looking forward to, because next year, possibly, I know that you're still in the build phase, but possibly looking at running a two-car team. That's got to be exciting too.
Yeah, it is. We're fairly getting into it, so we've got a second element now. We get Seaton off the bikes, and be back here next year, 2 cars.
Yeah, and he'll be pushing along pretty well too, because that boy knows how to hold it on.
Are you a little bit worried that you gave away some secrets today as to what he's got to do in a car?
Yeah, I think so, but I just want to see him go fast and get off the bike, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned that you've been a big pusher for a long time of this man needs to get a cage around him, but because of his, obviously, like you said, cool as a cucumber, first time in the car, guiding you around, and like you said, that attitude of stuff the 30 seconds, like we're going for top spot. So it must have been a joy to have, Seaton in the car with you as well. So tell us a little bit more about the element. So this, one of the cool things about this car is it is essentially all Australian.
Yeah, so Australian-built chassis. The motor's built locally in Townsville. Albin's gearbox, Dominator converter, everything we can get, Higgins heads, everything we can get Australian, we do. Speed flow fittings and hoses. The Habe brothers, like I said, you know, say best chassis in Australia, I'll put it up against anything from anywhere. The way it handles that, like, it just never, ever misbehaves. You can come into some stuff and think, oh, here we go, we're on our roof, and it just comes out the other side. It's unbelievable. And Brinks built that 6-litre. We were fifth top for what felt like 30 and 40 seconds, just foot on the floor. And, it's just pulled up there, start it, and start again next year.
So a little wash, and that's it for the next race, ready to go.
Mate, maybe a CV boot. Yep. No Jimco rubbish here, so we're right.
Well, I think the other thing that you got to mention there about the Habies is that they want to see you do well too. Like, there's no little secret squirrels with the suspension. Like, if they think that they can give you an assistance, like, they'll give you their package, won't they? They basically go, hey, bud, this is what we're doing. So, you know, like, as far as buying a new car too, you basically skip all that development time because, I mean, Habies are fast, you know. I mean, where they've won this race as well. So, actually, in the last... how many years has it been? Element's been on the top step every time.
Yep. Last 3 years.
Look, they're unbelievable to work with. You know, the cars are that good. You know, the front end, as we know, it's you know, what can I say?
Often copied, never cloned.
Yeah, that's right. You know, there's opposition, not competition. You know, so it's the car is just phenomenal. So. Everyone is on the team. That's why they're on the team, because they're the best at what they do. And, you know, the tune-up's spot on, the engine's spot on, the suspension's spot on, the car's spot on. You know, it couldn't do that without the people we do. And that Brinks just builds an amazing motor, and Paul's got the tune-up perfect. Like I said, if that's off a bit in that, you're hanging rods. So.
Yep.
Awesome, mate. Well, listen, we'll let you get back over to the celebration, but, mate, what I can't wait to see, you might have missed our conversation, mate, the internet is going to be firing this weekend. It's going to be so good. I'm excited. No doubt your mem page is going to go off this weekend. What isn't that's the rumour getting around? That's what I heard.
Oh, lucky that camera wasn't adjusted.
No, don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about.
Second place is a turbo car too.
That's true. That's true.
We went around him.
Yep. And this is what you've got to look forward to. People are starting to understand. Probably Mick Marson gave a fantastic interview, Ken, and probably everyone's wondering, what did this Ken fella do wrong? No, he's done everything right. Everyone loves him. It's great to see you up here, mate. It's been, I suppose you probably think it has been a while coming. Like, you guys have been in this position a number of times and something's let you down. Well, this is a win. It's very exciting. I know we're excited about it, Ken, so it's going to be good, mate. We're looking forward to partying with you.
Love it.
Awesome. Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much. Awkward handshakes. Very good. But, so keep an eye on the meme page about 7:30 tonight when Ken gets to bed. I reckon it's probably going to run hot.
Oh, thanks, boys. Awesome, brother. Hey, good work.
Yeah, congratulations. Hey, you know the bike boys normally do a burnout when they win,
Oh, what a character. Kent Battle. It is a menace on the internet and a lovely fella in real life.
Yes.
So, very enjoyable. It's going to be a good time here. Looking forward to the celebrations. Looking forward to the champagne flowing. But again, so many great races all up and down the course. So excited for all these Class 6, our champions. Again, remember, we do only do the top 3 here because obviously we keep the racing happening. The bike boys are coming very shortly. Again, we've still got races on course just so that we're all aware, still coming through the timing markers. But tonight or this afternoon, just after the motorbikes, we head on over. It's about 4 o'clock or so. Head on over and to under the pavilion at the showgrounds, right where you first enter. And they'll be handing out all the prizes, all the winners, all the trophies, all our classes. So that's exciting. Woo. Wow, it's been a big day. I don't want to say anything, Josh, but that's got no roof number on it anymore, that little side by side. So I hope it wasn't too wild a ride for them.
Oh, yes,
But
that's a good
so I
pickup.
just noticed there is no roof number on that car, and I'm sure some people have stories of going under trees or over trees or
around trees, through trees,
through the bushes, through the sand berms. It is a wild ride. And I tell you what, when the fastest man on track starts telling you about how it gets pretty rough with some pretty serious square edges, you know it's rough if it's rough in an element, hey. So again, big shout out to all the people listening along on the live stream too. We truly appreciate you guys. Again, we're going to get underway here very shortly at about 12 o'clock. We'll have Ivan Long on the start line with the bike, so a bit after 12. We're going to have highlights packages playing in bits and pieces as well. We've got the VIP, so if you're still out in Bowen, there's still plenty happening. The weather's nice over here. Oi though. Proper Australian. I was going to say, the clouds have come back though, Josh. It's gone a little bit dark and breezy again, but probably makes for perfect motorbike racing.
Yes.
These guys are going to be cool and fresh and fast, all those things that happen. Look, we got none other strolling into the commentary box. We got the man, the myth, the legend, Talbot Cox. Now, unfortunately, not probably the Sunday that you were really looking for, but still a small... Oh, I like that big grin on your face. Like, still a good day, Talbot. We're still having a good race. And as an event organiser, really, you're seeing exactly what you want to see. You've got a new victor, another King of the Desert. King of the River. Sorry, I apologise.
King of the River, yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's good. It's good to see the change of sort of people on the podium this year. Another 2 buggies and a truck.
Yes, interesting.
And I know what your thoughts on trucks are, but I think it's good to see a truck and a couple of buggies up there.
I've got to get one thing clear. Just like Foxes, I actually like Fox Shock. But if I didn't rip someone, it'd be boring, right? So there's a lot of truck guys out there nowadays, a lot of buggy guys that are going truck. Like a bit like this. No, you're still a buggy guy in Australia.
But look, it is a mixture. It's a buggy truck track. Like first day, people say the buggies are faster, but look, day 2, the trucks come into their own.
When it gets rough, absolutely.
Like sort of every other race there that they come on. But yeah, it's good. You know,
I think the competition.
I always expect that a truck is going to be on the podium.
Yeah, and has shown up again, which is very impressive. No, it's so cool. And again, we love all the race cars. We love the Australian stuff. We love the American stuff. Like anytime we love the V8 stuff. Really, we love the turbo stuff as well. So. Really, just whatever's more dominant, we like to pick on a bit. So, you know what I mean? And trucks seem to have been really bashing us buggy boys at Fink for the last couple of years, I've got to be honest. So, hopefully we can catch up and get up to speed there too. So
I was talking to a few of the guys out there, and, we spoke yesterday about people wanting 4th lap and all that sort of thing. Just about everyone I spoke to out there goes, 3's enough.
Yeah, 3. Perfect. Yeah, that's so funny, isn't it?
The last lap was pretty brutal at the end, which it always is, and chops up. Like that's a track, that's an off-road race where it starts from one thing, and by the end of it, you got to play a pretty strategic game to get through the end. And Kent did it good. I spent a fair bit of time up the track today there, and he had it nailed today. He was good.
Yeah, it's the right mix. You got to be aggressive enough to pass, but yet safe enough that you're not doing something silly and taking a wheel off home. So there is a big
The other one
game.
that was pretty hard charging there, the Camilleri, he was going strong. So the first lap there. He was on the tail of Bailey there for a bit, but I don't know.
Engine issue.
Unfortunately, so we did see him coming
under
a
strong
strap
on the first lap. You could tell Kent was strong, and he was the second strongest.
Yeah, he was moving, definitely. No, so, and again, 2 relatively new faces to the sport, in the last couple of years. So, Kai obviously coming off to a great victory at the North Queensland Super Series. So, to get him in a pro car now, or like the unlimited buggy, and now for him to be moving so fast, that's one to watch in the future.
No, he's good. He's a good little driver. So, the next few years. And seeing him on a few podiums, I reckon.
Absolutely, yep. No, perfect, mate. And again, like a great crowd, great weather, like really everything has turned out. It's been a really good 6 Don River race, hasn't it? And we've still got the bikes to go. Still plenty of racing.
A little bit of rain this morning, but that's never going to worry a race like this. This is just one event where it doesn't matter if it downpoured last night. It is not going to make 1 ounce of difference to this race.
The river just absorbs it up.
Just absorbs it like a big soak. So, all the other races, if you that sort of rain just before the event can turn event from a good event to a sloppy bad event, but we still got to deal with. But this one is just, the rain is never going to cause a problem here.
And it's fascinating because, I mean, it was literally raining minutes before the start, but still dusty out there, wasn't it? Yeah, so it's interesting. Like you said, it just soaks it up the ground and then continues on. So it was a great race.
And we got many more out there, or are they still...
I think we've got to be getting close to all the cars, all the finishes in now. It's fantastic too. That good finishing field, isn't it?
Yeah, it's another strong field like that. Yeah, the Park for May there's full again, which is good. Heard of a few sort of engine problems and a few things out there, but not too much. Like pretty much a lot of finishes. So.
Yeah, which is good, and I think that's one of the things. You guys in North Queensland, we were talking about and I'm not just popping your buttons here, but what we're saying is that you guys have really grabbed onto the pro car, like the unlimited car, and like Burdekin now is a really good unlimited car track. You've got the Don River Dash now, so like it's cool to see all these towns full. Like you got Brad Belcher, Nortrans. There's a lot of guys. There's guys from Care, the whole hectic crew. Like really now they're stepping up the game. They're buying the big trucks. There's the rush trucks. There's pro cars. Like it's so exciting to see. Like the North Queensland Super Series is just cranking now, isn't it?
It's going good. I drive around the showgrounds there in the last couple of days. It's just astounding. There's the quality of cars, right through to transporters and motorbikes and all the stuff that goes with it. It's good.
Yeah, it is awesome. And I mean, obviously the Don River Dash, it's got that out-of-state fare. But honestly, I keep telling everyone, if they want a good race, come to Burdekin as well. The Burdekin 300, it's a highlight. It's just so good. Such a good truck. Yeah, good fish burgers. But
it's good. Try and sort of put all the good things that we like into the race events. And, it's not only the race, it's the things that go with the race that we try and include into an event. And, every event in the country's got their own sort of unique things of how they do it, and it's just the way we do it is what we sort of try to do to get people up, because we're a long way from anywhere. We've got to sort of do something a bit above the rest to get some people to come this far up to a race. So it's got to be better than just an ordinary race.
I think what Mendham touched on as well is where he said he'd come up and he's really enjoyed it, the atmosphere of being at the showgrounds, the relaxed feel, the racing. He said everything about it has just been a great weekend, and it's quite often you hear people finally make the plunge and come up to the Don River Dash, and the very first thing that comes out of their mouth is, I'll be back next year, I'll be back, which is just a testament to not only the race itself, but the whole event, you know what I mean? It's not just the race, it's the event of the Don River Dash.
Yeah, and even down to have a look at the crowd here, boys, in front of us for the celebration. Like, it's just so good that it's a packed spectator area. And, again, I think that lends itself to being in Bowen itself. Like, it's so close to town.
I think there'll be a little bit of a celebration. The Nortrans crew this afternoon. It's a
big night ahead. And it's cool.
Those boys have been waiting for this.
Yeah, well, Seaton's been a previous champion on a motorbike, the very first one, wasn't it? So, now for them to stand on top of the step as well, that's pretty cool story. And, again, we're only 6 years into the history of this race, and already there's some great stories. I think many, many, many years of fantastic racing ahead.
We better get this perpetual trophy going. Someone mentioned that to me last night.
It's a good idea.
I caught up with these two brothers last night at the pub.
Is that why you're not racing today? Yeah. You slept in, didn't you? Yeah.
That's me. And then I woke up and the race was on.
Coffee. So what we're going to do, we're going to throw down to the podium now and get on with our first, second and third overall.
Just down here at the presentation for the 2024 Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash. And we'd like to call up our third place getters from New South Wales, Andrew and Samuel Cummins.
Cheers, mate. Good on you.
Second place for the 2024 Don River Dash. Out of South Australia, our defending champions, Royden and Lachlan Bailey. 2024 champions of the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash out of Queensland, Nortrans Racing, Kent Battle, Seaton Battle and Adam Franklin. Thanks, mate.
Not a lot of room there. It's going to be interesting. Righto, hook in.
Pretty cool.
Right in, just bunch it right in. Put the Bowen Rail in the middle.
How good is this? Too, just on our screen, as we were enjoying, man, those shots of the celebration, so good. But Hank the Tank Parker is in on his lap 7 now.
Now, he is very slow.
Yes.
He looks like he's got a bit of an issue there. I think they said he had some rear diff issues yesterday, but Hank making his way in. How good is this? Slow and steady.
What are we doing?
For the Class 7. Great to see that he is across the finish line, that VDJ. Making it happen. Hank the Tank Parker, the silver bullet.
Yeah, that is so awesome. Righto, let's throw back down to our winners on the top step of the box.
Down here with Camp Barrel, mate. It's official now. You're the 2024 champion. What a feeling.
Mate, it's awesome. Yeah, been a long time coming. We've had some tough luck, but yeah, great feeling. Everyone here, my brother in the car, Adam in the car. Yeah, awesome. Love it.
And as you said, the family affair. I know your wife's here, your kids. I mean, it's such a special feeling for you and your family. And just up the road in Townsville and a bit of partying going on tonight.
Yeah, look, it'll be a good night and not too long home tomorrow, so that's a good thing, and we can drive the car in the trailer. Yeah, I can't complain, so happy days.
And the cool thing is you'll be back here in 12 months as the defending champion.
Absolutely. Might get a picture of my car on the shirt next year.
Well done at Camp Battle, the champion of Don River for 2024, brought to you by Bowen Rail Company.
Does the man ever stop?
Never stops. So
he
good.
Can always talk rubbish with the best of them, Ken. No, an absolute terrific bloke as well. I know we talk a lot of rubbish about Kent there, but he is a good bloke, like you said, a staunch supporter of Australian products and everything like that as well. And, built that car exactly the way they wanted, used the products they want, not just because they thought it was the cool thing to do, but because they believed it was the best product for the car. But how good's that? You see Kent just sitting on the bonnet, getting a few photos taken as well. Throwing up the Sharkers bra.
So good. So good indeed. And again, fantastic to see Cummins on the line there as well with the third. That Geyser Brothers truck again. Old Faithful. Paul Wheels owned it. Who else did we say? It was an ex-Amcor. Corey Howe one.
Comiskey.
Comiskey's had it for a little bit. There was all sorts of people.
Smoothie.
So, I'm not sure Smoothie. Yeah, don't know. But, yeah. There was.
Different one. Oh, I don't know. Look, if you said Comiskey, Smoothie...
And OBR.
And Paul Wheel, they've pretty much owned every trophy truck in Australia.
They're pretty close.
Yeah. So if we just...
Comiskey and OBR just buy them in between each other, don't they?
Yeah.
But the moral of the story is that, that's done a fair bit of work in America, and that's a great pickup, that Geyser Brothers truck. It's a really well-sorted bit of machinery, and now it's got the War-Speed motor in it, 7-litre. Nothing wrong with that. That's a fast race car.
Absolutely. It's a heck of a good race car. But how good are these shots right here that we have? The cars lined up. We've got the drones circling overhead. These beautiful conditions here for racing. You know what I mean? Like, maybe not the most picturesque pics for the gram, having your butt cheeks out, on the bonnet of a 79. Probably not, the best conditions for photos like
but
that.
For racing,
but great for racing.
Yeah.
Now, she might have to have a bit of a chat to Ken. Yesterday, Kai got the rig out. Dropped the race suit down around the waist. Got the rig out. The female viewership went up. And
reckon Kent might be able to do that.
Well, he's a cyclist now.
Yes. Got the latex on.
Woof. Middle-aged man in Lycra, a Memel.
Wowzers. Very, very good, though. Fantastic to see. Happy days. And again, so cool that, as Talbot was mentioning before, just the change in competitors that have stood on the top step.
Yep. Yeah, so is that 4 years now for Elements? Aaron Habe, Royden twice?
Royden once. So, it has been Billy Geddes.
Yep.
Talbot Cox twice.
Talbot twice, yep.
Aaron Habe.
Royden.
Kent Battle, 6 years. Pretty impressive. So 3 years Elements have stood on top.
Yep.
3 different Element cars too.
Obviously, from people that have experience, this is what's probably... It doesn't start out that way, but by the end of it, gets up to close to one of the roughest off-road races in Australia.
Yeah, you hear them talk about those square edges too, Josh. Like, they're the really nasty ones that can bring you very unstuck. I don't want to say it's easy. There's nothing easy about the whoops, but once you get into a pattern and get a groove and get up on top, the whoops are actually quite comfortable in a nice big unlimited car. However, it's the every other odd one that gets you, the big square edge that sends you to the moon. That's where it gets real wild. And obviously we've got plenty of moon booters out there. And it's fascinating. I've heard that a few times where people say, it didn't feel that bad in the car, and then I watched the in-cab and saw how much we were rocking and rolling. That's the truth of these matters. These cars, they're built to handle the rough stuff, and they do look after their drivers and passengers a lot. Gives you a very, very confidence-inspired driving position, and it gets pretty wild. It gets pretty fast.
Well, also interesting to hear Kent say that, he watched a bit of his own footage. Is that a bit narcissistic? No. Anyhow, he watched some of his own in-cab, and even he was surprised at how much he was moving around in the car. So it goes to show when you're in the moment how your single focus on getting that race car around the track as fast as you can.
And as fast as he can, he was doing. Great Sunday drive for him. And it is interesting, too, to even have that chat with him, Josh, about the PDM wouldn't reset. Hey, now, who do we have coming back in at race pace? Is that the Angel car?
It could be the Angel car. Yeah, we did see them go past. Yeah, the one... Looks like a little bit of a rear shock issue, maybe. She's fairly bouncing around there in the rear end.
The 160, so that's a Cadco, isn't it?
Yes.
Very cool. So very, very cool of this stuff. So we're going to go on board here for a little bit as well. Again, we are coming down towards the end of all the auto cars coming in, but we're now getting to ride with Cummins in the Geyser truck. How good is that footage, Josh, inside the car? Josh. So an absolutely awesome day of racing here for the automotive class. We're pretty much wrapped up now. Most of the cars are home. Some of the cars are getting recovered out of the river, unfortunately.
Yes.
That's always a bad day, but unfortunately that's just part of automotive racing. So thanks to our awesome recovery crews and all of that. But we're going to get back underway here shortly. About 12 o'clock we're going to crank up. But while we're doing that, time to enjoy some of the awesome highlights that we've had over the course of the day. The guys here have just been presenting the goods with the footage. If you're sitting at home, I'm telling you, I know I keep saying I sound like a broken record, but 4 years ago there was no live feed, none. And now you get what you guys, we've got onboards, we've got drones in the sky, multiple drones in the sky,
multiple cameras, yes.
Cameras around the place. So again, sit back and enjoy some of the amazing live action that has been happening over the course of the weekend. And join us again about 12 o'clock. We're going to kick off with the motorbike section with Liam Walsh leading the charge. Can he hold on to it for a three-peat, Josh? That's going to be the real question, because there's some hungry riders behind him that want to take him off that top step.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll throw to a little bit of a break, and we'll catch you after that.
feeling. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 3rd, 4th with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off the puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off the puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud. Kinda like crack. kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, I didn't have it right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be your fifth place. On this one, then four for the next. Third, second, first, you pour with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moving, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Mama. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, I didn't have it right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be your fifth place. On this one, then four for the next. Third, second, first, you pour with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 4th for the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears, back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting better, so she call me Big Bomber. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 4th for the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, I didn't have it right away. When it got hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 3rd, 4th, with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Bomber. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Raw energy. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, I didn't have it right away. When it got hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 3rd, 4th, with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flames. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich with life, trying want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on fifth place. On this one, then fourth on the next. Third, second, first, you the fourth with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Yo, I pop champagne at the back of the club. Yo, I'm back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Mama. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich with life, trying want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on fifth place. On this one, then fourth on the next. Third, second, first, you the fourth with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the
Oh, Joshy Curran.
Keen.
We are down to the shiny bit of the afternoon of Sunday. We are racing motorbikes here in the Don River Dash 2024. Brought to us by the Bowen Rail Company, Josh.
Yeah, how good. Great. I tell you what, the locals are starting to stamp their authority on this event. We got local sponsorship. You know, Talbot did well yesterday. A few little issues, getting drunk last night with a couple of rogue people, apparently. Not us. But, and then, Kent battle, Seaton battle, with their breakthrough victory here in the four-wheel division. So now the Bowen Rail Company on board, winning the race for the major sponsorship as well. But I tell you what, we are excited for what today or this afternoon has to bring. Like we said, we got 3 more laps. The track, all we heard from the car drivers was brutal. It really chopped up in those last couple of laps there. So, mate, the bike boys going to have their work cut out for them today.
Yeah, listen, it's definitely going to be one to watch. The guys are going to... But I suppose it comes back to the guys that are good are going to be good.
Yeah.
You know, our stars are going to shine. The likes of Liam Walsh, Sam Hanley, Brody Waters are all going to be pretty amazing. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all runs out.
Oh,
and
what a beautiful view. Beautiful view there of the Don River where we are, set up here at the spectator viewing area as we cut across to the start-finish line there at the moment. So this is fantastic. So this is yesterday, so the bike's not actually off the line yet. Don't worry, you haven't missed out. That's going to be at 12:30. But a little bit of footage of the bikes off the line yesterday. We're excited, keen, wanting to call the Don River Dash. We want to call in our King of the River.
Yeah, and Josh, is it going to be three-peater? Is it going to be Liam Walsh? Because, we don't want to put the mocker on him, but the number one, he's been in a strong position from start to finish so far on Saturday. A great ride from Liam, but Sam Hanley, Brody Waters, there's a whole heap of riders that will be very, very keen to take this position off him.
Yeah, there is, like you said, Brody Waters, I think he's going to be one to watch today, starting a little bit further up the field as well. Like I said, he was about 3rd or 4th off row 2, so probably starting out of about 17th or 18th position.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays. Now, the real cool part about this is that we are going over towards the start. So this footage that we are watching is yesterday's racing. It's so good that we have all the action from the river. Have a look at these wild rides that some of these boys have been happening. And ladies. We've had some fantastic ladies over there. So now we're going to go over to the start-finish line. And over there, hopefully we've got Ivan Long over there having a chat with the team. And it's going to be a good time racing.
Welcome back to day 2 of the bike section of the Bowen Rail Company's Don River Dash. We're down here with the bikes. Obviously you can see all the bikes are actually lining up here. We've had a fair bit of action from yesterday going on, so right up the pointy end of the field. So Liam Walsh is actually carrying with the number 1 plate, so he's actually got a pretty good lead of 1 minute 23 over Sam Hanley. And also Brody Waters. Brody Waters actually come through from 19th place yesterday, so he's really actually putting some fire in his belly to see if he can make up that ground. And Nathan Triggs actually, he's lost a bit of a position there from 3rd. He's moved back to 4th. He's got 2 minutes 47 to make up, so he's got a bit of time to make up. So between 2nd and 3rd, those two guys will be definitely battling it out. So it's going to be actually very interesting. And Jesse Moore, he actually had a bit of a drama yesterday there. So he had a couple of big square edges that he actually hit. He reckons there. So he's going to try and really push really hard to try and make up some lost ground. We also got Ben Grabham as well, so over 35s class. So Ben Grabham's obviously no slouch out here. He's leading his class by a fair bit at the moment, so that's going to be very interesting to see what he's actually going to do. He's sitting inside the top 10. He's literally out 10th place. Robbie Armstead, who's another guy, so he's from Alice Springs. He's gone down to 12th place, but he's actually certainly looking forward to actually today to try and make up a little bit more ground. So, and then in the women's category, the women's are actually quite close there. So Rebecca Cope and Susan Coop, they're both of them. We had to talk to them yesterday. They're definitely actually got some serious drive to have that battle. There is about a minute and a half. I think Rebecca's got over Susan there. So the battling actually is keep continuing. So obviously here in day 2, it's the sun's right out. We're all amongst the Bowen tomato farms here. So it's actually going to be very interesting to see what actually happens. We've also got in the Masters class, we've got Greg Jackson. So Greg Jackson's actually back there in row 6. He's leading his class at the moment. So, and we've also actually got in the veterans class 30 to 35s, Tim Sherman. So he's actually saying that he's actually going to really actually put his nose down today, try and avoid some of the roost and try and make up a little bit of ground. So, and then in the Pony Express class, we've got Scott Yamara and Thomas Logan. So both of those guys there, they're putting down some hard laps to try and make it all happen. Now we get the opportunity here to actually talk to some of the guys, so we'll go and see if we can catch up at least the top 4 riders here, see if we can get some comments on what they have to say from yesterday. See if we can find Liam Walsh here. The boys look like they're actually having a talk. Liam Walsh, yesterday had a pretty successful day.
Yep.
Pulled a decent lead there, so you've actually got a 1 minute 23 lead. So coming in today, what do you think your game plan was?
Same as yesterday, just go out with a nice solid first lap and just try and maintain it from there. I know these boys will be pushing behind me, so just see how it pans out.
How's the body feeling and how's the bike feeling?
Yeah, body's feeling no worries, so wrist is all good, which is good, and no faults with the bike. Hopefully it gets through these last 3 laps and should have a good day.
How are the square edges out there? Yes, so there's a few guys having a lot of dramas. The square edges, any close moments or anything like that?
Yeah, I had a couple big moments out there. I feel like it'd be silly if you didn't have a moment out there, but some of the holes are massive. I'll just have a good look that first lap and see how we go.
Well, good luck today, and hopefully you can retain that number 1 plate. See if we can steal Brodie Waters here. Brodie, it's coming back from the pack yesterday. How'd that feel? And he's sitting up there in 3rd place. So he got 1 minute 47 to make up on the leaders there. Obviously starting in 3rd, it's got a little bit of pressure off your shoulders to come through the pack and obviously a little bit less roost. What's your sort of game plan for today?
Yeah, yesterday obviously started fair way back and had to come through on that first lap, and it was a little bit sketchy. I had to switch the brain off and just hold it flat for a while and hope that I made it to the end of that first lap and then settled into a groove. But today we should be up the front and just try to tuck in and go with the 2 guys in front of me and try to make up some time on them. But obviously I'm a lot closer to Sam than Liam, but we'll just keep pressuring them and see what we can do.
How's the arm pump there? There's a lot of guys there getting arm pump in the first lap there. So how did that go, and have you got a bit of a game plan for that today?
I didn't really pump up too bad. I got a little bit when I passed a couple of guys in the dust and got a little bit out of shape a few times, just tensed up, but I didn't really suffer with the arm pump properly. So, we'll just put the head down and try to relax and get into it.
There's also a bit of a CC disadvantage in a way. You got on a 450 against the 500, who's obviously out in front there. What's your sort of take on that? You think you're under the speed limit there, you think, or it's got a bit of an advantage?
No, I don't think the 450 is a disadvantage. I passed quite a lot of fast guys that are on 500s yesterday down the main straight, so we'll just keep it singing and keep trying to keep on the gas everywhere and keep the momentum rolling.
Oh, good luck today. Hopefully we'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
We'll catch up with Sam Hanley as well. So number 2 spot yesterday, Sam. Had a pretty good day there. Looks like you got about a 1 minute 23 just behind there with Liam. So obviously Liam set the benchmark there on the first lap yesterday. So what's your sort of take on yesterday's results and a bit of a game plan for today?
No, I think they were good. They were consistent reasonably. So, yeah, I guess today all we're going to do is just go out and ride smart and try and get some solid laps in and see where we end up.
How's the body feeling after yesterday? Obviously, seeing a 1 minute 23 behind Liam there, it's a bit of a lead to actually make up there. So, what do you think? What are your thoughts on that to try and maybe get in front of him off the start today?
I think it's just a matter of pushing in spots that you might normally back off a little bit. I guess it's just like it's obviously. On this track, it's one little back off, it might be 5 seconds over the next 5K. So it's, it's just holding it on that little bit longer or whatever it is, but obviously you've got to do it as safe as you can. So I pumped up a little bit in the first lap and a half, so I guess there might be a little bit of time in that, probably not 1 minute and 20 seconds though, but I guess if I can go out today, and usually it's pretty good the second day, so we can just put in some solid times and that's it.
What about suspension and setup and anything? Did you change anything from yesterday to today, as the track's obviously going to be a bit rougher after the cars have been there? Is there any sort of setup changes there?
Not really. We changed the front mousse, but other than that, just kept it all the same. Just went over the bike. Everything's all good. A few broken bolts and stuff, but it takes a fair beating out there, so it's all ready to go now, but we'll give it a crack.
Oh, good luck today, and hopefully we'll see you on that number 2 step, and if not, we'll see you on the number 1 step.
Thank you very much.
We'll see if we can catch up with Nathan Trigg. He'll be around here somewhere. We'll go over the other side here. So Nathan Trigg is in number 4 spot.
I got earplugs in, you have to...
I'm trying to hide from us over here. So number 4 spot. So you got 2 minutes 47 off of the lead there today. So starting off in third there yesterday, being pushed back one position.
Yeah.
Any sort of game plan you think for today?
Yeah, well, I feel like I probably lost that on the first lap. There's a couple of scary bumps out there. I sort of paced myself on that first one, but I really only settled in sort of by the third one. So I'm hoping a bit of fitness today, and I just got to push it a little harder right through the race today, and we'll be right up there, I reckon.
How's the bike feeling? Obviously riding the Sherco 500?
Yep.
Sherco
500.
So how's the Sherco actually 500 feel out there compared to obviously last year on the smaller bore?
Yeah, it's going good. I got that little extra top speed now, so just got to hang on and keep up with the top front runners.
Obviously, being a Hatter rider, you do 2 laps out there on 1 fuel tank, and here you're actually doing 2 fuel stops. Is that a bit of a change for you guys? So obviously, try and take a breath, a drink, and all that. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, actually, I made up a lot of time yesterday. I didn't feel like I even needed a break at all, and we just chucked some fuel in, and I jumped on and went straight away. They were real quick, so I made up a little bit of time there. So. Yeah, I'll do the same today, I reckon.
Any changes to the bike or anything like that, setup-wise, to come in for day 2?
No, just gave her a service, and she's good to go.
I'll let the Trigg Farms boy, he's going to let it eat today, so hopefully we'll see him up on the podium today, but good luck, Triggy.
Awesome. Thank you.
We'll see if we can go and catch up with Jesse Moore on the front line. So Jesse sort of got pushed back a little bit there yesterday. Grab a hold of you.
Hiding that one up in front of the crowd. Yeah.
Jesse, number 4.
Big Ivan, how's it going, mate?
Been pushed back a little bit from yesterday, so obviously a little bit behind there. How do you feel coming into day 2, whether you've got a few guys in front of you more than yesterday?
Feel pretty good. Always feel better on the second day and loosen up a bit. I kind of enjoy being sore, so it's a good time. But it got some more people to chase that are similar speed. Don't just have the front boys just leaving us and then sort of in your own race. It'd be good to sort of have Tyler and Brent in front of us to try and track down.
How do you feel with it, especially coming from Hatter and all that? It's very different. You get to run a sand tyre here. Is there a big difference when it comes to setup and all that?
Just run very much similar to like a Hatter setting. The paddle tyre is a bit different. Grip's pretty solid, but just mainly a Hatter setting.
what's your sort of plan? Maybe try and move up the field today, or how you sort of preparing for maybe the roost and all that you're actually going to cop off the start here?
Just cop the roost, sweet. Just smile and wave at it. That's all we can do. Just turn that brain off and have a go.
Taking on one of my riding styles.
Yeah. Learn from the best, though.
Oh, good luck today, and hopefully we'll see you at the finish line.
Will do. See you there.
We'll see if we can go and catch up with the old man Ben Grabham over here.
Long dong.
So Ben Grabham leading his class. He's actually got nearly an 8-minute lead over the guys in his class there. So over 35 class. Yep. So really stepping up the game there. How did you go? Obviously yesterday had a pretty decent go. Obviously coming back from injury as well. How are the trail bike guys going as well? And what sort of preparation do they do for leading in for today?
We had a good day yesterday. Most of the bikes come in pretty unscathed. Some of the boys did do a few endos and bits and pieces and had some fun, but just the usual, done some air filters and checked some tyre pressures and all ready to go. And no, it's good to see. We've got Ben here. He's only a couple of spots behind me, and I think some of the other boys a few positions back, so I can't go out and trail ride around, unfortunately. So no, we'll go out there and have some fun. I've heard it's got a little bit rougher, a bit edgy, so we'll have to keep the eyes up and look out for what's ahead.
Any of the guys hit you up for experience, knowledge and all that? Obviously, you've done a few Don Rivers now, and obviously a lot of desert races as well in relation to square edges and setup change and stuff like that. Have you had to share any knowledge through that?
Yeah, more so before the race when they've got full of energy. I noticed yesterday everyone's pretty tired, so I think they're just recovering and doing their best to put on a brave face and make out they're ready for today.
Oh, good luck today, and hopefully we'll see you on the podium there on the number 1 spot.
Cheers, Longy. Thanks.
Go over to Christian Stringer. We'll talk to you, Christian. Yeah? So Christian, yesterday, not a bad ride. Still in the second row here, but it's going into day 2. How you feel going into day 2? Any nerves, any movement? Things that are actually not normally happen on the off-road sort of scene. Is how you sort of attack day 2 here.
Yeah, look, there's definitely some nerves, as always is when you're sitting here on the start line for so long. But yesterday was pretty good. There was definitely some square edges that I know I got hit one really hard right off the start there, and that was nearly the end of the day for it. But I don't know how I rode it out, but hopefully there's just not too many more like that catch us out today.
It's obviously, there's a lot of guys that actually hit a few square edges there today. So what's your sort of take on that? Is there any sort of, way that you actually hit a square edge and you sort of prepare for it if you see it last second?
I guess just try and stay back and at least get the front wheel over it. I think that's what helped me a little bit yesterday. But I don't know, just kind of feel them out as much as we can in the first lap, and then, because they just come up on you and you just can't, before you know it, you're doing an endo or worse. So, but it just makes it hard, I guess, with the cars going first. Like, it completely changes the track, so it's like a new track again, from completely different to what we rode yesterday.
Obviously compare them from other races like Hatter and Fink and things like that, where the cars do go first at Fink there. Obviously that track changes a lot, but you go back to Hatter and the track doesn't change obviously as much because you guys ride on a fresh track. Is there any sort of difference that you notice, the way the track actually forms from the cars going out in the morning to the bikes in the afternoon?
I guess just you get a lot of, you get the wheel ruts from the cars everywhere. So if you can you can either ride in them or you avoid them, and because I guess the cars are kind of stuck to a single line most of the way. So if you can get outside them, you can usually find a smoother line and carry a bit more speed.
Well, good luck for today, and hopefully we'll see you over there at the finish line.
Sounds good. Thanks, mate.
Go to 29. Where's Sheeny? Jackson McGrath. Here we go. Jackson McGrath.
Who?
Jackson McGrath?
Not
Not
me.
you? In other words, how did you go yesterday? How did you feel? And coming into day 2, how's the body feeling?
Yeah, no, I went good yesterday. Pretty stiff and sore today, so there we go.
Any nice beverages last night to actually sort of take the edge off?
Few, but not too many.
What's your sort of game plan for today? I mean, you're starting in row 2 here, so, you know, you're going to cop a little bit of roost there.
Just get home safe, really. Yeah, see how it is after the truck speeded up this morning.
There's been a few guys out there struggling with the square edges and that. What's your sort of take on those ones?
Yeah, I had, I think, 2 catch me out yesterday, but it didn't come off, luckily. But, yeah, try and look ahead, really.
Whereabouts are you sitting in your class at the moment?
Second.
Oh, good luck today, and hopefully we'll actually see you on the podium later this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, get a hold of it. So we've got Jesse Ryan as well. He's actually commandeered a bike for the weekend off the Honda boys. Now, how do you feel on this bike here? Obviously a bike that you're not really familiar with. Obviously borrowing it from there. How did you go yesterday and how you feel coming into day 2?
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a change, but yeah, I absolutely love it. Going up to the 450, it definitely helps.
Obviously you have a bit of a motocross background. It changes from settings and stuff like that when it goes from off-road to motocross to something like out here in the desert. Is setup-wise and all that, is that a fair bit different?
Yeah, just mainly making it safe with all the square edges out there. Try to be there at the end.
Class-wise, are you sitting up there in your class, or how are you sort of looking class-wise?
Yeah, I'm 3rd in the Expert Open class, but there's only 5 seconds separating the top 3, so have a bit of a dip today and see where we end up.
So it looks like it's going to be a bit of a battle, actually going just in front of it. At least you've got a bit of a target there to actually chase for the day. So what are you thinking, actually? Do you want to sort of attacking the track first off, or you sort of wait for the track to actually come to you, maybe lap 2 and 3?
Yeah, just have a good look first lap. Yeah, just push through the whole day and hopefully we end up somewhere up the pointy end.
Well, good luck today and hopefully we'll see you on the podium there.
Thank you.
We'll go back to row 3 and see how some of these guys are actually feeling for today.
What's going on, mate?
So Kyle here, row 3. How'd you go yesterday and how are you feeling coming into day 2?
Yeah, not too bad. Had a pretty good run yesterday. A bit sore in the arms on the second lap, but yeah, pushed through on the 3rd one, and yeah, sitting here in not a bad spot. So we'll give it a go today. There's a few sore muscles, but other than that, we're sitting all right.
How'd your recovery go from yesterday coming into today?
Yeah, pretty sore. Bit of deep heat on the arms, and yeah, that's about it, mate.
Well, good luck today, and hopefully we'll see you out there, and yeah, try and avoid that roost.
Yeah, that's it, mate. That's the key. Cheers.
Well, it looks like we've actually got the boys starting to warm up their bikes here at the Don River Dash. So we're in amongst all the Bowen fields of tomatoes here. So we're actually trying to get them all the engines nice and warmed up so that when they actually hit that riverbed, we're actually ready to actually go full song. So the first 10 to 12 Ks are pretty much wide open. So she's going to be very interesting. Obviously, the battle up the front of the field. Liam's got a very good lead. But yeah, anything can actually happen, and you know we'll wait and see what the results is. Obviously, further back as well with the ladies there, they're actually quite close as well. And obviously, Ben Graben's got quite a decent lead over his class as well. The Pony Express class, they're quite close as well. So those boys will be actually really battling it out. So we'll wait and see what happens over the next sort of 3 laps.
Yeah, so good. Now, if you're wondering, one, how good is this? All the pits down here, all the action. It's all happening down towards the VIP and the spectator area. So get your backside trackside. That's what I'm telling you. Get down here. You can put the live stream still on, but there's so much great stuff happening down here with a couple of winners. Also, talking about the Pony Express, if you're wondering what that is, that means that there's 2 riders, so they actually swap it out. So one guy will be doing a lap, then the next lap will be a new rider. Then probably the first guy jumps back on is how it tends to work. They do even amounts of laps. So that Pony Express, very much an enduro thing. Great competition for some boys that enjoy beers on the weekend but still like to ride a dirt bike. That's how that works. Let's be real.
How good were some of our finish line interviews yesterday with Ivan? Great to get that insight off Ivan on the start line. So, Ivan, we thank you for your time as well. This weekend you're here, not racing, unfortunately, but you've come and lend a hand to make the live stream that bit better this morning as well. So we're super appreciative of that time.
Absolutely, because of this skill set. The skill set is impressive of Ivan Long. The fact that we've had the opportunity to race, for him not to race this race and actually be here in the commentary box with us is truly pleasurable, because I don't think we understand how much talent that boy has.
Absolutely. He is a man, a machine on the bike. We wax lyrical about him quite regularly. Yeah, no, definitely. But we have a bit of a look at the views on the live stream right now. That is how close to the beach and how close to the town we are. That shot started with a shot of the commentary tower that we're sitting at, the pit, the main spectator viewing area, the pit area. There's food, there's drinks, there's a VIP area. Where else would you rather be than Bowen right now? And look at that beautiful farming land, the ocean. There's some hills. AB, one of our mates from Rocky, AB's been up here with the family and the boys. Shout out to Walt, because he's a Dolphins supporter. I can't remember the eldest boy's name. He supports the Broncos, so we don't worry about that. But shout out to those guys. But he's been up here with his family all weekend. They've been out adventures, rock pools, watching the bikes, watching the cars. It is a great family event.
Yeah, book in at the Horseshoe Bay Caravan Park early, because I'm telling you, she gets booked out. It is absolutely brilliant. There's so many fantastic options.
And Ruben, if you are listening, mate, we do know your name.
Yes. Hey, now listen, was that the first bike off the line right there? So they are now doing their ceremonial start, guys. They are off the line. There's Triggy. So we now have 4 bikes off the line. It is all happening here.
So much like the cars we did see with that great drone shot this morning, this is just a ceremonial start. They'll cruise down the bitumen, and as they drop onto the dirt, only 30, 40 metres before they actually drop into the creek bed is where the timing loop is. They actually drive underneath. It looks like a little set of power lines, but they'll ride underneath it, and that's when their time starts. So this is why you see pretty casual leaves. Just for if this is your first time tuning in, we just want to explain as much as we can, but that's why you see these relatively casual leaves from this. This isn't actually for time at this point in time.
How good is that? Hey, listen, the 51's off the line. That's one of our Grabbo Trailer track rides. Just shows you there on the front row of the starting order, which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, like we said, we were talking about we were talking to Longy yesterday if we had $3,000 to modify a bike, and essentially the answer came down to, is save a little bit more, ring Grabbo, and get yourself on one of those gases. How good is this shot as we see the boys parade down along? I'm getting excited. It's sort of hard not to get too amped up right now.
Yeah, it's so good. It's not going to be too long until we see Walshy with that number 1 come screaming through in front of our commentary tower. And again, it'll be interesting to see the different strategies here, Josh. Like, are we going to see guys, is there going to be a bike right on the tail of the one?
I think there will be.
I reckon Brody particularly, there'll be a few guys there.
Sam as well. I think they'll both want to lash on. They need to make pace on him.
Absolutely. And actually, you can see it. They are the first 1, 2, and 3. You throw a wet blanket over them. They're going for Fight
What about
Club.
a dry one?
Dry is not as stretchy, Joshua.
That's where the saying comes from.
I don't know. I don't actually know. Sure, one of our awesome listeners can tell us where the actual story comes from. More with a bit of history. But the moral of the story is that they are all together, which does theoretically make sense to me. Have a look at this. They are right together, Josh. So Liam Walsh now into the river, ladies and gentlemen.
Sam Hanley, Brody Waters as well there. This is one heck of a race. Gee, look at that KTM 500. Woo, that thing's got some motor.
Yeah. Do you believe them when they say that she's just a stopper or what?
Yeah.
I'm sure they've done plenty of little mods. Josh, even down to the fact that Alex Henley was saying how many bolts that had broken in his bike. Like, that's crazy that they're pushing a bike. Wowzers. Look at that shot.
Did he kind of half scrub that?
Yeah, that's the bumper scrub.
Yeah. That is insane. These boys are superhuman. A little limiter bash over the rough section. Gee, Brody Waters there already made up a little bit of time on Sam. And then we see Triggy in the full attack position. Interesting to comment, it was a little comment that we made. We said it looked like his first lap was a little bit off, but then his second and third lap he marked really good time.
You know what's crazy, Josh, is how easy these guys make this look. The top 10 are insane.
It's kind of ridiculous, Dan. It's not fair. It almost hurts to watch sometimes. It's enjoyable to watch. And as a man that has thrown his leg over a motorbike once or twice, it does kind of hurt to watch as well. Oh, a little bit of limiter there for the boys coming past the spectator area. Now, I tell you what, a lot of these top riders, they look like they've worked out the line to be on to avoid this square edge. I believe the word that Ivan was using quite regularly was scallop out. But gee, look at these shots on the live feed. Sweeping into the river. Huddy on the drone down there doing work. As we cut back to our boys on the live feed.
Yeah, lots of bikes still getting off the line. Man, amazing to watch this action. They head on off.
So that's the 138 of Grabber, I believe. No, we've had more than 10 throughs. That's my apology. Sometimes it's hard to tell all the gases apart.
Yep, there is a few of those rentals out there, and they all, at this level, are very, very fast.
Very fast. Gee, now that bike just travelled past in front of us, had a bit of a different RPM sound. Is that maybe a smaller four-stroke, like a 250? Just didn't quite have that big bore sound that we're hearing. So you look at that, 3 abreast already, dropping into the river.
Yeah, probably there's a few guys out of that 15th that know that they didn't push as hard as they wanted to get inside that top 10 position that they're probably chasing. Because we do have to understand there's plenty of guys that are chasing that top 10, isn't it? Like, yes. You don't have to be all about the first position. Sometimes we heard the girls say, just chasing that top 100 position. That's a goal set for them. And again, ladies, if you ever thought about, strapping on the boots and going for a ride, there's a great little female competition out here.
Yeah.
And they love the competition. So if you want to come for a ride.
Well, like you said, you heard all the girls talking on the start line. When we got an interview last night with some of our great female competitors, they were talking, amongst themselves, making sure that everyone was prepped, everyone had everything they needed to get off the start line properly.
The other amazing stories we had was some of the guys racing, and they were talking about how they passed like 178 bikes on track.
Left the transponder off the bike.
Had to start from the very back, so... Josh, there's a couple of bikes out there I noticed with no rear mud guards either, so may have had a little bit of damage sustained yesterday.
Well, that's incredible talking to Brody about how they had to replace bolts in the frame of that bike. Isn't that just, it goes to show
I think
that...
that was actually Sam Hanley.
Sam Hanley,
yep.
Sorry, yes.
But you're right, that conversation definitely happened, and it is crazy to think how much stress and strain they're putting at this pace, because most guys will never change the bolts in their race or like their bike at any point.
Nah.
But it's also interesting, Josh, talking to a few of the guys about, we were talking about Fink, and some of the work that they do on those bikes are pretty amazing. Some of the factory KTM boys actually leave bolts in and out of the frame and do all sorts of stuff to give the bike a different feel. So pretty crazy that they can feel the riding at that level. Because I guess what I'm telling you is, if you left the bolt out of me WR, I would not know. That's what I'm telling you. You'd probably leave the swinging arm out of my WR.
It's probably had a bolt out of it for a while.
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Like you said, that insight that we've been able to get this weekend. To have such an experienced guy like Ivan Longtown on the start-finish line coming to join us in the commentary booth a little bit later on is just absolutely incredible. And guys, we'll talk about it, but please, if you're watching along on the live stream, give us a comment. Comment in, ask us a question. We'll try and answer it. You know, share it, like it. Tell your friends to tune in. You know, we want to get as many eyes as possible on this, help the sport grow. This is a free product, this live stream that is coming out for the viewer at home. You know, it costs a lot of money to produce something like this, but look at the shots you're getting at home. If you've got a family member here racing, you know, there's a good chance if you watch the whole live stream, you're going to see them at some point in time.
And I guess, guys, just so you understand what we're about, is we're old school off-road racers, so we've been around. I'm sure we're young compared to a lot of the races, but you know, when we started 6 years ago, there was audio in the commentary tower, like, you know, on speakers in the river. There was no information getting out. There was no pictures, no streaming, no nothing. And to have what we've got now is absolutely crazy. When us old boys like Joshy Curran and I started riding Fink, we actually you had to mail your post in. You had to put your noms in via post, and you're listening to the ABC radio was the updates. So if you think that there's a reason to complain about this, I'm telling you, the fact that we had in-car and this over at the start-finish line, there's commentary box stuff.
Yep.
So being fans, because we're primarily off-road racing fans,
yes,
this is absolutely amazing. From only a couple of years ago.
We see the bikes getting a little bit sketchy there. Like you said, this is all incredible because from where we sit, the track looks flat.
Yeah.
And it gives you an idea of just how rough it is. Look at the multiple ruts that are lining
the
up.
Ruts, you said?
Yeah. Not much moisture in those ruts, but she's pretty dry. As you can see, like, look at the dust starting to kick up off those bikes as well. As we see the boys there. This is just fantastic. As we see, 380 bikes.
280?
280, sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Add 100, I like that.
Yeah.
But you're right, nearly 300 motorbikes took the starting flag yesterday. Big two-banger.
Bang.
Oh, a
Mix
little
of
bit
gas,
wobbly.
all an ass.
Love it. And again, still bikes coming off the grid. So yeah, make sure you do like, share, subscribe, do all those things. Comment on our live stream on Facebook. We'll answer any of your questions. As soon as Ivan gets into the commentary box, we'll ask him some questions. And it is Sunday race day at the Bowen Rail Company, Don River Dash 2024. Only the 6th year running, Josh. And honestly, it feels like a well-seasoned veteran of Australian off-road racing, doesn't it? Let's pitch it again, Josh. I think that what we really got to do is get the Tri-Series happening.
Yes.
The Fink,
Yep.
the Don, Kalgoorlie.
Yes.
Motorbikes and cars, because I love that crossover. Obviously, being an old bike boy ourselves, like lots of us are bike guys that got too old to ride, and we're trying to race cars now. Operative word, trying.
So what we love to do up in the commentary booth is just come up with outlandish ideas and then just say them over the internet. Jeez, it's almost like It's almost like we are Kent Battle.
Love it. Again, just enjoying this racing footage that we're having here. Again, big shout out to all our sponsors that are on screen, like RGM Maintenance, Bowen Rail. Wow, even the dust, Josh. Look how thick that is. Crazy to think these 280, 300 motorbikes. And it was raining here. The blue skies are back out. It actually almost looked like it was going to rain at midday, didn't it?
It's crazy.
It's not going to rain right now, I can tell you that.
Maybe if Kai gets his rig out again.
Wowzers.
On an unrelated topic, and see the bikes, mate. These guys, you know, we've had our pros through. Now what we've got is our clubmans, our blokes. You know, this is a challenge.
Joshua, sorry, mate, just quickly to just point out.
The 909.
The 650 XR is off the line.
Let's go. Got the Johnny Campbell spec.
But yes, you're dead right, Joshua. There's a lot going on here at the Don River.
But imagine, like we said, a lot of the riders have talked about, and the car drivers as well, you know, the, let's just say the smack talk sessions that happen after the race. How great is it? All camped over at the showgrounds. You know, a lot of these guys, they're going to tell stories about, you know, if it's the only time they do it or the couple of years, you know, they're going to tell stories for the rest of their life about their weekend at the Don River Dash.
Look at this guy. Doesn't he look good in a buggy? That's a guy that looks like he suits a buggy right
Looks
there.
very happy in a buggy, that man right there.
Probably the fastest he's ever been at Don River.
Absolutely, I reckon so.
Just in case you're wondering, that was none other than Billy Geddes. Unfortunately, the truck not quite sorted this year. Old Hellboy, our original champion.
Yes.
Of the Don River. So
along with Seaton Battle.
Seaton Battle, which is amazing. So that shows a bit of the camaraderie too about how the guys that come in. He's got his son here this year, as in Tom, and you know, looking at riding at some point. And you know, it's just families that race this desert racing. They all stay together. They're here helping. He's, you know, helping with the motorbike guys because he's a motorbike guy at heart. That's what I mean. Like,
absolutely. And what a recommendation as well. We spoke to Billy and said, well, what do you reckon, mate? How long until Tommy's throwing a leg over the bike? He said, as soon as he's old enough to do one of the Grabo experiences. So if that's not a recommendation right there?
Absolutely. It's the way to do it. Hey, also, Josh, LC Chili online. Loving the commentary, so thank you. I mean,
thank you very much.
I don't know about that. We're not real good at it. We make really good electricians, is what I'm telling you.
Well, not even that.
But yeah, not even that good. Hearing that, there's women then planning to come myself next year now.
Fantastic.
Go the chicks. Absolutely agree.
Yeah, the girls.
So, throw a leg over a bike, get yourself a 250, 450, something like that.
500.
500, hold on.
Get on the Grabo.
But, well, there you go. That is a good option. You are trail and track and you want to come and do some kilometres. He does pre-running up here and all sorts of stuff. So that is a great option, and yeah, it's fantastic to have you watching along.
Fly in?
Yeah, fly in. That's the key. Right there. So good.
Fly into Proserpine, a couple of days at Airlie Beach, come up here, sweat it out on the track.
I was going to say, if I did a couple of weeks with Airlie, a couple of nights at Airlie Beach, there wouldn't be much left. Oh, 354 strokes, she said.
Beautiful.
So that's
beautiful.
A great choice right there. Great bike. Can't go too wrong. Get yourself... Did you listen to Longy's statement? $3,000 he was going to spend. It was suspension, steering dampener.
Steg pegs.
Steg pegs. So there you go. You've got the tips from the one of the greats. The great. If he can hold on to it, that's what you know is going good.
As we start to see a couple of bikes.
This is down the halfway mark, Josh?
Yes, this is the turnaround. So there's a remote unmanned camera set up there.
Oh, brilliant. That's excellent. And crazy people halfway, like Liam Walsh is on his way back up the river and there's still bikes coming out in the river. So that's where this traffic becomes a bit wild. But, again, we have talked about it often that it's an advantage when you're passing bikes that are
slower,
significantly slower than you. And I know that's tough, but hey, man, we're all significantly slower than Liam Walsh. So, but that's a huge advantage because of the closing distance pace. We talked about it with the cars too. Huge advantage. So, very, very cool. Hey, Dallas Whittacomb's on the live feed as well, and he's saying go Triggy. Absolutely agree. We are huge Trig fans, as I know a lot of you guys are. We're seeing an aggressive show. It's funny, we talked about, Josh said it before, we felt like he was using it as a feel-out lap, and unfortunately I feel like that may have cost him a little bit in his overall position there. That minute first lap down is hard to catch back up against some of these really fast guys. But, hey, if anyone can do, he's a big, strong lad, and he's on a 500. Triggy is the man to hang off the back of that thing. The Sherco will be going really good.
So we see the 79 and the 143, and now he's taking the wide line. Now, isn't that a great representation of the different lines that you can take? In the space of 100 metres, we saw three riders take three different lines into that U-turn or the halfway point of each lap. And great to see we've got our final riders off the start line. A big thumbs up there from, is that the 781? So our final rider off the start line. Everyone is about to be in the Don River.
Yeah, absolutely. So awesome. So they are away now. We've got everyone on track. Although a few of them are still riding down that bitumen, probably just warming up, Josh. Getting a bit of blood going in the hands. Making it all happen. Got Helen Sloman listening along as well. Go Shane Scott. That's one of the things we love. I hope you really understand it. Actually, we can say this from Talbot. We had a chat with him. It was us. It was us that were having beers with Talbot the other night.
We stuck out. I just want to say we did sneak out on Talbot.
We left early because we were smart. But the moral of the story is that he was talking about how they never want to change. Listen, we love the pros. We love that this has got such a big reputation. But much like, the Fink Desert Race and Kalgoorlie and those races, they always want to cater for the everyman. They want to be able, because we know personally, we work around the place at different mine sites and different things, and it's amazing now how many people go, hey, the Don River Dash, tell us about it. Hey, I want to ride the Don River Dash, and they absolutely do. It's like one of those things on the mantelpiece. I was never a great rider, but the Fink Spike that sits there now is still one of the highlights of my life. And I guess that's what the Don River has now built in the last 6 years, that there's guys that can walk in and dead set. I'm telling you as commentators, we will high-five you if you've got a Don River Dash finisher. I don't want to know what position you got. It really doesn't matter. The fact that you've toughed it out as a good trail rider and made it through the Don River Dash is absolutely fantastic. I'm sure that Liam Walsh feels the same. We'll high-five you.
Yeah, great shots here on the live feed. The multiple lanes that you're able to take as you attack this course, as we jump on board with one of the Grabo track and trails. Geez, how long until we can start getting some onboard on bikes? Imagine. I mean, never say never, Dan, because it would have been a couple of years ago we were saying we'll never get live in-car like we do of a V8 supercar.
Josh, just putting out there's the 22 going through there. Just the fact that, Elon has literally, when we say Elon, Starlink, have literally released that Mini now. Oof. And, it's still a bit too big for an onboard at the moment, but it's now half the size. If he halves the size of that again, we're on.
Yes.
And technology, again, people would have laughed at you if you said about a mobile phone, 20 years ago about the size or what it would do. So we are in an age of invention, and that will be pretty cool. Imagine riding along with Liam Walsh.
I don't know if my head could handle it, to be perfectly honest.
Amazing. Look like the 78 going in there now at the moment. Again, that's down at the halfway mark. Some really good riding down there. Again, these guys are very, very skilled. 771 through the halfway mark. Again, guys still headed out on their lap now. Again, these guys are the Ironmen.
It was an interesting thing that Talbot brought up yesterday as well, and it's exactly the same for the bike. I think in your head you kind of feel like the river is just one big long straight, but he was talking about how you are constantly sweeping around a left or right-hand corner that just seems to be endless, and then you snake back to the right. You can see from these great high-up drone shots that we're getting on the live feed that these guys are just constantly, having to lean the bike over, get it through the whoops. It's not just point it straight and accelerate. It's a treacherous race course.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, again, I absolutely love the fact that this is the race for everyone. You can come here and just test yourself. It's a fantastic ride down through here, the river. It's rough. Not going to lie to you. Don't kid yourself. If you want to train, you need to train for sand. Need to train for the hard pack rough stuff. But these guys, no doubt, again, when we celebrate over there at the showgrounds this afternoon underneath the pavilion, what a story we will hear. And that's true of everyone, even if you don't get a place in your respective class and that. I think it's going to be one of those things where this is just a life lesson. This is one of those things you look back on fond memories. The trip with the family.
Yes.
The time in Bowen, the time in Airlie. Talk to...
Yapoon's a great little stop off on the way up.
Oh, wow.
Shout out.
Hey, you're on the cell there. I was going to say Liam Walsh said he was going to Townsville and then going to Magnetic Island and bits and pieces. So
must be tough.
Very, very cool. And, you know, I know people travel literally from all over Australia to do this race. And again, on the feed, we had people from all over the world listening in, which was very cool. So again, from Mick and Talbot's little conception, that decision to make this race a reality, Talbot had it in the back of his head. He said, I've got an idea for you. And what an idea it was. Righto, so it sounds like Liam Walsh is getting very close to coming back in under the ridge. Well, I think he's already passed the bridge there, Josh. That's the Bruce Highway there. And that looks like a little...
yes. Good
little
eyes,
number one
Danny
bike flying down through there. Again, Rachel Floyd's listening along at home. Let's go the 104 of Dwight Hawken. The 545 of Lachlan Morton. And the F, I think it was the 56. Again, still plenty of racing happening here. These amazing shots. Again, gives you a good idea of racing down towards the west. So they race over on that right-hand side, and then on the way back towards us, they're going down the left-hand side of the riverbank. So pretty amazing to have these fantastic shots. And again, that was the F56 of Tam Poitevin. Rachel Floyd.
It looks like here comes Liam down underneath the bridges there.
He's going good, Ivan, isn't he? He's absolutely tacking along.
He needs a challenger.
You know a bloke?
Oh, he's an old bloke, yeah.
Absolutely love it.
Here he comes. He's just cruising in. He did obviously there right there at the start. He said that he's got a pretty comfortable lead. So
yeah,
there's no reason to stress today. I think he's just going to bring it home.
That would help too, Ivan, mentally, wouldn't it? When you know that you're in a position that you just need to do what you did.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, he's coming back from an injury as well. So this is his first race that's actually coming back. So you just never know where your fitness is at and whether you can retain that number one plate. I mean, you have a lot of weight on those shoulders with that number one plate. So, but he's obviously learning from his cousin a lot as well, from David Walsh. So, and they've got a really good program together. So, he's obviously, it's really showing that, the two races that this team actually do put together, it's really shown that their team really works quite well.
Yeah, and you can see from this overhead drone panning shot that we have, a couple of long looks over his shoulder there to see if he could see his competition. And geez, he is out of the pits now and back on the race course, and we have not seen sight of second place yet at this point in time. So that is a great first lap.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. He is back on the bop 100%. So going to be very crazy. So here we go. It's our second and third right together here, boys.
Brody, I think it's Brody.
Yeah, it should be Brody Waters. He
yes,
definitely is. Yeah. He's going good. He's slowly getting there. So a minute 25 behind. So and then Sam Hanley there a minute 31. So yeah, they've lost a little bit of ground already.
And Triggy's right here as well.
No, that's the
682.
Yes.
Yeah, the Yammy.
Brent Story.
Yes.
Now he has lost the whole back muffler out of that bike. You can probably hear it in our headphones in the microphone as you came past there. The whole back half of that muffler, I guess you'd say the silencer part, looks like it has completely fallen out.
So Jesse Moore's actually sort of made a bit of ground up there as well. There's a pretty close bunch there, which is actually going to make the racing actually quite entertaining there. So they're all racing for the second, third, fourth spot there. So and I can imagine Jesse's probably going to realise how close he is to the podium there. So he'll be trying to push pretty hard.
Yeah, don't underestimate the race in the pits as well. You know, the importance of these guys to be able to fuel, get a bit of hydration into the riders, help the riders relax. Now, we are definitely missing Triggy at this point in time.
Do notice that. Yeah, Triggy hasn't actually made it through there, so hopefully he actually hasn't had a drama down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the 500 came in, and was that the 58 right at the end there?
Yeah, 58. Yep. So that's Tyler Radford as well.
Yep.
So he's a 2 minutes 17 behind already behind Liam. So, Liam's really stepped up the pace. Like especially in that first lap, like yesterday, he did a 22-minute lap on that first loop straight out. Obviously, the track's a little bit slower today, or he's taking his pace. He did a 23-24 lap time today. So, he's just taking his time, I think.
Yeah, again, just consolidate that lead. He's in a great position, which is excellent.
And that looks like that is shots of Liam Walsh making his way back past the spectator area, so well and truly onto his second lap, attacking that race course with absolute vigour. As we see the 138 of Ben Grabham.
Ivan, all of these boys are running dry brake fueling systems, and what are they doing there? I just see them adjusting. Like when Grabo rolled in, he was touching something down on his fuel tank.
Yeah, so most of the guys are running a bit of a dry brake there, so which is actually quite a big hole there. It's nearly 100 mil diameter there, so pretty much dumps nearly 10 litres of fuel into your bike every 2 seconds. So. Yeah, it's quite a quick actually stop and go.
Yep.
A lot of guys I see are running the tough drugs as well. So I mean, most of them are just standard MX store ones, but they're actually still not too bad. They're a lot slower, but yeah, it still makes it a lot easier to get in there and then get back out there.
Lot better than a jerry can and funnel.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Excellent. No, that's very interesting stuff. Good insider perspective. So the 51 and the 79 in there now.
As Brodie Waters scoots back the other way. So he's opened up a little bit of a gap on Sam Hanley from the pit stop there.
He'll be stoked with that. They actually come through, Brodie's DNF 2 years in a row. And for Honda to come out here and actually a whole new team as well. And here he is moved up to second place. I mean, he's got a long way to catch Liam, and to be honest, I don't think that's going to happen. So I think Liam's managing that lead pretty well.
So the time gap there between, there wasn't much of a gap between Brodie and Sam as well. As you can hear Brent's story, that definitely problems with the pipe there. Doesn't seem like it's slowing it down, but geez, I hope he's got some earplugs in or something like that, because that's going to be a long 100 kilometres left on that bike with no exhaust pipe whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely to take note there with Brodie Waters and Sam Hanley. So Brodie actually lost a fair bit of time yesterday, so he's still got to actually pull a good 40-second gap on Sam Hanley to actually get on the podium there at second outright. So
yep.
He can't actually relax.
Yes.
He's going to have to absolutely send that all the way home to try and make up that gap.
Oh, mate, he's hanging off the back of that bike, making all the weight transfer happen.
That definitely looked like Lachlan Terry. He's having a bit of a dip there.
Good to see. Oh. The 29. Good ride in.
That's Timothy Sherman. He's actually, he's a little bit behind now, but I think he's actually moving back up in his class as well, which is actually good. Obviously, somebody's had dramas out there, so he's moving up in his class.
Very good. Again, the 414 in as well now, in for a fuel stop. Hey, we've got Kristen Thompson watching from Cable Beach in WA. Go Jake Reading 404. So Cable Beach, WA, that's a fair way away.
Well, hopefully he makes it to the Kalgoorlie Desert Race.
Yes.
although Western Australia are a fairly large state, just because he's in Western Australia somewhere doesn't mean that he's close to Kalgoorlie. That's it's a bit of a rookie assumption by me there.
I think you've got to be a bit careful which beach you go on there on Cable Beach too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you said, we see a bit of that arm pump. That's the 61. I believe that's Bo Dargell coming in. He's shaking his hands out a little bit, that arm pump.
Yeah, I'll bet Bo Dargell's probably feeling the pinch there, I reckon.
Yeah. Thinking he might regret getting off. Not regret, but thinking, 30 minutes on a motocross track is probably a bit of a cakewalk compared to what he's doing at the moment.
100%. And that's a cool thing that you get a crossover enduro, desert races, and motocross guys to come out and have a wonderful experience, like especially with Dean Ferris years ago coming out here and absolutely dominating the field. It just goes to show whether the level of fitness and skill and all that is at. So it's awesome for him to come out, and then Toby Price coming out here with his rally bike as well. So coming out here for a bit of fun. So it's actually pretty cool to actually see that actually happen over the previous years.
Yeah, absolutely wild to watch Toby on that rally bike and just lapping around. Absolutely no fuel required. Talk about that, Ivan. The Australian Safari's on at the moment, the Sunraysia Australian Safari. So a few motorbike guys riding around down there on their big rally bikes.
Yeah, it's one of those events I wouldn't mind actually doing. It's actually sort of a bit, stepping stone back from what the Australian Safari was. So, it's actually pretty cool to actually chuck a map reader on and try and find your way and find your feet. And have a look at the 650, the far out. What a weapon that guy is.
Yes, absolutely.
I've seen him take off at the start line there. He's trying to kickstart his bike. I'm like, man, I do not like those days.
Yeah, that was a tough ride back in the day, wasn't it? But no, it's very cool. And yeah, getting the Sunraysia Australian Safari on at the moment. Always good to watch and check out how that goes.
It was pretty cool this morning. They managed to watch the Supercross, Super and Motocross playoffs. So she started today, and being an Aussie, you watch it with Jet and Hunter Lawrence doing so well. And man, Jet's just he's only been on the bike for 3 weeks, and he come back and battling with Eli Tolmack, and obviously Eli beat him in the first round, but Jeff finished second, and then the second moto, he managed to pass Tomac and actually get through the lead. So he's got the overall again. So, that guy's got an incredible amount of skill and talent. All of us actually sort of wish we had that sort of level of talent.
Absolutely, yep.
There's a couple of our two bangers make it in. I believe that was the 191.
Yeah, very cool. And again, a few of the shout-outs. Nathaniel Cox, Let's Go Underground Racing. So Adam Quinn, Tony Howell, Josh McDaniel and Ryan Kemp out there racing as a team. So cool. And Jody McKenzie, Go Jock Hullen, 13.
We still haven't seen Nathan Trick come through either, so it's obviously had a bit of a drama out there.
As we see Lloyd talking about the dry brakes and the fuel drums, and now we just got the boys with the jerry can as well.
Yeah, at Super Cheap Special.
There's many ways to skin a cat here at the Don River Dash. Pointing out the camera, thumbs up.
That's cool footage, eh? You don't get that very often.
So that's the 355. So if you are following along at home, that two-stroke gasket. Oh, the boys even kickstart it for him.
Well, we were talking about dry brakes before. There you go, just a standard Jerry, and off we go.
Yep. Going racing.
The 19 and the 227 make their way in as well.
Oh, we'll have to put in there. So Glenn Velder, so he actually come in. So it's actually quite funny that the bike that I was racing last year, Glenn blew up his motor on Friday there. So he come over and said g'day, and I've known him for years, but he actually had borrowed my 501 from last year. So my 501 is still out there. She knows where to go. So yeah, he's actually sitting up there in the top 35. So
that's good.
It's quite good, yeah. He was a bit scared to jump on a 501 after being on a 450, but he reckons it goes pretty good.
Absolutely. awesome that you can keep the dream alive too, because, you know, probably at some point there was all the emotions of, well, the weekend's over, I'm done. So, you know, to be able to go back and go racing after that, that's always a great thing.
Yeah, and that's a beauty of being in this sport. You can get that opportunity, and, you know, everybody's actually out there trying to, you know, help each other out and make sure that, you know, you're having a good weekend, even though your weekend is turning pretty sour. But, you know, you change that perspective when the next guy next to you goes, you know what, I've got a spare tube, or, you know, a spare tyre, or a piston and a barrel, and, you know, let's get you out there and have a bit of fun. You might have DNF day one, but you can have a go on day two as well.
Absolutely. Now, again, a few more of our shout-outs. Matt Sherman, so you shout-out to the lads. Tim Sherman, Clint Miller, Lockie Terry, and Connor Terry. So a couple of families racing together there. And Beck Contract has just said that she was actually at the safari this weekend at the Sunraysia, and she's watching from Mildura. So go the Mildura boys. So must be a few Mildura boys racing here.
Oh, yeah.
Always a few Mildura boys. That's true. Every race. They're fast in the sand down there in Mildura, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, they've definitely got some skillful, you know, motorsport drivers, riders, all that from down there, and that's across the board from, I mean, you know, Speedway Grand Prix, so right through to, you know, Callum Norton's not here this weekend, but he's from Mildura as well. So Brodie Waters, those boys are from there. You've got, you know, Todd Waters in the V8 supercars. You know, there's a lot of, you know, it's not just four wheels. There's a lot of guys from two wheels, four wheels, all around the world. So it's such a cool little place that, and, you know, it's in the middle of the desert as well. So it's always very entertaining.
Interesting you talk about the desert racing and how much it's transferring, because even in the NASCAR scene over in America now, a lot of the new young guns are really coming from like a dirt racing or an off-road background. You know, they've ridden bikes, or they, you know, in the stadium short course series and those sort of things.
Yeah, and it's so cool that you actually get to see that over in America. I mean, we're never going to be as big as what it is over there, but we can try. So, you know, we've got a lot of drivers over here that are extremely skillful, and have a look at what Toby Price has been able to do, and Ken Wheeler and all them. Like, you know, a lot of the guys actually come out here and show what America's actually got, and then they take the drivers back that we've got here in Australia, and like even have a look in NASCAR with what, you know, some of the supercar drivers here have gone over to NASCAR, and they've really shown the Americans, you know, what Australia's actually got there. So especially with Shane Van Gisbergen, they'll bet they don't know how a supercar could actually be drifting, and next thing he's drifting NASCARs over there. So it's such a cool thing to actually see.
Absolutely. Hey guys, again, sorry, not meaning to cut off you, Ivan, but plenty of interesting info coming on the live feed as well. That Andrew Davis is saying that Trigger's blown a motor, so there's obviously some info floating around there that the motor's letting go, which is always a bit of a shame. So,
that's such a shame, you know, especially for Sherco as well. So they were doing so well there, being there so close to the podium, and, you know, Trigger will be really, really bummed about that.
And he looked like he was on the move on the way out of the, you know, from in front of this spectator area here. Like, it looked like he was right on the back and, you know, making moves. So, always the hard thing, hey, isn't it? Just to know how hard to push. And
yeah, it's, you know, Triggy's one of those guys. He might not be the fittest guy out there, but he's definitely one of those guys that actually wants to twist that throttle as hard as it can go and keep shifting gears. So, and especially with his sideshow bob hair out there, it's actually a bit of a style. So, yeah, it's so cool to actually see him out there. He's not really a young guy out there anymore. It looks like Liam Walsh is doing the turnaround down the other end there. So,
yeah, and plenty of style there for Triggy as well. Like, he does love hitting a bit of a sand dune jump and throwing a little bit of a whip as well for the picks for the gram. So, always a shame to hear that Triggy's out of a race. But yeah, like you said, we did see that number one just flash onto the screen for a little bit there at the U-turn, so that means David Walsh. Liam Walsh. Whoa.
Whoa.
Hey, look, we're used to seeing...
I wasn't going to correct you there,
but... used to talking about...
David Walsh is watching on from home.
Yes.
That's where you're going, eh?
Yes.
To see Liam Walsh.
Yes. But it looks like he has completed the half of lap number 2, so... You could probably say about 50% of the way through today's racing.
You could definitely say. say 50%. No, that's excellent.
I'll throw in there is one of the guys from South Australia where I sort of grew up, Luke Nixon. He's actually does the car category as well. So he's actually jumped on a bike and he's come from one of the side-by-sides and actually had another go on a bike there. So he's actually doing another double stinter again today. So, yeah, one of the Ted Freckle boys out there. So he's making that count there. I think he's sitting in about 56, so he's doing all right.
Yeah, that's good. Very, very good. Yeah, double work is hard work. There's no question about that. You've already beaten yourself up in a vehicle, in a four-wheel vehicle, and probably the first day's not too bad either, but to get back on a bike now, how good, like, you want that beer at the end of the race, wouldn't you? You can't have it. You got to strap back on for the hardest riding yet.
Well, especially going from a car back to a bike, it'd probably be all right if you went from a bike back to a car. But
agreed.
Yeah, he said the track was definitely a lot rougher from yesterday. They did have a bit of bad luck yesterday. They were trying to win their class in the side by sides there, but they were pushing a bit hard and blew their belt. So I think they ended up second overall in their class there. So that was pretty awesome. But they did say that there's a lot of square edges down there, and the track down further is actually quite getting turned over a lot. There's a lot of big river rock coming through. There's a couple of road crossings down there. I've got some nasty edges on there.
Yeah, anywhere where they put fill in and make those road crossings get very wild, very quick, don't they?
Yeah, it makes a scary thing. I mean, have a look at this one out in front of us here yesterday. They had a few casualties there yesterday, so I think most of them actually got up and walked away in the end, but yeah, you can never be not too careful out there, especially some of the unexpected ones.
Well, and clearly the rumours of the road crossing just in front of the spectator area went up and down the pits last night or through the camp area, because we're going to put the commentator's curse on, but actually haven't seen anyone even really look like they've had a bad moment there today.
I think the clerk of the course was going over there to inspect it yesterday to try and rectify some of the issue there, so it did definitely need to be filled in. I mean, some of the boys were saying last night that even some of the edges down further were nearly 1.5 foot deep. Yeah, so you know, you just imagine hitting that with your front and back wheel at the same time you didn't even see it.
Yep. Yeah, it would not be a pleasurable experience as well. I suppose it's one of the advantages of the hot pitches area. We just saw the 60 come in, and I just noticed out of the corner of the commentary booth there, a couple of his latches had come loose on his boot there, so I can imagine, Ivan, that wouldn't be a great experience riding with a couple of loose or undone latches on your boot, not offering that support to your ankle and legs like you were expecting.
Yeah, and it's a lot of guys actually sort of, you know, you forget about when your boot buckle does come loose that, you know, a lot of guys are running the steg peg. So, you know, when your boot comes loose and you try to lean back on the steg pegs, your foot actually leans back off. It literally just tears your foot off the foot peg. So, yeah, when that boot buckle comes loose, you're in for a big ride if your foot does come off that peg.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm sure in his pits they'll be able to, hopefully they notice that in his pits and are able to rectify that situation. As the X57, the 63, the 105 all make their way through. Also the 14 having a little wave.
He looks way too jolly to be out there racing the Don River Dash.
The 999 as well. Yeah, he looked like he was just cruising, having a good time. And it looks like he's just ridden straight through the pits as well.
Yeah.
His pits might be a long way down.
Down the far end, yes.
I suppose with 280 bikes, there are a few fairly long pit section.
Yeah, so we've got 82 bikes have actually come through and they've done their first lap. So still, so we're 85 bikes now. So there's a few more actually sort of filtering through. So we're slowly getting there. We're nearly halfway through the field.
And Liam Walsh is working his way back through that field.
Oh, man, like, you know, even from experience coming on this race, it's, you know, working right up at the front of the field there. The rooster's bad on the, you know, you get that first lap out of the way, but the rooster's so bad on that second and third lap where the, you know, all those lap riders coming through, but because he's running sand tyres and a shell grit, that, you know, it's like standing in a rifle range and getting pelted at it with a paintball gun. So quite a few guys have showed us some bruises, and some of them are, well, they're way bigger than 50-cent pieces, and they're already black. So, they're going to have an interesting day today.
Yeah, I did scrolling through the socials last night, relaxing back in the room. I did notice there were plenty of riders that were posting up photos, and it did look like some of them looked like they had about 1,000 mosquito bites across their chest. So, like you said, it's that roost is obviously a brutal factor here at the Don River Dash.
If being the local dealership here, I think they would have sold their Under Armour out pretty quick, I reckon, come Friday.
After the first pre-run.
Actually, it's funny you say that. I think there was a post on the Don River Dash page, someone chasing some parts, and did anyone know the local bike dealer and could they open up? So, can't remember exactly what part it was for, but might have been Moose Tubes, I think.
The 18, the 12, and the 766 all making their way past us.
And that's the thing with this track as well. You know, you're riding in deep sand. You think, you can just run heavy-duty tubes, but you know those square edges down further and a lot of the river rock and that, when you hit them, it actually pinches the bike, it pinches the tube against the rim there. So where you're actually running a moose, the actual moose actually takes a lot of the impact. So that's where the mooses actually have a huge advantage. Obviously, for Fink, we definitely don't run them because our tyre temperature gets up around 200 degrees there. So where here you've got, you know, quite a lot cooler. It does get a little bit hotter, so it's up around the 95 degrees. So the moose will actually start deteriorating, but not to the stage where, you know, Fink, you're actually riding, you know, 240k. So here you actually get a bit of a break, and you got a few puddles out there to actually really, you know, cool the tyres down and make sure that they actually do come through with the race.
So Ivan, would the top riders be changing their mooses overnight, putting fresh mooses in?
No, they do the pre-rides all during the week, mostly on tubes, and then when it comes out to the race day, they'll probably on the Friday they'll run the moose in, so it just squashes it in. And then we actually just normally run the same set of mooses front and rear the whole weekend, so they don't tend to deteriorate too much. You do feel them a little bit softer on day two, but half the time, like especially in the past, I've just cut the moose and actually put an extra piece in there, so which actually makes it a little bit firmer again. But yeah, it just gives it an opportunity to actually sort of recover a little bit as well.
Yeah, fascinating.
So if anybody doesn't know what a moose tube is out there, it's actually a solid piece of foam. So here comes this 650. What a weapon.
She's coming in. No mooses on that bad boy.
No way. That thing's a tractor. Just imagine put a paddle tire on that thing. Yeah, so if it's a solid piece of foam. Instead of having air in there, you've actually got a solid piece of foam that's sort of set a certain pressure. So normally about 10 to 12 psi. So then you're actually pretty much putting the tyre on that's actually pretty much fully pumped up. So it takes a little bit of a challenge to actually put it on, but once it's in there, you can put anything through it, and it's not going to get a flat tyre. So it just gives you an advantage and takes that that mindset out of not being able to get a flat tyre, and it's a peace of mind that you can actually really proper twist that throttle and hit anything that you like and know that you're going to be good out the other end.
Yeah, it's going to react consistently.
Yeah, and that's probably the biggest thing is actually the consistency with it. Where a tube, you can change nearly 20 psi, so it can bump up, especially in the heat. And then when you actually get a lot of the whoop temperature as well, the tyre heats up. You get a lot of friction going on, especially if you don't put a lot of baby powder and all that inside. Yeah, there's lots of tricks of the trade that you actually do to try and limit the fact of actually changing a tyre or changing a wheel. So it looks like we're a bit over halfway now. So we've got about 117 bikes that have actually come through out of the 220.
So 220 started this morning?
Yeah, so just over I think it was 218 this morning that actually started. So on the DNF list at the moment, we've got Nathan Trigg, we've got Jesse Ryan, Reese Cole, Joey Sylvan, I think it is, and Lincoln Gardner as well. So there's been a few that have actually retired on that first lap.
Yep.
He would be not too far from being due in, I reckon.
Yes. Liam Walsh getting close now to our spectator area where we're down here in the commentary booth, and again our VIP area thanks to Bowen Rail. Again, still great to see so many different flavours of bikes floating in. The Quackers, the KDMs, the Hondas. Still plenty of Yamahas rolling through as well. Yeah, it is amazing to hear you talk about the pressure change, Ivan, and yeah, up to 20 PSI. So, you know, having to start on the right settings and do all those sort of things, it's real knowledge.
Yeah, it's very similar to a sprint car tyre in a way. They put, obviously, on sprint car tyres, you've got a massive amount of air in there. Unless you actually run nitrogen in your tyre, the pressure actually changes a lot inside that actual tyre. So obviously, the larger the... Look at the Hawk trying to chase this drone up here. Yeah, it just changes that much. And then it really actually hits... it really hits the bumps quite hard, and that there in itself, the shock is not actually built for that. So yeah, it just putting one of those moose tubes in there actually makes all the difference. You've got that consistency. Here we go. Here comes number one here.
Yeah. I believe that's the 104. No, jokes. But the 104 in as well as the one. So Liam on his second lap. We also see the 67 come in. It is impressive, isn't it, like you said, just how cool, calm and casual he looks, Liam, at the moment. You're talking about that level of confidence, that self-belief that he has at the moment. Like, even when from the moment he crosses the second jump and starts to make his way up the ramp into the pit area, he is literally just cruising.
He's pretty much about to go out there for his last lap there, so he's got a massive lead. So he didn't really push that last lap there, so he's got his lap time there is 28 minutes and 29 seconds. So you know that's a lot. His time is actually lengthened a fair bit, quite a few minutes there from yesterday. Hopefully Brodie Waters won't be too far away behind us. Obviously, he's not going to reel in Liam on that, so you got the David going on.
I've done the curse on you. Sorry, mate. I apologise.
Still got the number one play there, so it's pretty cool for that team to actually experience the multiple championships there. So,
well, I think the big one for Liam is he knows that Brodie's got to get around him and then make time. As it looks like Sam in. But a fair bit of head shake happening there on that bike. You see him looking down a little bit, looking back. He's got a flat tyre.
Yeah, so Sam Manley's got a flat tyre there. I wonder what's happened to Brodie there. He has actually Sam's got a flat tyre, and then.
And is this the 22 coming in? Not the 22, the Honda. The Yamaha.
The 682. Brent story. Yeah, you can hear it.
Hear it, yes. So yeah, something.
Yeah, if you have a look, you see that hole.
And the 4 now coming in as well. So, yeah, Brodie Waters out of position, Ivan.
Oh, it's really changing up, hasn't it?
It has.
Jesse Moore's actually come in there.
Jeez, he's on the hammer, isn't he, the number 4? That's Jesse Moore, number 4?
Yeah, number 4. So Jesse Moore is actually, if he keeps going at the moment, he's actually in 3rd place. So he's actually in a podium position there. Hanley is, once he actually gets out there, hopefully he can actually pass him. It's obviously going into the last lap, so it's going to be interesting.
Gee, a quick pit stop for Story as well. He's out and about, but that is a real shame for Sam.
3, 4, and 5 are definitely very close, so they got a pretty cool battle going on there.
Yeah, the 500 in now as well, Ivan.
Complete his second lap.
500. Coming in very quick there along that back straight.
Yeah, so that's Lachlan Terry that actually come in there. So he's actually sitting in 5th at the moment there. So he's got a fair bit of time to actually make up. I think he's about 4 or 5 minutes behind. So he's got to pass the guys in front of him and pull a gap as well.
Now, boys, we also just saw in the pit still Hanley was actually off the bike working on the rear tyre there. So it is all action stations there in the Hanley team.
Here we go, Hanley's out. So that was a pretty quick stop to change a wheel there.
Now, unfortunately for him, like you said, he didn't really get time to rest and recover in that pit stop as he was assisting in that tyre change. So he's definitely got a lot of work cut out for him. Like you said, got to employ some deep breathing, get that heart rate back down.
There's still no sign there of Brodie Waters, so obviously something that's pretty drastic's actually happened out on the track there. So far we've had Liam Walsh there in first, Sam Hanley's in second, but we've seen there with the tyre, he's actually dropped through there. So Jesse Moore has actually probably moved up into second place there. You got Brett Stoney, he's in fourth. Lachlan Terry's in fifth. You got Tyler Radford, he's in sixth. And then, yeah, that's all we've had actually come through there.
As Liam rips back the other way.
As Thomas Kruger has actually come through there, so he's sitting in seventh. So it's sort of mixing up a little bit there behind Lamb. So it's making it some good close racing there.
Yeah, the podium positions, they're definitely fighting for them.
Yeah, she's all on for this last lap here.
Yes. Now, is that info you'd want to know? If you came into the pits, would you like to know that, hey, you know, Sam Hanley, he's had an issue, flat tyre, like, you know, if you ride smart, you can pick up a couple of places here, or would you prefer just to go out and sort of ride what's in front of you, not try and overthink the race too much?
To be honest, this is like a super sprint for a lot of guys. Only 3 laps. I mean, you're only riding for a max of maybe an hour and a half and whatnot. So, in my experience with that, pretty much every lap you want to hit at pretty much 110%. And so the moment you hit that track, it's wide open as fast as you can possibly actually go, and the results will actually sort themselves out there. So, as you've seen, like Liam's really pulled a gap there yesterday, and he's having a cruisy ride today where the guys in second, third, fourth and fifth, they've been quite close together, but they've got a couple of minutes between them all, so they've actually got to pass each other and pull those gaps as well. So the racing's going to be close, so it'll be actually all come down to their lap time. So it's the moment you actually hit that track, that lap time is going to be very important to actually cut down on the guy that's actually in front of you.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense there. Like you said, it's just race as hard, as fast as you can, and like you said, the results will sort themselves out. So we have seen the 682 of Brett Story rip back the other way, and then hot on his heels, the 4 as well. As we see Grabo, the 138, come in, closely followed by the 51.
He'd be happy about that. So in front of one of his riders there. It's crazy to see Ben still out there racing. He's got a hell of a career behind him. But it's just, his dreams are sort of made of that. It's the amount of events that he's actually won. So, yeah, here comes Brodie now.
So a little head shake as he rode past as well.
That bike might be done, I think.
Does it look? Oh, but you might know. But does it look like it's sitting down in the rear end? Does it look like that rear mudguard, the gap between the rear mudguard and the top of the rear tyre, like it's got a broken rear shock or something like that?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell there. So
you just see better on the actual screen.
Yeah, it might actually have a bit of a drama there with the rear shock. Man, I feel for him. He has such a bad run at this race, the poor bugger. Hopefully they can rectify that and actually get him back out there.
Yeah, because it's obviously got to be discouraging knowing the speed that he does have.
Yeah, he's got the speed and he's definitely got the fitness as well. So he's been working really hard to try and get those results back up on the board. And coming from Mildura, he comes all the way up here, and then he'll go over to the Kalgoorlie 500 after this as well. So that's not too far away. So you really feel for him that he wants to get those results on the board, and it's no fault of his own. Like, he's still training, he's still doing the right things. It just seems to be little mechanicals that have actually been bringing him unstuck. And And then have a look at the results that Liam Walsh has been having. He hasn't had a mechanical. He hasn't, his training's going good as well. So, and it's starting to really show there. So I do really feel for Brody there. He puts in a lot of work, and their whole family team there actually put in extremely hard work about it, and especially for Honda as well. So being in their first team back out here with the desert racing. So that's a real shame that they've had a bit of a drama there. Maybe actually the shock there. So hopefully we can get maybe some footage down there and see what's actually happened. So we've had the first 16 riders actually come through there. So on lap 2.
Yeah, so that does give you a bit of an idea of the pace of how good he was running on that first lap, that he's still within the top 16, even though he's obviously rode a fair chunk of that lap with a busted rear shock or something like that, as we see the F56 come in as well, one of our female competitors.
I actually had a chance to talk to a few of the girls there yesterday, and it's amazing how much actually training and work that actually, their commitment to actually come out and doing so good out here. So it's an incredible, feat of their own to actually personally get out there, as well as actually, make sure that they're fit and healthy, and their training programs are really working well just for this sort of weekend. So, hats off to them. They really, it's a smaller group this year of the ladies, but there is actually a pretty good battle up the front there for 1 and 2 in the ladies class. So it'll be interesting to see how they actually go.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said as well, when you did the interviews with them yesterday, one of the great things that come out about it is they were all encouraging more females to get involved, and that'll just take that sport to the next level, getting more of the girls involved. Imagine coming racing the weekend, and what a great family activity. It's not just your sons that you can do it with, you can do it with your daughters as well.
And definitely get mum out of the kitchen and chuck her on 2 wheels and off she goes. There's another one of Ben Grabham's trail and track guys come in as well.
We also did see the 61 of Bo Dargell make their way in.
Yeah, again, what a way to do it. Jump on board with the trail and track, and you fly in like the rock star, Ivan. That's the move, isn't it?
That's right. You definitely got to do that. It's one of those experiences, if you've never had, a factory opportunity. In this country, it's very few and far between. So to have that experience actually given to everybody as the general public is actually such a unique experience for the whole day. And that's what Grabo was saying when he was talking to us earlier. It's all about the experience. So and it's awesome to actually have, like, for himself to actually lead the team as well. I mean, the poor guy's probably not actually sleeping at night because he's probably got that many bikes and worries going on. So, but Noel Grabo personally, he's very cool, calm, and collected, and let his team actually do his work around him. So, he's definitely built it up to a standard that's quite incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. He takes over that showgrounds. He's got a big shed there, hasn't he? And it works well for him out of there. He's here a couple of weeks prior, and doing the pre-running, doing the coaching, doing all sorts of stuff. And that's something that, wow. If you're going to do it properly, come up early, spend some time with Grabo, let him critique and teach you his ways.
That's right. I'm not sure it's a good thing in a way, but...
Well, you'll either learn fast or something will happen. That's what I'm saying.
That's it. He tried to teach me a few things, and one of them was trying to roll off the throttle, and that didn't really work too well.
Didn't work for you. I laughed when Josh was talking about you about whether it changes the way you ride. I went, do you know who you're talking to? Ivan Long, mate. He's on the bop from the start.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a worry when I jump onto 2 wheels.
No, very good, mate.
So there's a few. I'll touch a couple of the South Australians there. So Jaden Milstead's moved up from quite a far way down. So he's from South Australia as well with Ted Freckle crew, number 22. So he's a part of the Jesse Moore crew as well from South Australia. So which is pretty cool to see, making the trek up here. So, and Zachy Meyer as well. So he's gone down a few places. He's in 25th outright. So, all these guys that come from all over the country just to come up here. So Christian String has actually moved down to 26th outright. So something's happened to him. So he's gone from a lap time of 29 down to 32 in that last lap. So either the track's got really, really harsh or, he's had a little drama out there.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the thing, Ivan. If you just spend, 2 minutes on the side of the track trying to fix something, or you get something caught up in your bike and, just trying to fix it, like that changes the whole groove and momentum of the race, doesn't it?
It does. It changes your mindset for going from, racing to race to win to actually going out there just survive. I just want to get home now. Just, most of the guys are going, I want a cold drink there or a cold beer or something at the end of the event. So, and being such a short event, you've got 3 laps here. So, you don't have much time to actually make it up. So as soon as you have a little drama there, as you've seen with Brodie Waters, so he's out of the race here. Yep. Something so small can go wrong, can set you back a long way.
Yes.
Yeah, they've got a look at their guys over there. They're absolutely sending it still.
Yeah, still having a good attack. And actually, it woke up old mate in the yellow there because I think he got back on the gas. He might have been having a think for a second. He's like, hold on, get back in the game here, young fella.
And that's the thing. You don't even hear anything coming from behind you. And unless you're looking behind, I've got a little mirror there. You got no idea what's actually happening behind you. So next minute you do a buzz pass and, oh, God, man, that's far out.
Yep.
So,
yep, absolutely. So that's so amazingly cool. So, hey, look at this great shot we've got of all our racers and riders and spectators down here. So, completely brilliant. Another one of our fantastic 2-strokes rolling in here. Oh, and Ivan, as we've got this great shot here of our little commentary tower up here. So we're up in the box. We've got the best seat in the house, I think it is. Might have to hit them up for a little bit of air conditioning next time. Warming up a bit here
Maybe
today.
a keg so we can pour a few drinks here while we're...
Oh, we're lucky enough to be joined in the commentary box by none other than Ivan Long. I tell you what, it's an absolute pleasure here this weekend. Yeah, he's ready. Yeah, although I can tell he's already itchy because next year's, mate, you're thinking about throwing a leg back over a bike?
Look, if I get some sponsors behind me, I probably would actually throw a leg over the bike. So we'll just wait and see. Anything's possible. We've still got the drive there. Just, we're just trying to put something together and we'll wait and see what happens there. So, that's such a cool footage. Man, those guys know how to fly the drone so cool, eh?
They do. They're very, very good at it. And yes, absolutely, mate. So there you go. We'll put the pitch out for you, mate. The sponsorship opportunity. Get on Ivan Long Racing and send a message, mate. So
if they do want to sponsor, how would they get in contact with you?
Honestly, through either Facebook, Instagram, and things like that, just send us a message. There's always an opportunity there, and I'd love to actually do a lot more video coverage of, especially not just for my personal sponsors or anything like that. It's more for the sport more than anything. Desert racing is such a big game in Australia, and if we could get like something that off the ground with the Australian Off-Road Series as well, it would be such a cool experience for the sponsors to, experience the exposure that they've never been exposed to, and to throw it out there. Like, there's a lot of guys that are actually really keen to jump on board with the Desert Series and sign ourselves up to try and get it off the ground and make it happen. So, have a look at the footage you guys get, coverage-wise. So,
yep, absolutely. And it's all free to air. Like, you can just watch it. You don't have to pay. Josh keeps talking about this. You don't have to pay a KO subscription or anything like that. So it's pretty amazing that we get this great coverage of this awesome event. Yes, I do like the series that you're talking about too, Ivan. I think we need to work on that.
He's saying Huddy should be, talk to Huddy about doing some AORC stuff for you as well.
Yes.
Yeah, Huddy does an awesome job. Look, he's out there having a good go, and the amount of work hours that he actually puts in to make it actually happen. And have a look at the footage that actually comes up on big screen. So, it's such a worth it, investment for the sport, and it takes the mind away from everybody going to work and the daily grind and all that, and actually coming away for this, for instance, a 3-day weekend, but you actually make it a 4 or 5 day weekend. You're up here in the Bowen Basin. it's close enough to the Bowen Basin. You got Airlie Beach up here. You got a beautiful Bowen area there. So it's the Bowen Rail Company. I'm sure they've got a lot of rail out there that'd be more than happy to actually go and check out. So especially from the coalfields, it's not too far away. And then, especially in Bowen, have a look at all the tomato farms. Come up and steal some tomatoes off of them. So,
probably a mango farm or two up here.
Bowen mangoes, absolutely.
So, there's so many opportunities there for family to actually get away and get away from that, that daily grind and actually spend it, a couple of grand doesn't go too far up here, especially when you actually get to have free accommodation in the Park for Maine there. You get to see all the cars, you get to see all the bikes, you get to, have one-on-one with them all as well. So, and then you've got, you only have to borrow a bike off a Grabbo for the weekend, and you literally...
I thought you were going to say off an Ivan Long.
Yeah. But this does happen. So.
It has happened, yeah.
It hasn't got a freshen up kit in it from last weekend. He comes, looks like it's number 2 or 1. That's number 4. Jesse Moore, so he's still circling out there. He's still having a bit of a go.
He's having a good crack there.
I did stir him up on social media last night on our Ted Freckle page that we were on, and I said to Jesse, if it's not wide open and not in top gear, you're not going fast enough.
Yes.
So then I went and caught up with him before the race, and I said, "What's going on, mate? Like, you scared of those rough holes out there, or what's going on?" And he goes, "Look, mate, I've got my ability, and you've got your ability." So,
very good, mate. Well, I tell you what, he's riding a good race here this weekend, isn't he? He's put himself in a solid position.
He has, and he's moved back up on the ladder as well. So that just goes to show, just never give up. It's never give up hope. He moved down to 6th place yesterday, and he's actually moving back up, and he probably doesn't even know it. He'll come across the finish line, and it all depends on what the times are like. But it is going to be pretty close up there in the top, especially 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's going to be very close.
Well, it's a bit like what we had in the cars this morning. We sort of knew that Ken had got himself out in front and was running a good pace out there, and it was kind of his race to lose. But as for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, it was all a bit of a... There were a lot of what-ifs, a few different situations.
And it had changed from...
lap to lap.
Lap to lap, yeah, exactly. We're left on the 2nd. We thought we had our top 3 fairly pinned. It turns out it had completely changed.
And that's the cool part about motorsport, that you just never know what's actually going to happen, especially when it's close racing as well.
Now, Ivan, the other thing is that, particularly with the motorbikes, cars as well, but, people are here racing in their classes as well. So the first number of a lot of these bikes actually mean what class that they're in. So you were talking about some veterans and masters, and there's the female class, there's the what I want to say, CC classes as well, 2-stroke, 4-stroke classes. So a lot of these guys, they'll be wanting to run, win their 252-stroke class, or their veterans class, or the masters class. So that's probably pretty hard. As Grabo comes through, does he just keep dominating all those classes? Is that how that works?
Well, Grabo is probably going to have a bit of a shock if I do come back next year, because I'll be in his class over 35. So
there you go.
I've been trying to get away from him for a long time, but we seem to keep meeting up on the track in the same class. So, and that's the thing on the start line there. You've got a lot of classes that it's not just an overall. There's someone that's got another flat tyre there, so he's just limping it back in.
Yeah, and another flat here. Sorry, yeah,
2 flat tyres there. So. It's not just a battle up the front there. You've got outright 1, 2, 3 there, but you've also got the class wins as well. So the classes 1, 2, 3. So, and especially a lot of the old farts, it's all about the boxes. So how many boxes of beer? Who's going to owe who at the end of it? So
absolutely.
So and it's such a cool weekend to actually do that. Oh, look at that drone footage actually coming there, just checking out what's going on in the back wheel with the flat tyre there.
Trying to find an option to put another tyre on it. .452 in now. In for another lap. That'll be his 2nd, so he'll be headed out on his 3rd.
I'd say Liam wouldn't be too far away from actually making his turn back this way as well. So, yeah, it looks like he's in a pretty hot seat there to take 3 in a row.
Yeah, which is awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You know, just a big testimony to how much hard work that the whole team and him personally to making it actually happen, and especially for all their sponsors as well. Because they are a privately run race team, they get a lot of help from KTM, but there's a lot of things that happen in the background, and that's super important for them to actually keep that team running as well. So obviously running David Walsh with Fink, it's such a big thing, and at the moment I think Fink is sort of up in the air just a little bit, but for the next year's event, but we'll wait and see what actually happens with that. There's a lot of other opportunities of desert races out there, and hopefully that team can actually sort of build and maybe even throw in another couple of riders there to, keep the guys actually filtering through, because there is a lot of young guys that are actually still coming up that have got a lot of skill and coming from motocross and coming out to do the desert stuff. So if people get that opportunity to jump on something like that, and especially the KTM team, they've been out there, they've been so dominant since the Toby Price or even Ben Grabham days. So
yes,
it just goes to show what that brand's actually capable of.
Yeah, they really put their nose down, didn't they? And always been strong in the Euro scene, but they're now very dominant in the American scene racing, as well as again in the Australian desert scene.
Yeah, I'll actually touch on that a little bit as well. So there's a guy, Harry Norton, who was actually Dobby's or David Walsh's mechanic when he was leading Fink, and then he had a mechanical drama there. So Harry was actually his mechanic. So Harry is now actually over in Europe, and he's running the Red Bull factory KTM team over there. So he's the team boss over there. So. Which is pretty awesome. So he did a lot of spanner work for me. He started off in Kesner's down in Adelaide, and he's worked his way over to Europe and running pretty much one of the biggest teams in the world. So alongside Jeffrey Hurlings, and he was a mechanic there for Tommy Val, who's actually now in the US. So he's got a lot of experience in there. I do talk to him every now and then. So it's so cool to actually have somebody that's on a world stage, but it's actually in the management role over the actual riding side of things. So, he's such a cool, experienced guy as well.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely amazing that essentially an Australian desert racing mechanic has worked his way to the top.
You just never know where dirt bike can take you in the world, isn't it? That's one of the great things. Start young. Sorry, I was just a bit confused by the shot.
Start young, yes.
I thought, yes. But you know what I mean? Like the world, particularly with motorbikes and stuff like that, the world is really your oyster.
Yes.
It just goes to show that, dedication, even though you might not get the financial reward at the start. You keep working and keep working, and, the financial reward eventually you will get there, but I think it is more about his passion more than anything. If you've got a passion about something, and that's the thing, especially in life, you want to keep pushing with that passion of actually going out there and having an enjoyable experience, especially like with dirt bikes. Like, have a look where you actually get to race all around the entire country. You go from, right down in Victoria to over to Kalgoorlie, and you can get to do the gas dash over there in WA, and then you've got the Fink Desert Race, and then you come over to the Don River Dash. Like, there's so much travel going on, and you get to have such a cool exposure across the board, which is, there's not too many sports you actually get to experience any of that.
I think that's the big thing as well. Like the racing takes you to all these different parts of the country that we don't normally get to see. It's a beautiful spot here up in Bowen. As we said from that overhead shot, as we see the 13 take himself around the U-turn. But yeah, it's a beautiful spot that we get to race up in here. It's quite unique as well. A lot of our races are desert races. You talk about Mildura and Kalgoorlie and stuff like that. They are further away from the coast, but that's one of the great things, is it's not all cookie cutter style of track as well. Kalgoorlie has its own challenges. Fink has its own challenges. The Don River Dash has its own challenges. They're all the different styles of tracks that we get to race on.
And that's the thing, especially as a rider, you want to experience and expose yourself to a lot of different terrains and have good weekends. And Have a look at this, like such a beautiful shot there. You got dirt bikes on a river that's world famous for what it's actually doing up here, and obviously its age as well. But you're going from deep super sand to let's say Fink. You got hard pack, really big whoops to throw a Hatter in there, and a Hatter in itself it's its own beast. That's sand, but it's a totally different beast.
Yep.
It's and then you actually go to Kalgoorlie 500. You got a really hard packed, dusty track. You're crossing the country with so many different terrains. It's actually such a cool way to actually have a sport that you can actually touch in different terrains and different technicalities, and it changes your suspension setup as well as your mindset in the bike as well. So a lot of us guys actually have a very similar engine setup, but suspension wise, like from Fink to Don River, it's totally different. And then you go all the way through to Kalgoorlie 500, it's a lot less suspension setup as well, so it's a lot softer and all that. There's a guy that's got another flat tyre, so they're having a...
Gee, plenty of flats today as well. Like, I feel like we're seeing a few more flats today than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, those square edges are definitely starting to show through.
Yes, of course.
I'll bet that river rock is actually probably showing through as well.
Yes, yeah, a lot more exposed hazards, I guess you'd say. But that is such an interesting point that you bring up there, that, like you said, yes, the Don River Dash is a sand race, and yes, Hatter is a sand race, but in these instances, sand isn't sand. They're two different styles of stand. There are a couple of different styles of stand there that we have to race with. As it looks like we've got David Walsh coming in across our finish line jump.
Liam Walsh again, it's a cousin. Here he goes. He's done 3 in a row, so he's actually had a really good, successful last lap there. So well done to Liam there. He's coming back from an injury there as well. So carrying that number 1 plate, he's actually pulled off the hat trick there. So that's or the trifecta there. Sorry. So far out. What an incredible ride there.
Just getting bumped onto them. Like you said, I think there's no mean feat of what you talk about with the crown. The crown often weighs quite heavy on these. Once you've done it once, you kind of hope to do it again, and once you've done it twice in a row, you kind of expect to do it 3 times in a row. So he would have come here this weekend expecting nothing less than victory. So that is an awesome effort there, as we see the 4 in as well.
Oh wow, Jesse Moore. Wow, what a ride. He made up a lot of time on that last lap. He must have been absolutely hanging off.
Absolutely
so
right.
As long as Sam Henley...
Yeah, we keep a bit of a lookout for this 682 as well of Brent Story. Here's the 2 of Sam Hanley, so we have lost...
1, 2, and 3 has come in there. So how did it go on corrected time? So
it's going to be
the biggest thing.
2 and 3 is going to be very tight, that's for sure.
Well, obviously my word of encouragement to Jesse there has really stirred things up.
So, it looks like we've had first and then our podium fillers, 2nd and 3rd, in as well, because it's going to be damn tight between the number 4 and the number 2 of
Sam Hanley there. So it looks like Liam Walsh has actually come through there, so 1 hour 21, and then it looks like Jesse Moore has actually come in for just under 5 seconds off of Liam there. So he was really on a mission on that last lap there, and Sam Hanley's actually come in about 1 minute and 4 just behind Jesse Moore there. So the Ted Freckle rider there, he's done an awesome job there on the last lap. He's obviously not let off the throttle there, which is awesome to see.
Well, I'm sure you mentioned it, but pretty impressive when Sam Hanley had that little mechanical issue too.
Yes,
so,
yes.
all of those guys well and truly on it. So a great ride there from our top 3. Very impressive.
Now, there's just a little shame there that Brodie Waters actually got eliminated there for a bit, because I reckon he would have had something there for him on the last lap, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Brodie has gone back out. I think I think I can still see them with the bike over there underneath his pits.
Yeah, it's such a shame about that. It's they come all that way, and 3 years with the DNF actually really hurts.
Yeah.
Here we go, Kenny Scott. Like Kenny's just coming in there, so he's an old desert dog as well. He used to live in Alice Springs, so he's still out there having a go. This is his first Don River Dash as well. I kept stirring him up there last year, and he's decided to come out and have a go.
So sadly, we have lost Brent Story as well in that final lap. He was sitting in around that 2, 3, 4 position on corrected time. So, geez, look at the gloves there. The whole glove ripped to pieces there for Sam Hanley. So maybe that's from holding on, or maybe from doing the tyre change, get a few little rips in it.
It looks like he's running his standard grips there, so he's definitely going to feel that tomorrow. I'll have to get the brake clean bottle and get him out. Give him a spray on his hand with the brake clean. Well done. And so they're the top 3 there. So you've got Liam Wilson, Jesse Moore and Sam Hanley. All 3 of those guys have actually just been in a class of their own all weekend. So obviously Jesse Moore was back there a long way off the start, but he's dug really deep and he's really kept them close. And then, he's actually come through there, and it looks like he actually may have ended up second overall. So that's pretty cool to actually see.
The 2-2-3 makes his way in for his second lap, followed along by the 18 as well. Sort of can't imagine what 300 kilometres in the Don River would be like on a 2-stroke.
I'd be more worried about that XR650.
Yes. We see the number 9 across the finish line, so that will be his third lap.
Yeah, so that's Thomas Kruger there, so he's actually come through. We had Tyler Radford, he's come through as well on lap 3, so he was 3 minutes 19 behind Liam there. So, and then Tom there was actually 4 minutes 16 behind Liam Walsh. So we've had the top 5 actually come through there, so I'm not sure on the corrected time where they actually sort of sit, but I think they'll be probably pretty close to what we're actually thinking at the moment.
Again, the 247 coming back into the pits he'll be going out on another lap, but just getting the blood in.
There you go, it's the red dog, it's been grabbing, so... And Grabbo's been twisting the throttle on that thing. There's nothing left of that muffler.
There's another muffler gone. So like you said, just goes to show how brutal this race is, that it's actually broken the muffler and the silencer out of that motorbike as well.
So Grabbo's, he started out just outside that top 10, and he's actually come in 6th outright here. He's actually sort of really stirred his guys up out there. So,
and one of his rentals coming in as well, the 51.
I see that.
The 909.
Ben Batiza, Patinza or something like that. Yeah, I think he's coming through in 7th there.
It's a great ride. He'd be very happy with that.
I'd be spewing that his team boss has actually cleaned him out too.
Yeah.
Do you get to ride for free if you beat Grabbo? Is that the deal?
Well, that's it. We might have to put something out there like
in
that.
In the contract.
It's crazy to think that most of these guys coming through are going on lap 2.
They've got another one to go.
And Liam's he's finished his race. He's done it. He's won it. And it's just one of those things that you just tick another box for 2024 for that team.
Right in front of the crowd.
Hopefully this next guy's not going to... Goes to the left. That's a real shame. They need to get someone out there.
Yeah,
there's a couple of guys out there. I think that guy is actually... Both those guys are not moving real good.
Yep.
They definitely need their ambos over there.
So, again, one of the boys out there actually helping out.
They're pushing those bikes over to the right, so that's the go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Someone see if they can stay there. I think they're both actually out cold there, but that's a real shame to actually see that. especially this late in the race.
Yeah. Hopefully the... Yeah. So again, they're pushing them over out of the way now, guys. Again, Ambos are on their way. They're getting sorted.
You definitely don't want to see that this late in the day
No.
either. And that sand would be pretty warm to lay out there at the moment.
Even mentally, a few of these guys, Ivan, they've got another full lap to go now. They've just come into the pits.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it's you come over and you see something like that, and then you come into the pits, and then you know you've got one more lap to go. So, see Robbie Armstead actually come through the pits then. So he's a fair way down there. So he's obviously had a few little dramas there. Looks like both of those riders are getting looked after pretty well at the moment there, so it's the most important part there.
Again, Ivan, just one of those things, a very tough position for the second rider. Would never have seen anything over the top of that jump.
Yeah, that's the thing. It really makes it hard to actually, especially when you're coming up to it so fast as well. And, you know, you just don't know what's over that edge there, and especially right in the middle of the track as well. So he's obviously hit his bike and sent him over the bars there. So, yeah, really unfortunate situation there. It's not good when you actually see that. So what I say, Robbie Armstead was actually a lap down there. He's actually finished in ninth outright there. So we've actually nearly had the top 10 actually come through for finishes.
The 296.
Yeah, another one of the Grabo trail and track bikes in.
So it's Nathan Elliott. He looks like he's actually come through with 10th there. So that's an awesome ride, and yeah, awesome for Grabo's trail and track. A lot of those guys are right up the pointy end of the field, which is pretty cool to see.
Super impressive, isn't it? Like that's 3 or 4 in the top 10.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, 4 riders in the top 10. So and the team bosses trying to round them all up at the same time.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, mate.
The 29, mate, so I think that's their final lap as well. So that might be our close to a top 10 as well for those guys.
And I see Bo Dargle's actually come in as well. So there's quite a Tom Sherman, and so Jack Hoolan, he's actually come in as well. Brody Crane.
Well, actually, is that Dargell and Brody Crane almost side by side?
Yeah.
So they're both Rocky boys, so...
There's some close racing there right at the end in there.
Yep, and again, all on Grabo Trail and Track bikes. So he's got a good advertisement this weekend.
He does. He's definitely putting the gas right up there. So yeah, we'll go through the top 10 so far. So Liam Walsh, Jesse Moore, Sam Hanley, so Tyler Radford, he's actually come through in 4th. Thomas Kruger, Ben Grabham in 6th. Ben Bertinzi, Jack Verstegen, Robbie Armstead in 9th. Nathan Elliott in 10th. Bo Dargle in 11th. Brody Crane seems to be in 12th. Tim Sherman in 13th. Jack Hooland, he's in 14th. Connor Terry, he's in 15th. And Todd McCartan as well. So we talked to him on the start line. So that's the top 16 guys have actually made it through and completed their 3 laps for today.
And pretty wild, Ivan, because, you know, like it felt like a little while for the top 4 to come in, didn't it? But now that it's starting to roll through, that 4th to 20th, they've poured in.
Yes. Yeah, they have. So what I'm quite surprised about is Liam pulled such a big lead on that first lap. And the guys behind him, they've obviously had a serious battle going on, and they've reeled him in. So, I mean, Jesse Moore to pull up right next to him, only 4 seconds across the finish line. That's an incredible ride. So, you know, you never give up right to the finish line, and he's obviously actually put that into play today, and it's sort of paid off. So both those riders are still down on that jump there, so...
So again, a few more bikes in, the 913, the 297, the 650, all making their way in now. And again, still plenty of riders going out to finish their 3rd lap as well.
That was Todd McCartan actually coming in there, so he's in about 18th place for today. 11 minutes and 32 seconds behind the leader there, Liam Walsh.
So close racing today.
It certainly is. It makes it for a very entertaining day, especially for the crowd. You just never know what's actually going to happen. And, you know, there's still a lot of battles going on out there as well, especially when it comes to the clubwomen. You've got the experts, you've got the Masters class veterans. They're all actually still out there battling for positions.
The 22 in now, Ivan, as well.
That's Christian Stringer, so he's finished in 21st there. So he might have had a bit of a drama there this afternoon. So he's definitely no slouch, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
He's done a lot of years of racing.
.991, the 78, the 565.
Yeah, a lot of those guys are still on their lap 2. I'll be just glad to see my 500 come through, to be honest, at this rate.
The 414 boys is through, but he was definitely clutching at that arm, wasn't he? Like the the left arm.
Yeah, there's probably a fair bit of arm pump going on there, I reckon.
Yep. 732. Oh no, the 234.
It must be a fair bit warmer than what it was yesterday. A lot of the guys are coming through, pulling their goggles off, and they're definitely really sweating it today. So compared to yesterday, we're having a fair bit of headwind there on the track. All the guys were actually complaining about that. The headwind on the way back was pretty vicious, and then you come back on the other side of the creek, and all of a sudden you get a tailwind, and so it sort of was changing backwards and forwards, left and right there. So just one of those things that all the, you know, there comes Susan as well. So she's one of the
973.
Yeah, so one of the female riders there. So they're going out for they will have one more lap left to go.
F84 through as well now. I'll let you go.
Yeah, it's only Yeah, so it did actually look like that. Brodie Waters has obviously been out of the race because he's actually had a broken rear spring there. So you're definitely right, when he actually was coming into that bike was lowing down in the back end there. So that's such a shame. So he had such a good pace going on as well. Just goes to show that he was pushing really hard. So he's literally riding the spring off of that thing. So
literally, yep.
So
that's crazy to think that, you know, again, we sort of talk about it. Ivan, you might have missed it when Josh and I were talking earlier, but it blew us away when they were talking about broken frame bolts and bits and pieces, because us mere mortal motorbike riders never change a frame bolt in our entire life.
Yeah.
And, you know, like they're breaking it in 150 Ks. And, you know, same deal with a spring, like it's crazy to think that it's that much fatigue, and that bike would have been prepped and fresh for this race. So.
It was 100%. It was definitely, it would have been brand new, a lot of that stuff and a lot of that hardware. So it just goes to show how brutal that track is out there. So I will actually say, mention there, especially my 500 from last year, I think we do measure the frame before we actually go out and actually do the race. And after Fink last year, it was after Don last year, the frame of that bike was actually stretched nearly 12 millimetres. Just because of the sheer force of, you know, especially the whoops, I'd say that it probably would be more to do with Fink. So it just goes to show what sort of stress the frame and the engine is actually under out there.
Yep, that's absolutely amazing.
I mean, especially at Fink, you see the welders and all that going around after day one of the cars, and they're just, you know, they got their work cut out for them. So I can imagine coming here and having all these square edges on a lot of the cars, and that'll be getting beaten up, let alone all the poor bike riders actually out there trying to beat themselves up.
Yes.
So it looks like it got the second rider there off the track there after that little bit of an incident. So
yeah, a lot of the guys celebrating now. Got a few of our 3 lappers in. 659, 173 there.
I think they're asking each other, how many more do you have? Are we good?
Yeah, so that was Jaden Milstead and John Harkness that actually come through. Oh, those boys. They're both Freckle guys. And John Harkness is no slouch, but he started dead last yesterday.
Ah, yes.
And he worked his way through. And he's come through in 26th. And Jaden's a fair bit younger there. So that's kind of interesting.
Is that the 440 machine? Can you read your eyes good enough?
It does look like it's definitely
unfortunately,
440.
Geez, I tell you what, shout out to the 440. I think that's a couple of times he's been on there, whether he's running out of fuel, but it is a two-stroke as well.
Two-stroker, yep.
So he had a horrid day yesterday. I think a couple of times we saw it start and get going. But if they've got him on the drone, he's not too far from the finish area, so hopefully he's not running out. Is he digging into his back pocket?
Do you think he cools off, gets the arms fresh, so he can bang through the whoops right in front of the crowd? Because you're dead right. We've seen this a couple of times.
That might be a bit of a stage setup.
He's like, these morons with the live stream and their drones are giving away my secrets.
That's right. You can't hide up here. It looks like there's a guy coming in there. He's got a bit of a flat tire. His back end is going everywhere.
Another one of our two-strokes too, which is very cool. 335.
So it's Kaz Mundy, so on the 335, so he's come through in 30th there.
It's a good ride. Big two-stroker.
That is good ride for a two-stroker.
Yeah.
That would have been a heck of a ride there today.
464 now in as well.
The 59, the 624. A little bit of a thumbs up, a celebration there. The 202 in as well.
So all these guys are home and racing.
So 202 is Bailey Wallace. So he's come through there in 29th for the look of it. He's bumped himself up a little bit.
The 104, the 216, the 257.
Still plenty of kids out here on the flags. Plenty of action still happening in the VIP tent.
It's awesome to have the kids actually come out as well and experience it all on a whole nother level. So especially seeing the cars this morning and then seeing the bikes in the afternoon, it's a big day for them out, really. It's just a little bit of a bummer to see something like that happen. A bit of an incident there in front of everyone there, but it looks like there might be actually. They're still working on the first guy there, but it looks like he might be actually all right.
Again, still plenty of action happening in the pits, up and down the field still.
That's awesome to see that drone just chasing you out. You definitely want to get on the hammer as soon as you get out there. Make sure you look good for that drone.
Was the drone chasing the bikes out, or is the drone just trying to avoid the eagle that's circling looking for it?
Yeah, there's a couple of them stalking it, I think.
So the 621.
It's definitely a big day at the office there. They've, especially after 3 laps out there and that heat as well. So as soon as you slow down, you start feeling that heat as well. And yeah, just crazy how it's different from yesterday to today.
Well, I think the thing you can't probably underestimate is the fact that they've also got the 3 laps from yesterday under their belt. As it looks like we get going again at the U-turn there. It looks like, unfortunately, one of the boys had a little bit of a lay down just before they got into the U-turn, but he was able to get it up and running again. So plenty of action still happening in the pits. A little wave to the camera. Throw the leg over. How good are electric start bikes these days?
It's definitely changed a lot, and it's hopefully we can only go with electric start and not full electric bikes, so we don't get that engine fuel.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be a bit of a boring race if they had to pull up and plug in for 25 minutes at the halfway mark.
Yeah, we're definitely hitting up Elon Musk there to go, hey, we need to sort these batteries out.
We need some much better battery life.
It's definitely pretty cool to actually see. It's definitely cool to actually see, how much development these bikes have actually gone over the years. And, the first electric start there, it was over 10 years ago, 12 years ago, Yamaha actually had that electric start. It looks like the guy's actually coming through that. He'd be feeling it, I think. And poor bugger. He looks like he's going to be all right, though, so that's the main thing. Yeah, the change in technology to now you had the kickstart and the electric start, and now you've got KTM, Husqvarna, Gas, and a few other brands actually going full electric, no Kickstarter whatsoever. So, as soon as that battery's gone, you're out there pushing. So, makes it for an interesting time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but I suppose as the technology comes along and more people realise, well, we don't have that many failures because, again, there has been a few bikes that have had, electric start only for a reasonable amount of years. And but, yeah, there was a period there where a lot of old dirt bike riders would have been, there's no way you're taking my kickstart off me as a backup. So, but now it's all about weight saving, isn't it?
It is. It definitely is. It's, we definitely... there for a little while, a few years, actually not that long ago, back in 17, 18, or even a few years earlier than that, we were actually buying the motocross engine and transferring a lot of the gearbox and ratio, like the gear ratios, and transferring everything over to the EXE model, just so that we wouldn't have that extra weight, because especially, a lot of people wouldn't actually understand it, the gravity side of things of the bike, but actually having a Kickstarter on one side of the bike, especially at an event where, like for Fink, for instance, you're going through the whoops, that just the extra, 100 grams on that one side, it actually always tipped the bike to the right-hand side. So we were changing the engine, so we'd actually go to the Supercross model or the motocross model engine, so it'd actually take that weight out of there, so you can actually get the bike a lot more balanced. And now you actually see a lot of the starter motors and things, they're mounted right in the center of the engine now, and the reason for that is the center of gravity, because you want the best balance possible. So and that's what Honda have actually done as well, so they've changed that all, and Yamaha as well, they've gone all down in that path. So there's a method to the madness on what they actually do in the engine designs that we didn't actually have probably like 10 years ago or even 8 years ago, so that we're actually trying to make ourselves and make it actually work. We're drilling holes in bolts to make it lightweight on one side, and it's pretty crazy to the technology's actually come that way. It looks like we've got the cleared track there, so his mate there is actually all smiles there. So they're getting cut off the track there. So it looks like both the guys there are actually, on the mend.
Yeah, so how good is that? We've still got a fantastic female, class out there racing, and I think it's starting to get pretty close. We called through Sarah earlier, didn't we? And then the F53 was right there as well. So all sorts of stuff going on there. But again, following along with some of our female races, and this class battle is still happening.
It looks like it's Tam there, so it looks like she's actually going not too bad. So she's just getting that last lap in, so she probably hasn't been able to catch up to the girls up the front there. So I think Katie and Susan actually sort of really got on the gas there early. So, but it's awesome to actually see them out there having a go. So look at that picture. It's like that's picture perfect there, right in the Don River there. They're going in there. That white sand really sets it off, doesn't it?
Yeah, if anything, it's just a beautiful race course to be at over the course of the second weekend of September. Mark it in your diaries now for 2025. It's a beautiful place to be. The Whit Sundays, Bowen.
She's definitely feeling the pinch there. I think she's got the elbows down and trying to lock those legs in there. So she'll be looking forward to finishing this last lap.
She's still having a good crack though, isn't she? She's still up on the pegs, hasn't sat down yet. She is not succumbing.
Yeah, you definitely want to do that there. There's probably not too many places you want to sit down out there at the moment. So.
Well, there's a few of them that are sitting down though, Ivan.
Yeah.
There are a few people are hurting, I think.
Yeah, I think there'll be a few beers and, horror stories at the end of the day there. So there's been, a lot of guys, a lot of motor expirations over the last sort of couple of days. So a lot of, mechanical issues. So it just goes to show how tough this actual race is. So between man and machine. So the machinery is obviously, put it to a test, as we've seen there with Brodie Waters. So having his spring actually collapsed there. So just goes to show that the machinery can sometimes actually give up on it before the rider does.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that is a big one. We were talking to Kent earlier on as well, and he was saying about how in the cars they need to be so on point with their tune for the motor, and that is obviously exactly the same thing with these motorbikes. We've had a few engine failures, a few expiries. So, interesting to see how it's all playing out at this point in time. Like you said, Triggy having that engine failure, and then a few of our other riders. But, it is a brutal race when someone like Brodie Waters, who is the man that would have every box ticked in his preparation for the 2023 Don River Dash.
And that's the thing as well, especially with Triggy. He's come from Mildura as well, and he's come a long way. And he was sitting right there. He's so close to the podium, and he's pushing really hard. And obviously the hardware is actually not held up for this race, so which is a real shame. And a lot of guys that actually feel these pain as well, I can imagine, especially being so close to a podium there. I personally I know exactly how he actually feels there, but coming back from Don last year, so being in second there, and then on day two trying to reel Callum in there, and he got a flat tyre, and then trying to reel Liam there, so literally got a sniff of his pipe, and then next moment we got a flat tyre. So it just goes to show that this track here, you can never underestimate it. And as we can see, with a lot of flat tyres actually come through, you've definitely got to have one of those moose tubes to actually make sure you come through with the survival.
Yeah, even when you think you're nearly home, you're still a long way. That halfway turn is still a fair race.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure. And I tell you what, you'll be looking forward to that drink of water or beer at the end of the day, especially after this race. So, especially when the nice and warm as well today. We've had 55 riders come through and completed their lap 3, so they're still filtering through. We're not quite halfway through with the finishes at the moment.
And again, still pit crews scrambling down there. Still plenty of racing going on. Again, riders taking on water. Motorbikes taking on fuel and off for another lap.
Off for one more lap. It was the dash for cash on that last lap.
Sometimes it's so good too, Ivan. You know, you chat to your mates. Look, thumbs up for the camera. Get an Instagram post. But that's what I mean. Like, you've probably been beating yourself up, and then you get here and, you know, a little bit of a joke, bit of a laugh, bit of a drink of water, and you're feeling like a new man.
That's it.
Maybe
that's
not completely new,
Yeah,
but
probably not completely
newer.
new. Get a little bit of feeling back in your fingers.
Yeah, the fingers of the feet. I tell you what, the feet will be on fire out here today, standing up as much as these guys have to stand up around this track.
So the 45 just rolling in now.
So that's Graham Blake in number 45 that's just come through there. He's in 57th.
Very nice. The 139 as well.
Yeah, it looks like Shane Kemp there. So he's pushed his way up there on a bit of a corrected time. So he's 26 and 23 seconds behind Liam Walsh there. So obviously Liam's nearly half an hour in front of these boys, but which is pretty much he's put him a lap down, unfortunately. So, you know, it just goes to show the level of skill that these guys up the front have actually got, and you know the level of fitness and their hardware actually making it all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, Ivan, because, again, there's lots of good goal sets for good riders. Like, you know, you want to get into the top 100 and then, you know, you want to get into the top 20. But, you know, once you start talking about that top 5, there's a lot of commitment, isn't there? You know, you're really focused on all the items that you need, which includes, it is literally everything. Diet, you need the right team, you need the right people around you. So...
it looks like he's had a bit of an off. Oh, man, his arms will be sunburned after that.
The J... Missed what just came in, J11 or something like that as well?
J17. So
17, yep.
Yeah, so that's Justin Burgess. So he's pushed himself back up to 58. So I think he actually was 63rd, I think, when he took off. So that's a pretty awesome effort. There's actually been a lot of carnage today.
Yes.
For the look of it. Like, have a look at the top 10 leaderboard. It's actually changed a lot from when we actually started this morning. It's switched around a lot. We obviously thought that Brodie Waters was going to get on a podium there, and you know, not to be. As another DNF. I mean, Liam's come away with a trifecta there with 3 in a row, and a faultless run really. So, but he was. Oh, man, he was so close. Jesse Moore was right on him, so you never know. Hopefully, maybe next year we'll actually chuck in another lap there and go for 4 laps instead and really change the game up there and make it close racing, especially, hopefully, you know, the Bowen Rail Group can actually jump in there and actually be another sponsor again next year and make it another successful Don River Dash.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the event organisers are always looking for new and exciting things to do that.
As the fans, that's great. It's one of the great things. The fans are still here waiting, cheering everyone on. It is a great feeling, even though you're coming across the line after 6 hard... We keep saying 3 laps, but obviously including the 3 laps yesterday, 6 hard laps. So let's not forget that by the time these guys had actually started their laps today, they were fatigued from the laps yesterday. But great to see that the spectators are sitting down on the... still hanging around, like you said, on the fencing, on the flagging down here, cheering everyone on as they come across.
It's a good weekend all round for everyone, I think. Especially the guys actually get doing their last lap there. You know, just making that 3rd lap is a feat in itself, let alone on day 2 as well. So, and that's one of the cool things of actually doing these 2 days. You get to back it up the second day. It's not just about the first day. So, you know, with the likes of the Hatter Desert Race, you're doing 4 hours straight up. So, your fitness has got to be right up there for that sort of race, and then you come here and it's almost like a super sprint for a 3-hour cross country kind of feeling. So it just goes to show that, especially you're on two wheels, but you've got so many different disciplines and that you can actually ride in, and especially up here at Bowen, you got an awesome event here with in the beach sand. Like, who doesn't love actually racing in the beach sand? And you get to do it and have exchange cartons of beer at the end of the day on who's beaten who. So that'll be, I'm pretty sure the Grabbo's crew there, they'll be definitely having a good session tonight. They've got quite a few guys there in the top 10.
7:36 in as well, which is awesome. So again, plenty of teams still cheering and crowds happening.
So that's Harrison Craig. So he's come through in 64th there. So he's moved up as well. Oh, they're really starting to filter through now.
Yeah, 14 on the big two-stroker. The X57 in now as well. And again, it is funny. We keep talking about that this little pack now. These guys have all obviously similar sort of pace. They've probably been racing each other all weekend. And the 265 in. Again, the crowd's still cheering.
At least they've got still some energy to burn.
The riders are looking a little bit more damaged, but... Again, this looks like another one of our Grabbo Trail and Track bikes coming in now, the 999. 742 as well. Tell you what, blingy carbon helmet on old mate from Grabbo's.
Well, he saved a bit of money by just renting one of Grabbo's bikes, so he spent a bit more on the helmet. Like it. And as we've seen this weekend, spending a bit more on the helmet, probably a good investment.
Yeah, we definitely found that out in the hard way, haven't we? Especially with that square edge yesterday.
And talking about Grabbo bikes, I'm not joking. Here's another one, 144. And have I pitched it here? There's 3 Grabbo bikes together. Unbelievable. We're not making this up. The 501 rolls in as well. So, what a great way to do it. The 310 as well coming in now.
That's Mac Groves there as one of Grabbo's Trail and Track there. So he's in 76th.
The 341 as well as the 637. Lockie, have we seen your bike yet?
I'm looking and I have not seen it yet.
Starting to feel a bit nervous. Do you even know what number is actually on it?
No.
You are a very trusting man, I'll tell you that. That's nice.
I almost ridden straight to Burdekin Motorcycles, traded it in.
That's right. There's some classified information on that, Mark.
Yeah, you've got to keep it nice and... Yeah.
So the 63 and the 781. So I think the 781 nicked in from the service road. Yes. We also see the 800. We also keep a little bit of an eye out for the... we're probably not too far away from seeing the 909 as well, the big XR 650.
Yeah, that beast, I tell you what, that thing on the last lap there, I reckon you'd be really feeling it.
I reckon that man needs a class all of his own.
He does.
Maybe they can start an XR 650 class.
The XR class. XR 400, XR 650.
Well, there are a few. They are a bit of a cult following the XR 650. There are a few lads that you see out at Fink every year racing a couple of old school restored XR 650. So awesome job.
There's plenty of station guys there that have actually got those XRs and they're still selling them off out there and rebuild them and have another go.
Boys, I think we're getting sort of ready towards doing our podium presentation. Obviously, there's a little bit of action there right at the prime time.
Yes.
It's all sorted now.
The 84 in and the 311 in as well. But yeah, and I'll tell you what, they would have had to been crunching some numbers in there as well, trying to work out. Yes. So
yeah, Mick Masson just walked off and said, I'm going to go and get the official results. So that'll be fantastic. And so if you'd like to join us and you're in the stadium area, make sure you come on over. And again, on the live feed, we're going to go to the podium presentation very shortly. And Ivan, no doubt you can convince Liam that he's got to do a little podium skip.
Another
surely.
burnout?
Yeah.
Surely.
I don't think we need to convince him much
No
at all.
convincing. I like that. That's the attitude we like. Kent Battle was a bit soft. He wouldn't do a skid in his car.
No.
They had a meme page to update, so.
Ah, yes. The 579. Again, like you said, a few of these bikes all blowing the muffler packing out have been wide open for a long time.
Yeah, they get that hot because you're on the throttle the whole time. It actually blows all the packing out, and then it just makes a tinning noise. And then once it gets that hot, the rivets don't like that too much, and that's it out the back. So you get a few noisy mufflers actually showing when they're coming through.
Excellent. The big this is the gas, isn't it? The Beta.
The Beta.
The two-stroke.
So that's Clint Clark, I think. So he's 81st.
And the 824 through now as well. Wearing all that black race gear. Wonder if that's a good choice now the afternoon sun's beaten down. They probably wish they wore some more neutral colours.
You're definitely feeling that, I reckon, with that sunlight out. I mean, what a beautiful weekend. The weather's really turned itself on. It wasn't that favourable earlier in the week, but it certainly turned itself on for the weekend.
We've almost had all seasons for the race days, haven't we?
We
definitely a little bit of
have.
rain down the far end. It was actually raining this morning and then cleared up, and it was dusty for race day. Then the sun, the cloud actually came in before when the bikes were leaving, and then blue skies. Who would have thought?
Blue skies, yeah. They've blown it down the track and pushed it out the way.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. So.
Makes it a lot easier for the drone guys to actually to get plenty of good footage.
Yeah, you're right. They're doing a great job too. Now this is the 440, Josh. So he's found that extra fuel.
That little bit of fuel.
What a weapon! He's come through and finished quite well.
He's made it through. That's the main thing.
He would have been waiting for that drone to buzz off and go, "No, I need to sort this out."
Yeah. A little super tweak.
That's it.
Yeah. But it's great that the 440 is in, as well as now the 458 is in as well. Again, still got the crowd clapping, making noise, and we appreciate all the crowd that's hung around and staying around, calling in their favourite riders. The 223 is now in as well.
That's Sam Bennett in 223, so he's actually gone up to 84, so we've got nearly pretty much halfway of the fuel to actually come through now. We haven't got too many bikes leaving the pits, which is probably not a bad thing. Let the celebrations actually begin for the guys that have actually won their classes outright, as well as the podium as well. So with Liam Walsh there, Jesse Moore and Sam Hanley, so those three guys there, they've really put in the hard work for the weekend. And even Sam Hanley will be spewing to have that number 2. So obviously on corrected time, we'll wait and see what he actually comes through as. But yeah, so Jesse Moore coming back from 6th place. So had a bumper ride today.
Yeah, he really did. Particularly towards the end there. Obviously got warm, got comfortable, and then was on it. Boys, the 909 is in. Pretty happy
what a
about
weapon. Yeah, boy. What a weapon that 650 is, eh?
Just done 300 kilometres in the Don River Dash and still got time and fuel to put it on the bopper.
Mate, the odometer probably has 300,000 kilometres on it.
That's because it's ticked over as well.
Yeah. We back out mustering sheep tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. Back on the job, making money.
Yeah. Oh,
wow, this is impressive.
Anything I said against her is obsolete of that, isn't it?
He said he didn't want to work next year, Huddy, but now he's all on. Yep. He's ready to go.
For those Huddy has just brought us a Cheruti board. How do you say that? Cheruti board? Is that the right word?
463 just in and now as well. So absolutely awesome to see all of these competitors now rolling in, as well as the 430 is in. The 300. And it probably is a big 300 KTMer. The 513 is in safe and sound. the 282, the 255, and the 197. .764 in as well. Again, one of our masters class, I believe, the 7, or it might even be the vets.
Yeah, so there's a masters class, that one.
Yep. So 743 in as well. So a few of the 7s in together. That's a great little race.
Yeah, they're having a real battle there for a while, I think. So it was quite close there for second, third, and fourth there for a while. So it's awesome to actually see that they've actually come through as finishers.
Absolutely. Now, Grabbo should be running a 6 on the front of his number. Is that what class he'd actually be running in?
Yeah, it's a class 6, yeah. So he's actually got too many grey hairs, more than red hair now. So he's actually getting a little bit older. So I couldn't regret that comment later. But, but no, he's, it's just incredible that the guy's actually so competitive. And it's, even though, at Fink and that, he's just one of those animals who he just knows that place really well, and then to come around with Don River Dash, and he's challenging all these guys as well to actually make sure that that they're keeping their toes really peeled back there, and make sure that they're actually trying to beat them, as well as keeping the competition in-house, as well as actually out on the track as well for a class win. So
yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it's quite cool.
Yeah, it is very cool, because to have a guy at that level too, that is racing and riding and training and coaching, and it's quite an impressive feat. The 332 in as well now.
And with Grabbo there, he's coming back. This is, like he said yesterday on when we're having an interview with him, this is actually a stepping stone on something that he's actually building up. So he is actually going over to the Baja 1000. As far as the information is at the moment, he's on par to actually go over there and actually be involved with a Team Australia, so over in Baja. So definitely keep an eye out of that. I think Callum Norton's actually going to be up there for the Baja 400. And then, Team Australia over there. So I think Liam Walsh is actually involved with that one. So David Walsh should be involved with that. Cal Norton, if he actually gets through the 400, all good. Ben Grabham, and I think Jacob Smith is actually going to go over there as well and actually have a bit of a look. So it'll be. I think it's a team that Walshy actually rode on a couple of years ago when he went over there for a bit of experience. So that'll be quite cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. And actually, interesting that you brought up the Smith boys. They actually just ran Sunraysia in a GQ Patrol, so they actually are now in the automotive category. So doing that safari style riding, racing, and for a guy that can read a track on a motorbike, because those guys are very fast. They've done Dakar and all the other stuff. To go that way is pretty darn cool.
Yeah, and definitely riding under David Swartz's team as well. Like David Swartz has done a couple of Dakars on his own as well. So actually having that knowledge actually shared with the Smith brothers. I mean, both Todd and Jacob have both done really good at Fink, as well as a lot of the Australian Safari over there as well. So, those boys there, they might be getting up in age, but I tell you what, when it comes to map reading, it's going good.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's one of the big advantages that those boys have, and being able to read the track at pace. Huddy's in menace mode, I can tell you that, Ivan.
That's because he's got an OBR shirt on.
Yeah. That's all you need to know right there. No, so good. Again, a few more riders coming in there now.
So we've got the top 105 actually there, so... the tail end of the guys are actually starting to come through. They'll be on their way back now, and the ladies will be actually starting on their way back as well. So hopefully we see them pretty soon.
Yeah, they're having a real good run there, the ladies. And again, keeping it quite competitive, which is awesome. Still bikes headed off on their last lap there.
Oh,
Ivan,
boy.
That's a long day.
Oh, yeah. That'll be a good 3 hours out in the sun, that. It'd be, you definitely test your fitness out there.
Absolutely. And again, big shout out to all the beneficials and helpers and sponsors. We've been trying to shout you out over the course of the weekend, but again, this doesn't happen without you guys, so we hope you know how much we appreciate it. Even all the medical crew, it's always busy weekend.
And definitely, you know, a massive, you know, congrats to the Bowen Rail Company being their first time they've actually jumped on board as well. So, you know, to actually have such a successful weekend, and everybody actually, you know, locally it actually helps them out as well. All the little businesses, the little cafes, you know, everything along those lines actually sort of helps the accommodation, you know, and then they'll probably filter down to Proserpine and Early Beach, so which would be awesome to actually see.
Yeah, good for the whole region, and yeah, it's absolutely right. I was talking to Liam, he said that he's, you know, got his family up here and they're going to go up to Townsville and then go across to Magnetic Island, so just a great opportunity to have a bit of a break, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and you know what an amazing part of the world over here, and you know, I mean, Northern Territory's got some interesting places over there, but when you come all the way to Queensland, you may as well make the most of it, and Liam's got definitely something to celebrate there, going 3 in a row, so yeah, just an awesome athlete, and such a young athlete as well. He's got such a bright future with this desert racing side of things. So it'll be very interesting to see what actually happens over the next couple of years. And you know, there's a lot of us older guys that are actually stepping away from the sport and being more coaches and being more guidance and team managers and things like that, and actually see what some of these youngsters actually have. It's a bit of a shame that we didn't have Callum Norton here this weekend, and then a real bummer there for obviously Nathan Trigger as well. So he was one of those guys that was a contention for the podium, and same with Brodie Waters as well. So those guys there have had a bit of a bummer of a weekend, but yeah, definitely congrats to the top 3 guys there on the podium there. So with Liam Walsh and Jesse Moore and Sam Hanley there, so taking out the top 3 at this stage.
Yeah, so good. The 277 now across the line as well. Be a happy day there for that rider. Again, still plenty of awesome footage coming from the drone. Have a look at that big sweeping corner, Ivan. They are still sitting around there. And again, the 67 coming in front of us, beeping the horn, waving at the crowd. That's a good day.
That's Paul Stevens there. He's obviously pretty over the moon that he's
survived.
He survived, yeah.
Yep. Because there is plenty of people, and again, I know I keep saying this, but Ivan, plenty of people that are here just for a finish, aren't they? They're guys that are, they're here with their mates. They've had a few beers, but they want that bragging rights. If your mate hasn't made it and you have made it, well, beers are on them tonight.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a good weekend away, so it's just one of those events that you can actually bring your whole family out and actually see lap to lap where you're actually sort of sitting, and you never. Hopefully, maybe next year they might get a bit more of a big screen TV here, so the crowd can actually see what's going on. So. It's all those little things that as the race develops and gets larger, you get those extra assets in there to communication, what's going on out in the track and who's what and where. So, it's awesome to actually see such a small little country town actually turn a big weekend into motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And the other key is that, again, a lot of these established races that we talk about, they've been running now for 40-plus years. To think that these guys have achieved this in 6 years, absolutely brilliant.
It just goes to show that a lot of the loyalty with the sports and how much fun they actually have down here, and obviously the 4 wheels being in conjunction with the 2 wheels. So obviously the 4 wheels and 2 wheels, we don't like each other in a way, so we'll try to beat each other. But obviously in the Don River here, we're challenging each other with that motorsport at the top of its game, and especially when it comes to the country, it's awesome.
Yeah, so cool. The 111 in now.
So we'll go over and have a look at the podium over here.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, Ivan's just going to slip away and do the podium presentation on the bikes. He is well and truly the most versed off-road racer out of us 3 clowns.
Yeah, I can't argue against that. No. I was trying to come up with something sassy to say, but didn't really have much to say at all.
Absolutely. So awesome to have Ivan on team this year.
Yeah, the insight that Ivan has been able to give us to this motorbike gig that these lads do as the X.
The 565's in as well. Hey, that's the girls right there too, ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know. So they've come in side by side after all those laps. So they're pretty happy with that. So after 3 full laps, the girls are right beside each other.
Yeah, that is incredible. Great racing, great camaraderie there as well as they pulled up, celebrated with each other.
Nearly ran into each other, to be honest with them.
Oh, you reckon it might have been a bit of push it? No.
We don't want... was after the bell had rung, so very happy. But I'm sure there was at least some awareness of...
the proximity of each other.
Proximity, correct.
But what a great event here at the Don River Dash. Like we said, we talk about the 1, 2 and 3 overall as well, but there are plenty of guys and gals out here battling for class positions as well. And our cameraman, Men, still out on track doing an awesome job bringing the live feed along. Large chunk of our crowd, a large chunk of our competitors now in. But we hope everyone else is having an enjoyable day as well. But we'll throw across to the podium for first, second and third overall in the motorbike division.
So we're down here at the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash, and we've actually finished up here on day 2 of the bike section. We've had a bit of a mix-up here, so obviously Liam, with a few of the guys, Liam actually taken away there first this morning there. We've had a bit of carnage going on there with Brodie Waters and Nathan Trick there. So it's been very interesting to see what actually happens with the podium there. But yeah, we're definitely we've actually completed the event, and what an awesome actually weekend it's actually been. So we'd like to bring in Jesse Moore. So he's come through with actually 3rd place overall. What an awesome actually weekend you've actually had. You started off there with a very interesting sort of place there, and talking to you there a little bit earlier, you sort of had a bit of ground as you make up there. Did you actually know that you actually coming in there and second for the day, but obviously 3rd overall?
Oh, I had no idea. I was just, like you said, turn that brain off and have a go. And that's all we done today. And there was just a lot of other people that made a few mistakes and had bike problems, and they just got to capitalise on those problems they have.
So did you have any other dramas out there or anything like that? Obviously the track would have been at its worst out there. Has it hit any big square edges and things like that, or people actually coming off on the track?
I never had any moments today. I spoke to Steve Jones on the phone last night, and he said just stiffen it up. And so we cranked it up, and yeah, it was just handled unreal. Could just hit all the square edge bumps, and we had no dramas. There was a lot of loose people out there hitting some wild things, and a couple of flags to slow us down. So, all in all, good.
And all in all, on the Ted Freckle page, they're trying to stir you up there last night. So obviously that really worked for you. And is there anybody you'd like to thank for the whole weekend?
I'd just like to thank everyone that done my fuel stops for me, and I couldn't do it without them. A lot of people have travelled a long way and helped us out, and thanks to the Ted Freckle boys and Scully and Frog. It was unreal.
Well done. So yeah, congratulations on 3rd place there. So last year we had number 2 rider, Sam Hanley is. He's put his head down today as well. He's made the most of it. So he's tried to actually catch up to Liam. So Liam obviously had a big gap there from yesterday. Made his life a lot easier for him today. We'll bring in number 2 rider, Sam Hanley, and congratulate him.
Thanks, mate.
So obviously number 2 last year, you wanted to actually go up one more step there. Had a bit of pressure there for a little while. Obviously Jesse Moore is actually really on the gas there, and Brodie Waters there has obviously had a bit of a drama there with his rear shock. With Nathan Trigg there behind you as well. So how do you sort of deal with that pressure and make your way up through to number 2 spot?
Well, I think today was just survival, really. Like, the first lap was the scariest thing I've ever done in my life. But, yeah, I mean, was a day we had issues as well. I mean, second lap got a flat tyre, so I managed to get around to the pits and the boys' changes as quick as they could. So probably gave up, a good minute and a half or something there, maybe a bit more. But, yeah, I just put my head down and worked as hard as I could. I mean, Brodie was riding awesome, and it's sad to see him have a mechanical again, which is unfortunate, but yeah, you just got to be there at the finish line.
Yeah, we did see there on lap 2 that he actually come in with a bit of a flat tyre there, and the crew jumped on it pretty quick. Was it you sort of knew where you're actually coming out of the pits where you were, or how'd you actually sort of attack the track after that?
I just went as hard as I could. I knew I had some minutes on the guys behind me, even because Brodie was out, so I knew that I was probably sitting around second, third or something like that, so I was just as hard as I could, so that was it.
Is there anybody you'd like to thank for the weekend and all their efforts?
Yeah, the whole crew that come away this weekend wouldn't happen without them. Got a good family support team at home as well, so yeah, just the HPR Motorsports crew, Cox Auto, TuneTech Suspension, and yeah, everyone that supports me.
I'll jump up on the second step there, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So that's the first 2 steps are actually completed, and we've got the number 1 plate holder. He's done it 2 years in a row, and there he's actually he's going to step on the number 1 plate again and carry it over to 2025. So bring in Liam Walsh. Well done, mate. It's incredible to actually see such talent, especially coming from an injury from Fink as well. I know you wanted to do a lot better at Fink, and this boosts actually a lot more confidence for a lot more desert races. I mean, you're looking forward to even going overseas to actually have some experience overseas. But yeah, definitely give us a bit of a rundown how your day actually went today.
Yeah, day was good. Can't fault it. Went out the first lap and just sprint like I usually do, just to try and bridge a little bit of a gap, and that's what I'd done, and then just tried to maintain it from there and make it to the finish.
You definitely did an awesome job there. So Jesse was definitely giving you a run for your money there on the last lap. So come down to probably for sort of 5 seconds, but obviously you had on corrected time. You had a lot of time up your sleeve. So yeah, just awesome to actually see such talent out there. Who would you like to actually thank for bringing the awesome results out this weekend?
Just a huge thank you to HMG, KTM Australia, Alpine Star, Choice Suspension. Can't fault the bike all weekend. Thing was handling amazing. And just Apro and Carusi Motorsports, they got this engine dialed. So, yeah, thank you very much.
And they did hear a bit of a sneaky rumour about possibly going over for a Baja 1000. Is there an opportunity to step out of Australia and go over there and ride that?
Yeah, I've got the opportunity to team up with a few of the best greats in Australia to go over there and race 1,000. So I'm so keen to go over there and see what it's all about and have new experience overseas and something different to Australia.
Well, we look forward to seeing how you guys with Team Australia go over there. So jump up on the number 1 spot there. So that definitely rounds out our podium here. 1, 2 and 3. So Liam Walsh, Jesse Moore and Sam Handling.
Liam getting pretty good at doing that here at the Don River Dash.
Still tastes like I was 16. Yeah. Oh, it's not good in the old fucking.
What do they say? To the victors go the spoil. It's great that the boys have had a fantastic run there.
Either one doesn't matter.
Liam Walsh too, mate. Absolutely unbelievable. Those guys, the Walsh cousins, family, have put on a clinic in the desert in the last couple of years. They've been having very solid results there. Again, ladies and gentlemen. Liam Walsh first, Sam Hanley second, and Jesse McMillan-Moore in third. Absolutely stonking ride.
Keep those two lads up. We just got the Bowen Rail guy, the major sponsor's going to come over and just get a photo with you. That's all right. I don't even have to buy anything for a photo. Yeah, before the...
And more importantly, Dan. Yeah, there we go. More importantly, the question was going to be, are we going to see that number one machine laying some rubber on the podium?
Yeah, coming out.
And heck yes, we are.
Heck yes, we are. So good.
Bowen Rail people get up on these.
Fuck that. Come in.
So again, just doing some of the official sponsor stuff, as you guys can imagine.
So they're just going to get a photo with you guys.
Congrats, mate. Jesse, Marty.
Yeah, big shout out to all our event officials, sponsors, organisers, riders, racers,
you
families.
See on the live feed some of our great executives from the Bowen Rail Company making their way in to celebrate and congratulate some of these top riders here at the Bowen Rail Company Don River Dash.
Now, Josh, I don't want to say too much, but I've got to point it out. You can tell we're in Bowen when the execs are wearing flip-flops and shorts.
Yes.
We are in the Whitsundays.
Yes. I'm glad you mentioned that, Dan. What do you call a Frenchman wearing sandals?
I don't know, Joshua.
Philippe Flop.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm dealing with for all my life. You think you just have to listen to him for the weekend? I've got to listen to him every single damn day. Oh, my goodness. Take him home. But I tell you what, talking about taking it home, Alice Springs are taking home the Desert Trophy again. They've got the King of the Desert. They've got the King of the River. Now, they didn't go grab King of the Hattah this year. Callum Norton having a great run there. So, again, it'll be amazing when everyone's... And I suppose that's the thing with motorbikes, isn't it?
Yeah.
When everyone's fit and healthy and together, that's the hard bit.
Yeah, that's right. Liam, obviously, just recovering from that wrist injury as well, or a hand injury.
But they got the plate. That's what I need to... Is Mickey B there to organise this? I feel like Sam Hanley knows how to chuck a skid as well.
Oh, now we're talking first and second. The old double bagger. Let the Bowen Rail execs get involved.
How good is this?
My goodness. If you are not at the Don River Dash, what are you not doing with your life correctly?
So good. Oh, my. Absolutely awesome. Gee, they need to put steel plates on the bottom, Matt. The boys have smoked her out there. Absolutely awesome.
Mick and Talbot added to the list of jobs to do next year. We need to devise a system so that the cars can follow suit as well.
Yeah, a lot of fun here at Don River again, Bowen, the epicentre of river racing. And it's so good to see these competitors from all over coming to race this race, to enjoy the weather, to enjoy the good times.
as you said, Alice Springs locals. So that's a fair old distance to travel to come race here at the Don River Dash. How good is that, though? You see a couple of the Bowen Rail Company executives getting involved there, helping lift the bike up, hold the handlebars for the burnout. So, you know, they're on board with how the Don River Dash gets down.
And gets down, it does.
It's awesome to actually have those guys there, especially being as corporate as they are, and then getting involved with motorsport as well. Like the locals actually say, they're fairly new in the town, and you know, to get behind such a iconic event is awesome in itself. And Liam's just sending that thing. Oh no, Jesse Moore, he's just like, nah, I'm going to have a go too.
I'm not missing out on this as well.
That's very true Ted Freckle way, that is.
Beautiful.
All right, so Jesse didn't even know that he was actually going to get on the podium there at all, especially when I was talking to him earlier this morning. I said, you know, is there a chance of actually trying to get on the podium? And he goes, look, you know, all I can do is actually put my life on the line and actually absolutely send it there. And you know, stirring him up last night was obviously has really paid off as well. So, yeah, he's obviously talked to TuneTech as well to try and actually get his suspension dialed in a little bit firmer for today. So Steve Jones is actually up here as well. So he's actually sort of helping out with a lot of guys in the pits at the moment while we're over the whole weekend and the week leading in. So just goes to show that, you know, the level of experience and expertise are actually getting thrown into this bike event as well. So we didn't have as many good riders. We've got really good riders, but we didn't have all of them here. So obviously Callum Norton, it would have been awesome to actually have him as a few of the other motocross guys to actually come out. So, you know, the competition's actually getting fiercer, and you know, who's going to knock off Liam off of his perch? Is he going to go for number 4 next year and complete it, or? You know, there's a lot of, you know, if and doubts as well. So at the moment, they seem to be pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? How, you know, they've really now stamped their authority, like 5-time King of the Desert and 3-time King of the River. That's pretty darn impressive to have that package behind them.
Yeah, definitely. It just goes to show the level of expertise, and you know, their team that they're putting behind them is really gelling quite well. And there's obviously only Liam, like both the Walsh boys, Liam and David, are both on the same team, and it's awesome to actually, like you heard there on the podium with Liam there, he's saying that he's actually going to do the races over in America there. So, yeah, Baja in itself is like a whole nother experience, and yeah, for him to actually go and experience a Baja 1000 is going to be, you know, definitely a massive exposure for Australia, that's for sure. We get the orange juice going on.
Cold can of Coke. Oh, yeah, that hits the spot, boys. Again, Coke Zero.
Coke Zero.
A Milton mango, not a Bowen mango.
Not allowed to have too much sugar up on the stage here.
That's right, that's right. No, you're absolutely right. Now, the dominance and the display, but like you said, it's hard too. We were just talking about with the motorbikes, you know, like having everyone healthy at the same time.
Yes.
Even, you know, like that's a crazy thing. Like, you know, like having Callum Norton here would be amazing as well. And there's so many talented guys all through the field. So yeah, again, it almost to me makes it shine again how solid that three-peat is for Liam Walsh. He should be very proud of that result, you know. I'm never saying, not even one's a fluke in my opinion, you know, you've got to put it all together, but he's stamped his a fairly authoritative position here on the Don River Dash, being the, the third time that he's taken it home now and looking for that 4th time.
Yeah, you know, it's just one of those things, you just never know what you're actually going to be capable of, especially coming back from an injury and then coming to a race, you know, outside of your direction.
You got a few drinks.
Double park.
It's trying to get me home pretty quick.
Yes. Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
But they, he's definitely stamped his authority on the Don River Dash, and with the Bowen Rail Company actually jumping on board as well. What a way to actually end an awesome weekend.
Yes. Yeah, and like you said, I think it's something you mentioned a couple of times, Ivan. But like you said, that carrying that number one plate, it starts to become you no longer are coming here to win. You want to win. Like it now becomes an expectation that Liam is going to win this race, and whether that's, you can say all you want that it's not internal or anything like that, but he's coming here, anything else other than the top step of that podium, and he's going to feel like he's failed at the weekend, which is crazy to say, like you saw the pace of the top 5 riders, throughout the weekend, and just to be on that top 3, to be on that podium is just a huge, huge achievement.
Yeah, and definitely, look, you feel for the ones that are so close, like Brody Waters, for instance. He's working really hard. He was up against it yesterday. He's worked really hard to actually come through the field today and to have another mechanical, like 3 years in a row, really hurt him. And then with Triggy as well, so we don't really know what's actually happened there, but it sounds like he's had a bit of a mechanical as well. So, those guys are actually right there to being on the podium, and to have Jesse Moore and Sam actually come through and actually sweep them off. I bet Sam's actually probably feeling, going, bloody hell, I have to run that number 2 again next year. So, yeah. So, but what is it going to take to actually knock him off his perch is the next thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's all that development and all that R&D and all that, you really got to start now, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. They've got their foundations actually sort of pretty well printed on the race at the moment. So here and Fink. So there's another lady finisher.
Yeah, good solid ride.
Awesome effort.
Really, I think the big thing is, starting to lay that base foundation of fitness. I think that was probably the big thing that we noticed with Liam all weekend. He just looked so unflustered all weekend. As in, yesterday he came up and had a quick chat, and that was only 10-15 minutes after he'd finished his 3 laps. And he wasn't breathing heavy, he wasn't red in the face, he didn't look sweaty. He looked like he'd stepped out from a bright, breezy Saturday afternoon ride up the Don River Dash, and he was talking about that sprint factor, that intensity that he goes out on that first lap with a purpose to almost break the competition a little bit. So it's an interesting one to see if maybe people work on their intensity, that reverse way. We saw Triggy work his way into it yesterday, and by the end he was fast, but be interesting to see if we get someone that starts with that same intensity as Liam, and maybe after the first lap, he looks over his shoulder and there's someone coming out of the pits right with him, because that doesn't seem like it's happened the last couple of years. That sprint pace that he has fresh out of the gate is just incredible and phenomenal.
What do you mean it didn't happen last year at all?
rough.
Didn't he lose a tyre on the first?
Day 2, yeah. So
yes.
I was trying to reel him back in because
yes.
he definitely has that intensity first off, and it showed even yesterday. Straight up, pulled a minute.
Yes.
And then again today, pulled a minute.
Yeah.
But then he's obviously backed it down a lot. He had a comfortable lead anyway. And Jesse Moore and Sam have been on the gas right to the bitter end, and they actually finished only seconds. Jesse Moore actually finished literally 5 seconds behind him. Had to come across the finish line. I was quite surprised myself. Yep. But yeah, just incredible what he's actually been able to actually do. And he's got youth on his side as well. There's a lot of guys, like, have a look at the field. The field's actually got a lot of guys that have actually been out there for a long time. So it's actually good to actually see some of the young ones coming through. He's definitely going to be a contender for definitely Fink in the future. So especially with his cousin, he's learning a lot off of him. And then it also a massive test to the choice suspension as well. So choice of actually, between choice and TuneTech, they've pretty much filled up the podium there with suspension technology. So it just goes to show that their setups are incredible, and they're actually withstanding some of the the harshest of conditions when it comes to Fink and Don River Dash. And this is like a bit of a build up for is it possible to actually get a desert series off the ground for 2025?
Yes.
So if we can seriously get something like that off the ground, getting a lot of us old guys back out there. Or when I say old, you got Ben Graham out here. You never know, I might throw a helmet back on.
That was Ivan Long saying that.
But and then having Callum Norton back out here, you have the Smith brothers would probably jump in there as well. So you'd have your Daniel Mills, your Lachlan Stanfords, a lot of the off-road guys that actually go, you know what, let's sign up for this this desert series, because it'll be just, it's another series a manufacturer can actually throw out there and make it good for the whole industry. That actually, let's spread our wings and see where we can actually go, and especially with the live coverage. I mean, have a look at the footage that's actually covered over the weekend here. It's just been incredible. We're up from the get-go, 8 o'clock this morning to, what are we, nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. So, the coverage has just been awesome, and if we can get that across, 4 wheels and 2 wheels, it's definitely going to make it worthwhile for every sort of industry to actually jump on board.
Well, I think that's a big thing, like you said, if you get a bit of a championship going, a 3-race series. We've already got 3 races, but if we get it, prophetic speaking here, but if we get a 3-race series across the country, it would also, that incentive, that carrot dangled in front of major sponsors, also, manufacturers to get back involved, because it is great to see that Honda is here involved with Brodie Waters. It's great to see Honda back in. They're an awesome manufacturer, been around for years, and very popular, as you said, particularly in Australia, with, you were talking about Chet and Hunter Lawrence riding Hondas as well. Like, there's been a lot of long-suffering Honda fans that have had to listen to KTM people and, talk about how the Red Rocket no good anymore. But, we'll be excited to see that as the 909, the XR 650 there.
He needs a trophy in itself.
Team Australia, I think they're going to ship that over to the Baja. give it to Johnny Campbell.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep, put the 1X on it. I actually believe he's going to service it, throw his the saddlebags on the side, and actually ride the thing back down to New South Wales.
He's definitely got a few cold beers in it.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
Oh, what a weapon. That thing is, how old would that be? It would be 10, 12 years old. It would be 2009 or 2000.
Yeah, maybe even older to be, But what a wild bit of gear. They're a totally different beast, those XR 650s.
Well, and then they're still out there, and you can still buy so many good parts for them to actually make them, really, really hot themselves up, especially HJC. You can hot them up and get them going, and have a look at what Stephen Greenfield did at Fink there for such a long time. It was XR 650 territory, and then CRF 450 territory, and then Honda had such a good run there for a long time, and then since then has been really the European brand. KTM put so much money behind it and really actually pushed their brand, and have a look now, their dominance is huge when it comes to this country, and I think that's actually more so that they've got a 500 out there. Every 450 that comes up against them it seems to be shaken off. So it'll be cool to actually see a lot of those other brands on the big boards, and on the world stage, the 500 is only really being shown here in Australia. We don't, you have a look at Baja, for instance. They're all riding 450s. You have a look at Dakar, they're all on 450s. So, for maybe the run of the race of KTM, maybe we need to bring it down to maybe the 450cc class, actually give the other brands an opportunity to bring their competition actually close and actually squeeze it all up. So it actually brings these other companies back up to speed and, want to actually put money into a championship that actually is, competitive, instead of actually going out there and going, we can't compete against these 500s. So we've tried and tried and tried, and we're not willing to actually put the money in behind it. So, there's those little factors in there as well that hopefully, in the background there's a few things working to maybe bring the competition a bit closer. So it'll be, the future of the desert racing is looking pretty bright so far.
Now, did Yamaha get involved a little while back and actually build a custom 500?
Yeah, it's when Josh Green was racing the 99.
And Damon Stokey, yeah.
Yeah, so with Josh Green, I did a lot of racing with him. I did a lot of pre-running with him, and obviously Jamie and Stokey as well. I finished second to him, I think, in 2017. They did actually build a 500. They had a lot of dramas at Hatta. They had a lot of dramas with it. Just trying to hold it together was probably the biggest thing, and that's where they, their product. It's only Australia that they're actually trying to build that. It's not.
It's
the
custom
rest of the
parts
world.
again, isn't it, Ivan? Versus what is basically a factory developed vehicle.
Yes.
Makes it hard. Definitely makes it hard.
Hundreds or millions of dollars of R&D into that KTM 500 versus an off-road racing team with a bit of financial backing from Yamaha trying to build their own 500. Yes.
And then Yamaha is not really a company that's short of $1 in a way. Like, have a look at what they've done in the US at the moment with Cooper Webb and Tomac and all of those guys over there. They're not short of $1, but it just goes to show that where the 450 level is compared to the 500. And I think, especially Fink and obviously here as well, KTM's been a big dominance, and maybe we need to think about a rule with that and cap it at 450 to bring the competition a bit closer. As we've seen with both of the Walshes are really clean and a clean sweep, really. They're going from start to finish with the 500. So it definitely goes to show that, we're trying to beat the competition, but, at the expense of what dollar and the product that we're actually trying to put out there for the local public to actually buy off the shelf as well.
Yeah, that is the big thing. Like for Honda, say if they did build a custom 500 for Brodie Waters to race here at the Don River, it's not really a win on Sunday, sell on Monday mentality. They want to be advertising their products.
Yeah, 100%. And, you want to have the customers as you walk into the shop and point at the bike and go, what, I want that Toby Price bike or the David Walsh or the Liam Walsh bike. So, it's just one of those things. We'll wait and see what actually happens in the industry over the next couple of years with maybe a possible desert series. I mean, it would be awesome to actually get it off the ground, but whether it actually happens, we'll just have to wait and see. And then when it does, I think that it will actually get a lot of attraction from a lot of different manufacturers as well, being another championship. So you've only really got the Australian Motocross Championship, you've got Dirt Track Championship, and the Supercross as well. We've got a little bit of that, as not as much. Australian Off-Road as well, so Yamaha's pretty dominant in there. But when they actually come to the desert racing, they sort of turn a blind eye to it in a way. But when you go to Baja and things like that, like Honda and Yamaha and KTM and Suzuki, they're all really close battles. So the whole way through, and maybe we need to look at a rule of something like that. As much as the 500 is an awesome bike, maybe we, to bring the racing competition back, maybe we do need to look at a rule, something like that.
Yeah, no, definitely interesting, and I agree. It's we want to see those good racing up and down the field. So pretty darn cool. And again, I'm liking where you're at. We're talking about this desert series. That's a big fan for a long time. We've been pushing that, so we'd jump on board.
It's just one of those things. You're just trying to make it so that everybody can have a fun weekend, and you get to bring the family and the friends out, and everybody can come out and bring the beers out, have the fires, have the all those things going on in the background, and make it worthwhile for the family to actually spend the whole weekend away together. So, and I think that's probably pretty important that it hasn't been probably happening as much. Like you can see this weekend, how many kids are actually coming out. It's awesome to actually see them all coming out and enjoying the racing. And yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. One of the greatest things is the family atmosphere here. There's always kids up and down the pit lane, which is brilliant. Now, it's starting to wrap up here. We do still have some bikes out on course, but the majority of riders are now in. It's been an absolutely fantastic afternoon. The weather has been really quite good to us overall, hasn't it, Ivan? Like, it's held together. We've got all the way through the bikes. We've had some fantastic races, and it's just been a good time here this weekend.
It certainly has, and it's been awesome to actually see Liam Walsh actually come through and actually take 3 in a row. I mean, that's just incredible. And, seeing a little bit of bad luck actually happen, and the races actually come to other riders as well. So I'm seeing a lot of the women riders out there. I mean, and Kate and Susan had a bit of a battle going on there as well. And then also seeing Ben Grabham, and he's actually trailing track. All these guys are actually having a battle at the same time. So Grabbo's actually obviously coming back from an injury. So it's been really cool to actually see him, beat his guys out there. And they're obviously putting a few beers on the table tonight for especially going against his boss. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's been an absolutely prime Don River Dash 2024. We've had some fantastic winners. We've had some repeat winners. We've had Kent Battle as a new winner. Again, Liam Walsh, 3-time absolute dominating performance here. And it's just been one of those awesome weekends. Now, Ivan, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the box for the motorbikes. Hope there's 2 options next year. You can either ride it and go for that top step, or you can come and join us again next year.
But look, to be honest, I've actually enjoyed the whole weekend. It's actually been pretty good to actually be in the commentary side of things. I was very nervous yesterday, trust me.
Listen,
it's probably more nervous than the racing.
You're better suited to this than we are, so it's all good up here.
Probably the biggest thing out of it is that, I'm 35 and, I love the sport and I enjoy the sport, and, whether it's 2 wheels, 4 wheels, and have an opportunity to actually go out there and jump in a trophy truck on Friday and have a feel of what it's actually like. I mean, it's so different.
Yep.
It's still competitive, but it actually, jumping back on your bike and actually going for a ride, it's actually, you're like, oh man, these bumps that we're actually going over are a lot bigger than what they feel like in a trophy truck. So it's been awesome experience and awesome with you guys, especially with the drone footage and all the interviews as well. It's been awesome to actually go and talk to the guys that I wouldn't normally actually talk to. You normally got your race face on and you keep to yourself. So it's been good to actually have that interaction with a lot of the riders. But on the other side of that, it's been awesome to actually really promote our sport a lot more and try and push this desert series and get families out and have a look at the Bowen Rail Company. They've jumped on this year, and what an awesome event it's turned out to be.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Now, quick one, Josh, a couple of highlights for you.
Highlight would have to be Kent, obviously. That's a pretty big one. Good to see a good friend get out there, shake off the issue with the plug lead on the first lap, and then bang out some banging laps. That aggressive driving and that live feed that we had of him this morning was just absolutely incredible. It gives you a real idea of the speed and the commitment that these guys have. I mean, the bikes. I think it's been one of the best weekends of racing at the Don River Dash for bikes that we've had. Up until the last, Liam was out in front, yes, but up until, I think essentially until you called the podium position, we were still trying to come up with who was second, third, fourth, fifth. But I'm going to say the real winner of this weekend has been the great town of Bowen. Every time I come up here, I find it harder to leave. I don't know if you guys are putting something in the water or something up here, but it's a fantastic place.
There's plenty of cold beer, that's for sure.
No, that's awesome, guys. So thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. It's been an awesome weekend racing with you guys and enjoying. I hope you've enjoyed the live stream. Again, the guys have done an awesome job. We get the good job.
Yeah.
We just get to chill in the shade and get the cheese and wine and crackers. There's a lot of guys out here that make this happen. So make sure you give them a share and give them a like. And again, big shout out to all the Don River Dash event organisers, helpers, promoters, the sponsors. Without all you guys, we really appreciate it. And you guys, the fans, like you said, Josh, I know you were alluding to it, but, we love doing this and we love desert racing. And Ivan, again, a fantastic weekend all round.
Yeah, awesome. And thanks to you guys for the opportunity to jump in the commentary box. And, it's turned out to be an awesome weekend.
Awesome, boys. Now, that's it. Don River Dash 2024. She's done and dusted. We have a 3-peat king and a new king in the automotive class. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we see you again next year. Same bat time, same bat place, I think. But that's the moral of the story. Is we'll be here in September and 2025.
Yeah, far out. What an incredible
Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flames. I switch my style up, put the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on fifth place. On this one, then four for the next. Third, second, first, third, fourth for the best. She's showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Hop from buff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Hop from buff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done.